Silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predict it with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, say K&R, compiling kernels, open bracket, cause I rack it. MIT nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like you had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling, but you just don't take notes cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill.
Really?
If you run out of hit points, the game will shout.
Your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life, yeah. Let me start again, put it on like a cardigan, swinging like my name was Mad Mardigan, which reminds me, Warwick Davis was Willow and a knee walk, Leonard Nimoy was Galvatron and Spock. That ain't typecast, I don't know what it. Talk about predestiny, nobody gets the best of me. I've only played one role my whole lifetime, the nerd lifeline, stream through a wicked pipeline. So no one can buy mine, cause mine is original and I write rhymes to burn on a CD, play in the mini B. Soccer moms yodel back, yodel at little me. I got a sidekick, I gotta stay connected. Watch out for my decom or you'll get infected. And you don't wanna be one of my bots, cause I see it all like Sauron the Cyclops. And I won't hesitate to drop your whole net block if you're acting up and you're dumber than a pet rock. I'm about this nerd life, as you can see, spreading like a virus on MP3. On MP3. STC. Shout outs to Vic, Agnostic One, up and Silent John. Yeah. Nerd Life, Graphing Calculator, HP48G. The G is for gangster. Digital Snip, yeah. You know how we do.
What's up, meatbags? It's the often imitated, never duplicated Tony TGT, and I don't know why my mic was muted. It's supposed to unmute itself automatically, but apparently it decided it wasn't going to. All right, now we are here on time for once, but the audience decided to be late. That's okay. They will filter in as they do. I am joined once again by the right hand of the frog, son of Neil Breen, Blinded Braille himself. What's up, Blinded?
What's up? What's up, everybody? Or nobody, I guess. Whenever they show up, I guess. What's up?
So, how you been doing? How's your week been going?
Pretty good. I was studying for that test I have next week. I like to study in advance. So I've been organizing, putting notes, making sure I get this test down.
What exactly is this test? Because
this is an assessment. Because I'm trying to get into film school, so officially film school. So it'll be more hands-on, and I'll get a placement, and so I'll get some more connections and build up my resume.
So what kind of test is this? Do they like ask you like name the last 3 Oscar winners, name the last film you watched?
It's more of an assessment. So yeah, they might ask me what the last movie I watched and kind of to break it down and why I want to work in the industry. So stuff like that. So I've been kind of like putting together sort of like a document of possible questions they may ask and sort of giving my own answers. So I'm like aware and I'm not like stuttering or I messed up when I'm writing the assessment.
So when they ask you why you want to work in the industry, is banging hot movie stars a select, credible answer? Is that something they'll
I get if someone could put it, but it doesn't mean they're going to get accepted. I mean, that would be funny. That would be hilarious if someone tried that.
But I mean, if it's the truth, right? Isn't it honesty always the best policy? If you're like, hey, why do you want to be a rock star? Because I want to bang groupies, right? That's I don't want to bring joy to the millions. I'm not looking to be rich, but I know that if I'm a rock star, I get to bang lots of hot women. And I think the same thing with the movie industry. Like if you work in the movie industry, you'll be around lots of beautiful people, and beautiful people are just like, all of us. We get urges, so you're more likely to bang beautiful people if you're around beautiful people, right?
Right. Or not. If you're not beautiful. That's going to happen.
Well, obviously, everybody who's on this show is a beautiful person.
Do we know for sure? Or are we just going off the avatars?
Well, if you go off the avatars, then probably not. But if you're going off the sexy sounding voice, the words dripping with honey, then I know all the ladies will agree. We are some sexy motherfuckers.
Oh, man.
Speaking.
Too bad a bunch of dudes just watch us.
What are you talking about? We have a strong female demographic. And
Bianca? One person? No, I'm joking.
Speaking of sexy motherfuckers, last night we watched one of the sexiest Hollywood actors do his thing. Mr. Neil Breen was out there getting all the ladies. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, man.
Being an actor, being a producer, writer, Neil Breen, auteur, he was getting all the ladies last night in his movie.
But what about off screen?
Off screen, he probably got some too. I mean, when you're the star, people are going to throw themselves at you. It's just natural. It happens here. I mean, I'm the star of this show, and I get more women sending me titty pics in the inbox than you, or like Finbar.
God damn.
If Finbar wasn't married, he'd probably get more because he has the accent, or at least the sexy accent, right? I have the Mexican frog accent, which isn't as attractive as that Irish, Scottish, UK accent. But it is what it is. With that said, we do have a huge, huge show tonight. Lots of things to talk about. We're going to bring back a segment that we haven't done in a while, but I think it's time to bring it back. No spoilers, so I'm not going to tell you exactly which segment it is. But just know that it's something we used to do a lot around here. It's coming back tonight. With that said, we're going to be talking about the $160,000 skin that was sold for Counter-Strike. Somebody bought a single skin for $160K. We're going to be talking about some indie devs who accidentally stole some assets and animations from Software.
Oof.
And of course, in case you're unaware of this, but the Toxic Crusaders, they're getting a video game. It only took them 32 years, but hey, it's about time. Of course, we got to discuss The Mandalorian Season 3, Chapter 19, that shit show. And of course, there's some spoilers about the return of some characters that we're going to discuss. Aquaman 2 also spoiling a major cameo. Then we're going to talk about Republic.com, the Atari investment opportunity. It could be the opportunity of your life. Invest in the Atari game pool. Oof. And then, last but not least, we got to discuss this whole Willow situation. Was it canceled?
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Is it not canceled? Does it promote sodomy? What's going on with that show?
Oh, my God.
And that last thing was actually a headline.
Yeah, I didn't even see that one. That's weird.
Yeah. We're going to discuss that. All that and more. But first, we got to talk about how my week's been. And my week has been not too good, not too great. I've been tired, working hard. I went to work on Tuesday. I'm always an hour late, so I show up an hour late as per usual. And I go in there, and the $1 million machine, can't really tell you what it is, under NDA and other things. Could be a federal offense, up to 10 years in prison, if I tell you. But let's just say this $1 million machine that does very complicated things is broken when I show up to work. And of course, I have to fix it. I have to redo all the computer stuff and go in there and reprogram this whole thing from scratch, which is why they keep me around and allow me to show up an hour late every day. So I had to deal with that. And then Wednesday, they break it again, but this time they actually break it, not like a computer mistake. No, this is a physical break. So gotta deal with that. Then of course it's cold, and when it's cold outside, frogs, we don't really like cold. We just want to wrap ourselves up in blankets. So I was looking, and it turns out I haven't made a video in almost a month. I think it's more than a month. It was the last video I made for the channel. Because we got the Hammock Man video from February 22nd, which I didn't make. It's on the channel. I hosted it. It is Hammock Man Productions, a Hammock Man LLC, Hammock Man Studios. He did all that. He did the camera work. He did the lighting, the music, the editing, the sound, the script. So other than being the publisher of said video, I didn't have nothing to do with it. But February 10th was the last video I actually did. Not a short, but an actual video. And that was the Cyberfrog 2 Wrecked Planet review. And it's been over a month since I did a video.
Damn.
Like I said, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it is some sort of mental block, writer's block. Am I burnt out? I don't feel burnt out. But I haven't made a video. I sometimes get ideas for videos. I'm like, hey, I'm going to do a video on this. And then I get home and then end up not doing it. It's, get busy doing home things. So then, probably, I'm not making any promises, but probably tomorrow. Sunday's the day off. Sunday, I don't publish anything. We don't do any live streams. Sunday, I'm going to try very hard to focus, make some videos, and do some things and get them all set up, make a bunch of shorts, get those all set up so that things on the channel will be popping. I even looked at our analytics, and I think they said our views are down because we had like 24 less videos this month.
Oh, damn.
It was like some ridiculous number, and I was like, oh my God, this is
way too much.
Yeah, way too much. So gotta get back on this. Gotta, figure this out. Then, of course, today being Saturday, I woke up real late. Why did I wake up late? Well, because we were watching Neil Breen last night. Then we had a nice post Neil Breen conversation. Right, I did that. We were talking, laughing, doing all the regular things that we do behind the scenes that you guys don't get to see. Which probably we should get a hot mic one of these days because there are some good conversations that aren't
some weird ass conversations.
They're a little weird, but I'm saying that they're not to the point where like we'd be canceled for having them. Or like,
No.
Oh, this is a terrible thing. Like we should be like, no, it's just like normal stuff. It's just us talking. I think we do best like that because we're just relaxed and having conversations. So
Right.
we did that, right? And then, so that was like what I want to say. We ended up leaving. My time is like 12:30.
Right.
So I plan to go to bed, right? Because in the morning, which is today, I got to take Sidekick Max to the dentist, right? So I get ready. I go, we stop talking, so I got to go take my piss because I've been sitting in the chair for several hours and I haven't pissed yet. Go do that. And then I come back and my phone buzzes. Bzz, bzz. Okay. Turns out it is a lady friend. And we're not going to go into too many details on that, but let's just say that I ended up staying awake until 4:26 in the morning.
Oh man.
Now you're probably saying, "Man, Tony, you how do you remember that you stayed up to 4:26?" Well, here's how. So, I had woken up the previous day at 4 a.m. to go to work. So then last night, which was actually this morning, right? This morning at 4:26, I sent a message. This is my last message to this lady, and then I passed out because when I woke up, I had my glasses on. I had my phone next to me. The light in my room was still on.
No, man. That's a bad knockout.
Just knocked out. I had to apologize. I had to wake up like, oh shit, sorry, I passed out. Like you're supposed to be showing interest in a person, and they're sending you a message, and you just fucking ghost them because you passed out, right? I didn't explain that. Yeah, those are some nice titties, but I'm gonna pass out now. It's kind of hard to come back from that, but I did manage to come back from that. So kudos to me. Why I told that story, I don't know. Maybe I just wanted you guys to know that I saw titties last night.
Oh my god. I was like, where is this going? And now we know.
You know. Sometimes you got to brag a little, right? You got to be a little braggadocious. That's all I'm saying. So just know that while you guys were in your bed snuggling up to your pillows, I was looking at titties, and not titties from a porn site, but titties that were sent to me, and they were in fact very nice titties. All right. Anything else we got to go over before we get to these topics?
I don't think so. I mean, where is everybody? Where's Finbar?
Who knows?
Hope they drop in.
Maybe they also got in trouble from all the shenanigans.
The late night. Oh man.
But again, just so we're clear, the audience for the show, according to the analytics here on the Google machine, 13% female for the month of March. 13%. And we've had, for the month of March, over 5,000 unique visitors to the channel.
Damn.
So 500-ish ladies have come to this channel. Now, if we just go to 2023, right? So 2023, we've had 27,000 unique viewers. And the overall female demographic is 14% for 2023. So we're talking about 3,000-ish females have come to this channel. So it's not just Bianca, unless Bianca got a whole bunch of alt accounts that right.
Who knows if she's
got
alt accounts
to karaoke that song? What song? We playing basketball. Ooh.
What song? No karaoke, no like.
No karaoke. I don't know what song that is. Thomas said, "Stop being braggadocious." Can't help it. Who's Thomas? All right. Let's get into this. Like I said, hopefully some people pop in. If not, their loss, not mine. All right. What is this? You know what? We're going to go through something that we didn't even say. An extra topic, bonus topic.
Extra topic.
There's going to be a 9-hour cut of Avatar 3.
Oh, God. I did see this. Oh, man. Not
even with Zack Snyder. It was directing and making everything slow motion from Avatar 2. Could I see a 9-hour cut of a movie?
Well, it's supposed to be like a mini series, so it's a little bit of a clickbait.
That looks a little bit of clickbait. What, we have an orgy here? Damn, blue people.
Those are their kids. Oh, you never saw Avatar 2?
I've never seen it. I don't watch that shit.
Oh, man. I mean, I didn't like it, but I know some people did.
All right. So as well as getting a theatrical release, there's a news report indicating that Avatar 3 may be turned into a limited series for Disney Plus, with this version of the project clocking in at 9 hours worth of content. But here's my question, right? Obviously, there's going to be an Avatar 4, right?
Right.
Because there's supposed to be like, what, 5 movies? That's the plan or something, right?
I think he wants to go up to 7 now.
7?
Yeah.
Either way, right? So there's going to be movies after 3 is what I was getting at, right?
Right.
So if the theatrical cut of Avatar 3 is, we'll say 2 hours, right? It's probably going to be like 3. So we'll say 3 hours. There's 3-hour theatrical cut of Avatar 3, right? That means 6 hours of content is not going to be in the theatrical cut. How much of that 6 hours is going to be necessary to watch Avatar 4? Like, are you going to be able to just watch the theatrical run of Avatar 3 and then go straight to Avatar 4? Or is this going to be like, no, you still have to watch the miniseries? Like, I know you watched it like the abridged version, which is like the theatrical cut, but no, you have to watch the miniseries to know what the fuck's going on in 4.
Yeah, that does seem a little bit concerning. I mean, I think it could be possible that the 6 hours that it's going to be on Disney Plus versus the theater actually has a different story that's like a sub story. So it doesn't really matter if you watch it or not. But the thing is, like, I feel like if you're going to do this miniseries, why not do it in a time period where there's no Avatar movies, right? Where it's like, oh, we're not going to get another Avatar movie for the next 4 years, right? So it makes sense to release this sort of ultimate cut as a miniseries. I don't know. It just seems like, I mean, I'm sure people will watch it. That's the thing, right? Like, it's Avatar.
But here's also the other thing, right? What I'm thinking, because Avatar is what, published by Disney, distributed by Disney.
Yeah. They own everything now.
Yeah. Is this going to be a situation where we end up getting Avatar 3 theatrical cut, Avatar 3 the miniseries, then Avatar 3.5 the theatrical release of part of the miniseries? Like, it's gonna be, you're gonna go see Avatar 3, Avatar 3.5, Avatar 3.75, Avatar almost 4 but not quite.
Right. I don't know if they would do that, hopefully.
Because, I mean, let's say each movie's 3 hours, right? So you could turn Avatar 3 into three movies. Avatar 3, Avatar 3.1, Avatar 3.2, and Avatar 3.
Right.
Because Disney likes money. If they have this footage, right, and let's say it does pretty good numbers on Disney Plus, why wouldn't you put it in the theater? Right? It's obviously going to be that quality, right? Because it's being filmed at the same time as the movie. So it's going to be movie quality footage. Right.
I wonder who is even saying this? Is this a rumor? Like, oh, this is Jeff Snyder and saying this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, the more that I think about it, the more I'm like, I don't think this is gonna happen, because it seems like something that it's like, well, they have all this footage, and so they're like, well, what do we do with it? But that was my problem with Avatar 2, was that like, it wasn't that compelling enough where I'm like, oh, I need to see like more of this, right? Like, I'm a little bit confused of why people like it. Like, it looks cool, it looks like super detailed, but like the story and the characters, I'm like, I don't like any of the characters. Like, they're just sort of boring, and like, you kind of know, bland and cliche, and it's just like, what is actually new here besides the visual effects? Right. So it's like that was always my big gripe with Avatar, is like, the world building is not very good.
No, it's not. What I'm thinking, and here's what I'm thinking, right? What if, because I don't think Jeff Snyder knows, like, he's speculating, him and the other guy. What if they are filming 9 hours of content, but it's actually like Avatar 3, 4, and 5 that they're filming at once, and this guy's just like, oh, they filmed 9 hours of footage, it's got to be a miniseries, right? Like, because that's where his mind is going.
Right. I mean, that would make sense, because I heard that when they were shooting Avatar 2, they were shooting footage for Avatar 3 that could also be an Avatar 2, but they didn't know, right? I mean, all of this sounds like, to me at least, like, people are like, oh, let James Cameron do whatever he wants, and he has this creative vision. But I mean, and it's making money, right? But I'm like, what is so compelling that you need 7 Avatar movies, right? Like, it seems excessive. And we talk about Marvel, right, being excessive, but
you're gonna get Avatar fatigue.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They got to get all the Avatar tribes. Once they collect all 7 tribes of the Avatar, they'll have the Avatar gauntlet, and they'll be able to snap the humans and the unobtainium out of the universe.
Oh God! I mean, I heard the next movie they're going to visit like the lava people, and the Ash tribe. So it's like, what? There's all these different tribes that are like elements, and it's like, there's
the Earth tribe, which was the first movie, then the Water tribe, and there's gonna be the Fire tribe. Then
the Ice.
the Wind Tribe, the Heart Tribe, and then in Avatar 6, they combined all 5 tribes to create Captain Planet.
Oh God, Planet Avatar. Oh God. Oh my God.
I mean, Captain Planet is blue.
Well, they're in the Avatar 2. What's her name? I'm totally blanking on the actress name. She's in the Alien movies. What's her name? The actress. Yeah, the main actress.
Sigourney Weaver?
Sigourney Weaver, right? Yeah, she plays a kid in Avatar 2, and her character from the last movie gave birth to this kid in a coma, right? And so she's like, the kid's like a Jesus figure, and she has like these superpowers, and it's like, okay, like what is the point of this, right? Like it just seems random. Yeah, it's like I don't know. Like none of this seems like he's setting up anything. It's just like he's throwing random shit at the wall. That's what it seems like.
This is James Cameron. What can I get away with next? What will they put up with it? So 9 hours. I don't think.
God damn. No.
For all the reasons I've outlined, there's no way that Disney's going to take 6 hours of additional footage filmed in high fucking 4K, 8K stereo surround sound, super fucking max in your face James Cameron special edition. We just invented this film process that goes straight to your brain,
right?
And then go, hey, let's just dump it on Disney Plus because fuck it, right?
I also too, I feel like James Cameron would say no to this. Like I feel like it dilutes his brand, right?
Yeah, and again, also, wouldn't he really have to shoot it in this format, right? You can't just turn something into a miniseries. You kind of have to shoot it in that, format as far as pacing and everything for story.
Right.
So it would make no sense to be like it's just like weird cutoff points, like tune in the next episode to see what he has for dinner because we just cut it off right there at the 35-minute mark, right?
Yeah, just seems. I mean, Jeff Snyder is somewhat reliable, but I think he's just hearing stuff through the grapevine. It's just not that it's going to happen. It's maybe something they would consider, but it's not official. I mean, that's usually how things work, right?
Yeah, I don't think for all the reasons we've outlined and probably more that we don't even know about, it doesn't sound plausible. So we're gonna give this one 2 Pinocchios out of 6. Not very.
2 Pinocchio, not very reliable.
Speaking of Pinocchios, last night somebody suggested, I think it was 56K Warning, suggested we watch a Ninja Turtle spoof. Sort of a redubbing of Ninja Turtle footage. And wouldn't you know it, we got a copyright claim on all the footage.
Oh, damn.
Just like I said,
I was wrong.
No, it's transformative and blah, blah, blah.
I was the one saying that, but yeah.
Copyright claim. So I had to trim all that out.
Damn,
so if you're watching last night's Neil Breen show, just know that when we were doing it live, it was a lot better. So if you're not here live, if you're watching this on a replay, you're missing out on so much prime content because a lot of things get trimmed for copyright claims or things get cut for pacing in order to make the show a lot more fast-paced. We go back and we trim it, we edit it, we cut out all the jokes that don't land so we don't look stupid on replay, and we just keep all the top quality. So be here live is what I'm saying.
Or you'll miss out.
All right, moving on. Fortnite.
Oh God!
Bad? No. I didn't get to it. I was gonna say is you think Fortnite's bad? With all the microtransactions and all that stuff, they got nothing on CS:GO.
Counter-Strike. Oh my God.
Counter-Strike, baby. This comes to us from GameSpot. Counter-Strike skin sells for $160,000 or around 320 PS5 consoles. To be fair, it's very nice and colorful cosmetic. So It is just a cosmetic. It does not add anything. It does not make you super powered. It's not a one-hit kill type situation. No sort of advantage whatsoever. In fact, the skin is so gaudy, it might actually be a disadvantage as it doesn't blend in with the environment, right? It doesn't, it makes it stick out, is what I'm saying.
Right.
So it says, cosmetic skins are fairly commonplace in gaming. And in Counter-Strike Geo, Global Offensive, Go, however you want to call it, one floral-themed AK-47 skin just sold for an eye-watering sum. One user paid the equivalent of $160,000 on the Chinese version of Buff, a third-party site for trading CSGO skins. I got to get myself on this site apparently and trade some skins, baby.
Oh my god! So this is like an NFT, essentially.
Yeah, far above the going rate of other premium Wild Lotus skins on the site, which typically sell for around several thousands of. Jesus Christ! Why am I not opening up CS:GO loot boxes? The podcast is canceled. We're canceled. We're turning into a CS:GO reselling site. It's gonna get.
Oh no! All that hard work down the drain for NFTs.
I mean, if I could play CS:GO and just win some skins and then sell it on the Chinese black market for $160,000, it sounds like a scam, but I'm in.
Oh my god! Maybe this is what Tommy should have done. Tommy would have made a lot more money.
Amico skins?
Amico skins and CS:GO. Everybody would have bought him.
All right. It says, as for what makes this skin so valuable, that comes down to its overall rarity. As spotted by Kotaku, the Wild Lotus has a float number that is very low and basically grades this gun skin as being fresh off the factory assembly line. While $160,000 or enough cash to buy 320 PS5 consoles, they really want to put that in there. Like, did Sony contact you? Like, hey, you got an article about a lot of money. Make sure you mention the PS5s. Right? Like,
yeah, that's a weird metric. Yeah. The hell, like, you can't even play CS:GO on a PS5.
Yeah,
weird.
It was like it's the equivalent of X amount of Alienware computers or something, right?
Or graphics card or something, like.
Yeah, like you can't even see the skin good. You could have bought X amount of graphics card, that might tie it in a little better. This just seems kind of sus.
Right.
One notable example would be the $1.5 million offered for an extremely rare blue karambit knife, which its owner turned down for not being high enough. Not me. I hope this guy gets zero.
God.
I hope he doesn't get nothing. I hope he gets nothing. No one ever buys.
That's wild. Oh my god.
Someone offers me $1.5 million for a skin in a game? Shit. Easy. I wouldn't even think about it. I wouldn't even be mad if he turned around and sold it for like 3, 4, 5 million, because I got mine, right? I got my nut. Go get your nut. 1.5 million, gonna turn that shit down.
Oh my god. People are nuts, man. Oh my god. This is just an ultimate flex. That's all this is. It's like, oh my god.
It sounds like I need to start making skins for CS:GO, just claiming they're real rare. This is a super rare Kermit skin.
You have to make them crappy too, or they won't buy them.
All right. Trading skins is also a very lucrative market for CS:GO, and over the years has seen a very dedicated and serious fan base of collectors established. See, I'm telling you, we might be late to the party, but we can get in. Valve does keep an eye on this marketplace and has placed time limits on trading in order to keep the market under control for one of the most played games on Steam.
My god.
And that's the end of the article. Now they're talking about the Counter-Strike 2 beta. Who cares about that? We just wanted to know about this really expensive skin and why somebody thought, hey, that's a good idea. Let me fucking buy that.
Oh god. Oh my god. Just sometimes I hate the fucking gaming community. Like, what are you doing? Like,
I don't get it, and I hope maybe somebody out there can explain it to me, because maybe I've never been the most flashy person. I didn't need the newest Jordans, the members only jacket. probably dating myself with that reference. You know, I didn't need any of that stuff, right? I just put on some Chuck Taylors, some Dickie pants, and a flannel, and I was good. I was good to go. So maybe it's just me. Maybe I don't understand this, but why the hell? Why the hell would you spend that? I mean, I guess if you have money that's just coming out your ass, you say, I got nothing else to spend on. Fuck it, I'm gonna drop $160,000 on the skin.
That must be, you must be really fucking bored to do something like that. I mean, Logical Raptor, here's the thing, it's not pay to win, it's a skin. So it's not even necessary. Like, you don't need it. It's not going to help you during the game.
I almost want to say, and I'm probably stepping out of line here, but I almost want to say this is money laundering. This has got to be.
It does seem like that.
Because it's like, hey, I could sell you this skin for 160, and then you sell it for 160, and that money transfers from my country to your country, or you know, it washes the money now.
Right.
There's got to be something.
This doesn't make sense. Nothing adds up. Like, why would you spend this money on digital fucking skins?
And again, it's just for one game, right? It's not even trading cards was a way to wash money. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a really good episode. I don't know if you ever watched Goof Troop. Have you ever watched Goof?
No. I've never even heard of that.
You've never heard of Goof Troop? It was basically a cartoon where Goofy has a kid, and then he has a neighbor. You know the bad.
I didn't even know Goofy even had a cartoon. No.
Why are we going early? It's not early, Finbar.
Yeah, it's like way late.
Do you guys not have daylight savings? You don't have daylight savings over there. That's what it is.
Oh, so you messed up. Oh, I didn't even know they didn't have that over there. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that because I think I remember this happening with Bob before. Because the UK, I don't think they do daylight savings because it was invented here by Ben Franklin.
Right.
So, yeah, it's 7:43 my time right now. So so where the hell is that going? What was I saying? Oh, Goof Troop.
Goof Troop, yeah.
So it's a show. It was on Disney during the Disney afternoon when they were like doing sequels and stuff. Like they had the Quack Pack, which was like, what if Huey, Dewey, and Louie were like teenagers? And they're like 90s awesome extreme. So like Goof Troop was like, what if Goofy lives in the suburbs? And they gave him a son. That's where the Goofy.
Wait, is it with the teenager?
Yeah, that's with Max.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I didn't know it was called that though.
Yeah. So anyway, so there's an episode where BJ, I think that's the neighbor kid's name, and Max,
right?
They're collecting baseball cards, right? And for some reason, there's this kid in the neighborhood. He's buying like this like Louis Nobody baseball card for $0.25, right? And they're like, they don't understand what's going on because like the baseball card's only worth like $0.05 because it's like the most like overproduced card. Like everybody has one. They're like, you just open up a bag of baseball cards and you're gonna get like Louis Nobody, like 3 Louis Nobody cards, right? But he's buying them for $0.25 each. And they're like, what the fuck's going on? And then finally, towards the end of the episode, they figure it out, right? Because the dude who's buying them all, he's going to the laundromat. They're like, what's he doing at the laundromat, right? Well, he bought all the cards so he could destroy them, and then he'd have the only one left.
Oh my god.
Increasing the value of his Louis Nobody card to monumental proportions because in order to have a complete set, you would need his card, and he would be the only one with the card. And I was like, man, this is a very complicated scheme for a TV show.
Yeah.
That kids are watching.
Well, at least it taught some kids about money laundering. Oh, man.
Money laundering, racketeering, artificial inflation when it comes to consumer products. You know, there's a whole bunch of lessons in there. This little stupid, goofy thing.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Which is why my generation doesn't buy NFTs. But the generation that followed us that didn't grow up with that kind of episode, they're NFT like a motherfucker.
Yeah, it's crazy people buy into the NFT thing. I guess it's people just want to make money fast, even though it's not possible. But
what are you talking about? It's not possible. Oh, come on.
Well, not for everybody. Not for everybody.
Didn't you see my post on Twitter the other day?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh man, hold on. I gotta pull this tweet up because if you don't follow my Twitter, you're not gonna get prime financial gloating. You know, when you're talking flexing, right? I'd be on Twitter flexing like a motherfucker. So if you're not following me, you're not getting all the good flex. I'm gonna show you this. This is how you run this shit. Okay, this is how you run this shit. See that? I had to block out the value so you guys don't know how much crypto I have. But the current value has gone up 11 cents. 11 fucking cents.
Oh my god.
Make it rain, baby. Make it rain. People telling me that crypto's going down. What does that say? That says I made 11 cents. Fuck y'all, crypto. Is it a scam now? Is it a scam now? All you people saying that crypto's a scam? Huh? Did
I
you
would
make 11
probably
cents? I made 11 fucking cents. Did you? You did. You did. You didn't make it. If you do not get into the market, if you are not investing in crypto,
no.
then you can't talk about it. You're not allowed to, because you don't know what it's like to look at your portfolio and see 11
cents.
That feeling, that's a good feeling. I woke up. That was a good day. It's a good day.
Oh man. If only I can have that 11 cents.
Well, I'm not a bag holder. I'm not a bag holder at all. I had 300. Not this year, not last year, but the year prior, 2021. So on my 2021 taxes, I had 300 crypto trading things that I had to fucking take care of. It was like an extra $200 on my taxes just to do all the crypto stuff for my back and forth trading.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
it's a scam in the sense that it's the stock market with less rules. Nah. People who don't invest in crypto, people who don't understand how it works, people who are ignorant to the crypto lifestyle, you guys call it a scam because you're not participating, because you're not in there, you're not winning. People are winning like me, 11 cents. We know how it is.
Goddamn, rip.
That's what I'm saying. They ask me, you want extra cheese? I say, hell yeah, I want extra cheese. I got crypto, baby. 11 cents. Like that girl that was all over TikTok where she's like, the boyfriend didn't want, the guy she went on a date with, he didn't want to put that $3 cheese on there. Shit, I got crypto.
Oh
baby.
my god, that was so stupid.
$3 cheese. I take it. Shit. That's all I'm saying.
People always post some of the dumbest shit on social media and they think they're in the right. It's fucking hilarious.
Well, you know what happened afterward, right?
No, I didn't know.
The guy got another date. The guy.
Do we know that officially?
Yes, officially? As a fact. Because what happened afterward is she posted that, right? And people were dunking at her, making fun of her. The guy thought it was funny. He thought it was funny. He said, hey, this is really funny and hilarious. And she's seen that he had a good sense of humor about it. So they went out on a second date.
Oh, he got another. Why? He went out on another date with her?
Yeah. Because she left him at the restaurant. She left him. She paid for her meal and left him at the restaurant.
I don't know if that's a win. That seems more like, why would... That's like a red flag. Why would you go back?
That's a win, baby. He turned an L into a W because he probably got.
I don't know. I don't know if it's if it's long term. That's pretty dumb. If it was short term, maybe.
We don't know if it's long term. They were just went out on one date. She met him on the apps. They went on the date.
Well, my advice is that don't stick around long term. That'd be dumb as shit.
I'm just saying. He went from being the loser who got left in a restaurant to impressing this chick so much that she gave him a second date.
Man, oh my god.
Finbar and his double entendres, but no avatar. What's going on, Finbar?
Yo, my avatar's not there.
Nope.
Right. Nope, okay. It's not there.
Let's just fix that. See where get avatar.
A Logical Raptor says laser and a Charizard card. Yeah, that'll work.
That's it.
Yep, that's better.
There we go. Let's see it now.
Logical Raptors fan says the stock market works the same way with less rules. Yeah. For those of you, I guess I'm just that creative an actor. For those of you who didn't understand, I was just kind of fucking around there. I only made 11 cents.
What, it was sarcasm?
The sarcasm.
No way.
Yeah. I'm sensing that some of the people in the chat might not have understood that I was being very sarcastic about my 11 cents win on crypto.
So you're not living like
Oh,
a king
man.
then, no?
I am living like a king, just not because of the crypto.
Just not off the crypto.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm living like a king off the shell. I just take that around. I just walk into restaurants with the Amico shell, and people are like, "It's Tony." Give him the best table, free meal on the house, celebrity. So Finbar, how's it going? How's
Yeah,
your
not
week
too
been?
bad. Not too bad. I do remember actually laughing at Bob about this. Probably 6 months ago. I laughed at him along with you guys.
Oh, man.
He's laughing now. Bob. So your clocks went back when? Last week?
No, they went forward.
Forward,
Last
sorry,
Forward.
last week.
So we
Yeah.
lost an hour.
Okay, so ours goes forward next week. That's why we're out of sync.
Yeah.
Do apologize. I was asleep. I set my alarm to wake me up, and I was asleep, and you were live when I woke up.
Right.
Why can't we be in sync with each other? What's going on?
I know.
So you do have daylight savings.
We do, but it comes at a different time. It's
Right.
always a couple of weeks later for some reason over you guys.
That's weird.
It is weird. Aaron says if you go Amico, you get everything handed to you. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. In your case,
You made
mean
more
you
profit
lose
in
money?
crypto? 56K says you made more profit in crypto than Smash did with his 10x return. So always wins. It's true.
Tony got handed a wheelbarrow full of shit when he started dealing with the Amico.
And I turned that shit into a smaller pile of shit.
Damn.
Only just smaller.
Just slightly smaller. As most of it was from the rain runoff. So how you doing, Finbar? Did you survive?
Get in
Obviously,
trouble.
you survived last night, but did you get in trouble? We kept you up.
No, not as much trouble as I thought I was going to get. No, it was fine. Obviously, the goodwill isn't going to last that long if I do it again tonight. So, but the fact that you started an hour early might help things. So we'll see how we go.
Yeah, we'll see how we go. So
What have I missed? What have we discussed so far? Because I did see some of the stuff you were going to talk about.
we
Avatar
discussed
2. Or 3, I
Avatar
should say.
3 being a possible 9-hour cut on Disney Plus,
Oh, good. I don't like Avatar.
and the
Yeah.
$160,000 CS:GO skin.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
So that as well. Yeah, that's nonsense as usual.
Yeah, so there you go. You're all caught up.
Okay.
All right, we're going to talk about some more nonsense because Willow
There's always nonsense.
was canceled, or was it? I'm not sure.
Another show I could give less of a shit about.
Yeah.
I like the original movie. Warwick Davis
didn't-
is
I
a
didn't
national
like it.
treasure.
Didn't care for the original movie.
You guys don't know cinema.
That movie just looks so fucking corny. Oh my god.
Oh, it is. It is.
Ugh.
Willow series isn't canceled, and Volume 2 is planned, says creator John Kasdan. It's been a roller coaster week for Willow fans, all three of them. A few days ago, reports emerged that Disney Plus sequel series to Ron Howard and George Lucas's 1988 fantasy movie was being canceled after just one season on the streaming service. But in a lengthy statement, showrunner John Kasdan has spoken out about what's actually happening with the show, and it's more complicated than a simple cancellation. It's a multi-part cancellation with the whole cancellation arc, the series. The good news is there may still be plenty more story on the way. You can read the full 3-part statement here. But in essence, Kasdan states that the show isn't going straight back into production. But he says it's absolutely not the case that future episodes will never be made, with plans for Volume 2 and seemingly more beyond that. So it is canceled. It's not canceled. What it sounds like, it's on indefinite
It was hiatus.
Hiatus.
Yeah,
Which means Warwick, you need to find a new job, mate.
Yeah, like that to
Don't
me
wait around.
still says it could be canceled. They're just putting it on ice. They don't know what to do with it.
Well, I think this pretty much means canceled when they say a decision was made last week to release our main cast for other series opportunities that may arise for them in the coming year.
Yeah, that pretty much means it's canceled. I mean, they did this with an because I like the Mindhunter with Netflix. and we were waiting for a third season, and they were like, "Oh, well, we released the actors on their contract, but we could still make a third season." And then, like a couple weeks ago, they announced, "Oh, it's officially canceled." So it's like, so we waited like how many years? Almost 4 years, only to find out it was canceled.
This is like the Amico. It's not really canceled. It's just
Yeah,
an indefinite hiatus.
Yeah, it's just floundering around non-stop
Right.
for months and months until people forget about it.
With
Right.
all the TV and movies in production around the world, it feels unfair to limit an actor's availability without a clear sense of when you're going to need them again. If you don't have a clear sense of when you're going to need them, that's probably a good indication that your show is not getting made.
right.
And also, Warwick Davis is not a young man. He's fairly old, and little people
Right.
don't last that long.
Little people don't.
Seriously, he's
I know,
lasted a
I
lot
know.
longer than most little people do.
I think Hollywood little people last a little longer than normal little people. Like little people in the world, they really don't last that long. You know, they got hawks carrying them off and stuff. It's crazy. But like Hollywood little people are protected. They got people watching them. When the hawk grabs them, they kind of like bat the hawk away. You know, leave the little kid alone. Don't carry him off. So Warwick Davis might have a few years left in him.
Possibly.
Not enough for
But I mean, yeah, not enough. Yeah, like I hate when they do this because this seems like damage control from Disney. Like, because I might be wrong about this because I'm still looking into this, but I think this was the first show that Disney Plus canceled.
I think
Right.
it is.
So, and it kind of looks bad because it's like, well, the service has been going on for 4 years and they had no cancellations, right?
Yeah.
So it seems weird. Like, I mean, why didn't they just go the Marvel route where it's like, oh, we don't know if we're going to do a second season or not. So you're not really canceling it, but like if the show isn't successful, you just don't make a second season, right?
Well, that was
You
the
don't say
idea
anything about
behind WandaVision. It was greenlit for one season, and
Right.
then they never said they were going to do a season 2.
Yeah,
So
but
when the season 2
yeah.
didn't turn up, you weren't expecting it anyway.
yeah, but
Right.
I think Willow leaves off on a cliffhanger. That's it. Like,
Yes, yeah.
So they kind of fucked themselves. Like it's not a finished story for you to be like, oh, there's only going to be one season, right? It's clear
Right.
that they were trying to make it a multi. And Warwick Davis is a freaking legend, and I'm sure he will pop up in future Star Wars movies. He played what's his name, didn't he?
If they make future Star Wars movies,
Didn't he play the main Ewok?
The main Ewok,
maybe.
he was Wicket, right?
I think so.
Yeah, he was Wicket. Who else was he? He played somebody else. I can't remember now. I think
Yeah,
he
Warwick
was,
Davis.
Let
was
me
Warwick,
look.
yeah.
he was Wicket, and then in the
Okay.
new ones, he played somebody else as well.
So he could come back. They could do like a Ewok spinoff. I mean, they already did 2 movies, which
Oh,
are the
fuck.
best Star Wars
Yeah.
movies, hands down. I don't want any argument. The best 2 movies are the Ewok Adventures
Alongside the holiday special,
and
Oh, God.
Battle for Endor and the
Caravan of Courage.
Caravan. That's right. Best 2, hands down.
Oh my god, just
Hands down.
don't do anything with Ewoks, please.
Except set them on fire.
Yeah, set them on fire, throw them, and those pog things, whatever those fucking things were from Last Jedi.
Porgs.
Stop with porgs, whatever they're called. Yeah,
Well, the Porgs had to be. You know that, right?
they say that again.
The Porgs had to be in Star Wars.
Right.
Yeah, because of merch.
No, not because of merch. Because of the Penguins.
Oh,
Because of
right. They had penguins in the background where they were filming. Okay,
And they
just-
couldn't-
Oh,
They couldn't get rid of the
okay, I
penguins
see what I-
because the penguins were it was their habitat. So in order to film where they were at, they had to film around the penguins. So they said, well, fuck it. If there's penguins in the shot, right, we'll just CGI some creature over it, and then boom, problem solved.
You know, it's
Well,
funny. They
actually-
could have just digitally removed it, but okay.
No, because the penguins were hitting stuff and stuff. Like they couldn't stop them. They couldn't like bat the penguins away from stuff, right?
You could still do that. It's not that hard.
Batting
It
penguins.
depends
I
on-
mean, they're
No,
little.
when
so
you,
probably
um,
just hit them with like a racket or something.
Well, I mean, like digitally remove them. Beat up the penguins, poor penguins. Oh my god.
If
But
they were
okay, I see.
seals, I could see you just hitting.
I don't know. That seems like that seems like a cop-out excuse. I mean, like, they knew, oh, if we make a cute little fucking animal, it's gonna sell like crazy.
Yeah, well, they were
Like,
never going to turn down the merchandising opportunity. I mean, during
yeah,
the original trilogy, George Lucas merchandised every single item in the entire Star Wars universe for sale.
The Penguins have
Yeah.
good agents, though.
penguins have good agents. Oh my god.
Dodson says just make another Milo Lotus without the 200 animal deaths. So there it is. What else it says? It says it further trivializes by the simple reality that the scripts we've been working on requires just as many actors with whom no contractual hold exists. So what they're saying is either they have people in mind that they haven't hired to play the parts, or they just haven't cast these parts. So they're like, oh well, we don't want to spend time casting a bunch of roles, so we just let everyone else go. Because that's
Right.
how you do things. As Kasdan points out, there's an industry-wide slowdown on streaming series production at the moment, and Willow won't be shooting in the next year. But here's what's equally true. With the enthusiastic and unwavering support of Lucasfilm and Disney, we've developed and written what we hope is a brain-melting, fun, richer, darker, and better Volume 2, which builds on the characters and story of our first 8 chapters.
Brain melt.
The worm survives. Why did he just turn it into a cartoon? Willow would have worked a lot better.
Yeah, and they could have. I mean, I think you know why? Because it would have probably been too expensive. They had to hire a bunch of artists and a bunch of crap.
When a cartoon is more expensive than a show with fantasy elements that is obviously going to be special effect heavy, I think there's a problem.
There is a problem, but that's what's recently been going on. Like animation, it's either you get really shitty quality animation or you get nothing.
All right. There's plenty more context and explanation in Kasdan's full statement, but it closes on something even more hopeful for fans. An image of a bookcase with leather-bound spines, not only showing a Volume 1 and a Volume 2, but also Volume 3. The little movie I love called Willow, points out Kasdan, didn't get its well-deserved sequel for 35 years. There may be more magic left in the tank than ... Where's a Potion Sword Run to give us our ... dots? Yeah, is Kasdan the new Zack Snyder?
Oh God!
Look, he posted an image with books. There's 3 of them. Kasdan verse confirmed.
Yeah, he sounds more hopeful.
Release the Kasdan cut.
Yeah, he sounds too hopeful. They ain't bringing this back. This is damage control.
Yeah, I don't think it's coming back. I think they just let him down easy. No, we're not canceling it, buddy. We're just putting it on the shelf. You know, Willow was on the sequel to Willow was on the shelf for 35 years. So a couple of years on the shelf. Don't worry about it. It'll be all right, baby. Don't worry. We're gonna take good care of you. Warwick Davis, we're gonna watch him, make sure he doesn't die. If not, we got Speed Dial, the other guy. We got Peter Dinklage on Speed Dial, so don't worry, he'll fill in.
Yeah.
No, my God.
Could you imagine like a Willow recast, right? Because like there's only so many little people actors. You can't like recast Willow like, so fucking, Tom Cruise is replacing Warwick Davis. Like, that doesn't work.
Hornswoggle.
Right.
Yeah, Hornswoggle. The little guy from Mickey from Seinfeld. I don't know the actor's name. All right. Now we got to, since we're talking Willow, we're going to return to a little segment that we used to do around here. It's something called Stupid Article of the Week. I don't have a fancy graphic, and I don't have like. Now I'm gonna get Finbar to be stupid article of the week, and he's like echo and all that. Just imagine that in your head, right? What would I tell you that it's a good thing that Willow's getting canceled? You know why, gentlemen?
Why?
Because Willow promotes sodomy.
Oh my God!
Oh, I really should watch it now then.
Report: Lucasfilm cancels Disney Plus Willow series that was used to try to normalize sodomy. First off, I don't understand why bonding in the comics has an issue with the poop hole loophole. There's nothing wrong with consensual anal sex. Just saying. When it's her time of the month, when Aunt Flo comes to visit, you got to do what you got to do, right?
So this is a woman that's written this article.
No, this is John F. Trent who's written this
All right.
article. He is, I think, the owner of Bonding into Comics, and he has gone on a crazy religious bent as of late. A lot of his articles are like, the Bible says, "Don't be gluttonous," and this is why.
Oh, okay, he's one of them.
You know, because
He's one of them.
he did an article on a friend of the channel, Andy Signal. Andy Signal got into it with Melanie Mack, right, over the Ninja Turtles, the Ninja Turtle April O'Neil. And the article was basically saying that April O'Neil's design is promoting gluttony, which is one of the 7 deadly sins in the Bible.
Oh, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, but okay.
All right, so now this article here, which is the core of the article, says trying to normalize sodomy, right? How many times do you think the word sodomy appears in this article?
0.
That's a good guess. That's
0.
No, I think this is at its maximum. How many words are in this article? We'll say like 250.
Yeah, I'd say about 250.
So I think
it's a pretty long article.
It's longer. Okay, so we'll say maybe 600.
600 sodomy. That's a lot of sodomy.
A lot of sodomy. Okay, 666. He put that in there.
Which side is this? Bounding into Comics. This is Bounding into Comics. Aaron says 0. That's not
666 sodomies.
The correct answer is once.
Once. Oh wow!
Is this the headline or inside?
Without the headline, not including the headline.
In the main body.
In the main body of the article, which again, the whole crux of the article is right that it promotes sodomy. So you would think that sodomy would be discussed in the article, right?
Yeah, you would think. You would think.
You would think. But one time the word sodomy appears.
Oh my god!
If we control F for the word sodomy, you'll see
So
that there's 4 instances of sodomy on this page.
So they use different names then.
Yeah, no. One is in the title. One is in the article. And the series also attempted to normalize the sin of sodomy. That's it. That's the only time the word sodomy appears. The other 2 instances are actually links to the article. In the article, that's right. Bounding into Comics has links
to its own article,
to the thing that we're reading.
Genius.
Not to other
That's
articles.
wild. That's wild.
And
Well, what's the purpose of that?
To get you in a time loop.
Yeah.
So you can never leave.
Like the Hotel California. Twice. So on the bottom side of the page, you have link to the article, and then if you scroll up on the side, on the top here.
Oh, okay, yeah, on the side.
Also, a link to the article that we're reading. So
right.
There's 4 sodomies on this page. Only one of them actually appears in the body of this article. So let's read it. Let's find out. Let's figure out what's going on here. And we'll just control left just for the word anal. And anal doesn't
even show up. Wow.
Ass fucking. Also, no, there's no bum shows up once, but it's in this word Z.
How about just regular sex? How many times is it?
No butts. Behind. No behind.
No behind.
Chocolate starfish.
From the back. Let's see. From the back. Nope.
No.
So I don't know how they've discussed this topic without any chocolate starfish.
How about sex? You didn't put sex in.
1. Sexualized in the word hypersexualized.
Wow.
Let's read the article, right? So obviously we're going to learn some new terms for sodomy in this article. Obviously.
Get your pens ready.
Get your little pads ready, your notepad. Take notes. We're going to learn some things about sodomy, gentlemen. All right. A new report claims the Walt Disney Company and Lucasfilm dropped the axe on their Disney Plus Willow series after just 1 season. The report comes from Nellie Andreeve at Deadline, who writes, there will be no second season of Willow, Disney Plus's live-action original series based on the 1988 fantasy film directed by Ron Howard. The series premiered on Disney Plus at the end of November 2022 and concluded its 8-episode season on January 11, 2023. The series was a ratings disaster. The first 2 episodes premiered on November 30th on Disney Plus and failed to crack the Nielsen's top 10 streaming original programs list. When are we going to get to the anal sex? That's what I've came here for. This is like watching a porno that has way too much filler content. I don't need the backstory of all the characters. I just want to see them fucking. In fact, the series raked in less than 349 million minutes viewed, which was the 10th ranked the Santa Claus brought in for the week. It didn't get better from there. The 3rd episode debuted on December 7th, and like its premiere, it did not chart on Nielsen's top 10 streaming original programs list. In fact, the 10th ranked spot on Nielsen's original chart was Crime Scene, the Texas Killing Fields, and it clocked in 287 million minutes, meaning Willow's viewership was below it. Thank you for explaining what not making the rankings mean. Right? You're literally like, hey, it didn't make the rankings. Here's the lowest ranking, and then you explain that means it was less than that. We understood that. We're not retarded. The series never ranked on Nielsen's top 10 streaming original programs list. Okay, we're going to get to it eventually somewhere. Not only are we ever going to get to this? Not only were people not watching the series, but those who were not enjoying it. The series received a 5.6 out of 10 rating from nearly 30,000 IMDb users. All of them wondering where the anal sex was in the show because apparently it was a problem, but no one can find it.
No one can find. Oh my god!
On Rotten Tomatoes, the series has a 66% audience score. Okay, here we're getting to it. The series also received criticism from the screenwriter of the original film, Bob Dolman, who worked on the original film, was brought back to work on the series. Told the Hollywood Reporter that the series had more of a corporate feeling. Wow, that's harsh criticism, man. Harsh. He said this show that was not corporate felt a little more corporate.
Wow.
That must be what he means by sodomy.
He explained. Here's what he means. He said he explained it felt that the studio was over our shoulder quite a bit. And as we know, when you perform sodomy, you're over the shoulder.
Over somebody's shoulder.
Yeah. And we found the sodomy. It's like Where's Waldo for anal sex. Can you find it?
We gotta keep reading this. There's no way that they just put that in the headline for clicks. And it has nothing to do with the article.
Then you do not know the internet, my friend.
Oh my god! I think this might be the craziest case. Let's keep going.
The studio being Disney and also Lucasfilm, they had good input. They had good notes. You have to move a series along, and you have to be involved in it. But I felt like we weren't left alone enough, just to toss ideas around and have the kind of freedom that I had when I was working with George and Ron. He's just name dropping. That's George Lucas and
George San.
George
Ron Howard, George San and Ronnie Boy. And not to be worried about whether or not an idea was good or bad, but just try things out and take chances and have the courage to even find a bad idea, knowing that it could lead to a good idea. All right. There are a lot of we're getting to it. I see the people. There's like naked people down here, so we got to be getting to it. There are a lot of voices, and some of them aren't necessarily voices that know more than the people that have been hired. But those voices are heard, and notes are given. In the writing room of the Willow TV series, there was constant input from other sources outside of the room. So it felt to me like we were never really alone in the room. Dolman elaborated, which is probably why we couldn't have anal sex, because we weren't alone in the room. I'm seeing the connection bounding in the comics. Thank you. Nevertheless, he also added the creative process was really happy experience. And a lot of that got through onto the screen. Weren't they quoting this guy because like supposedly he hated the series and like the original writer was upset? But it just sounds like the guy's like, hey, some shit happened. This is butt bait.
I left and I came back, and in the meantime, I got sodomized.
Oh.
In between coming here in the stream. So this is maybe the right.
Was it the good kind or the bad kind?
It just happened randomly. I didn't even know it was gonna happen.
Surprise!
It's never a bad kind.
Well, it depends. If you ask your girl to have anal sex and she agrees and then pulls out a strap on, you might be having the bad kind.
No.
Yeah, speak for yourself.
I said might. That's why I said might. You know, we're not here to king shame. Now, this show is so getting demonetized.
It is.
Thanks a lot.
Oh no. 20 seconds before I get sodomized again. That's what it's telling me.
The series also attempted to normalize the sin of sodomy. There it is. Aaron Kellerman, who played Jade in the series, explained to The Hollywood Reporter, "I think it's so beautifully written. It's been so beautifully created. It's not a story where they're worried about being gay. It's not a story whether they're hypersexualized. It's just two people being in love. The gender is secondary. They're just in love with each other." I'm not sure if Bounding into Comics is familiar with lesbian sex because the characters are, in fact, lesbian, not gay. Someone left. Who left and came back? Is that you again,
It's
Blake?
me.
Not me.
I just told you. It told me 20 seconds and I got sodomized.
Yeah,
You're not going to get sodomized all night, are you?
Seems like it.
So the two gay characters that they're celebrating in the show
Or women?
are women. And typically...
What?
Yeah.
No way.
Yes.
Oh, wait, this is getting crazy.
And again, I'm not... Maybe the Bounding into Comics writer is not familiar with lesbian sex. He's never...
Does it sound like he's
Yeah, he's
not
never-
familiar with women?
Yeah, it seems like it. Yeah. Women don't have penises. At least the women
Well, they also have
we've
more than just
been
an
with.
asshole.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it's two gay dudes, you only got like so many
You got
holes, right?
Plenty
You got
options, yeah.
you're limited on your options. When it's two women, you got more options. Is what I'm saying.
Well, according to Ant-Man, we have 7 holes.
Did you? Did you
Does
have to
that
count
joke
along?
even make sense?
Did you have to count along when he said that as well, like I did?
Yeah.
I see
Yeah,
it.
I was like,
I count them.
what?
I counted them.
But 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, it's 7.
You got two in your nose, 2 in your ears.
Yeah.
You got your anus, your pee hole, and your mouth. 7 holes.
Right. Okay. I didn't even factor in the nose.
Why not?
I don't know why I didn't. I'm not sure why I didn't even think about that.
He doesn't have a nose. He's like Voldemort. It's just like
I did think of the pee hole though, which kind of shows you how before the
You can
nose,
see him.
right?
You could see him counting with his eyes, though. Do you remember? Like his eyes were going around his body, like counting it.
nostril sex.
Oh my god.
56 says plot twist. It's paper cuts all along.
Oh god.
Aaron says, I think this guy hears voices. I do think.
I think this was written
It does.
by AI.
Maybe an AI who loves sodomy.
She
Loves
can-
getting virtually fucked.
Hold on, because there's more to this story, right? We might. She continued, I think it's really beautiful and also needed. I think for everybody that is struggling with realizing that they're gay or knows somebody that realizing that they're gay, having this normalized representation is just so important. Maybe that's where it was. Maybe he saw gay because she didn't say lesbian. She said gay.
What was her name again? The actress's name?
Aaron,
That's stupid.
Aaron is also a boy's name.
See,
So
there
maybe
you
he
go.
got confused. He saw
Right.
He's
Aaron
never seen
gay,
the show. He's never seen the show. Doesn't know what the actress looks like. Doesn't know it's a woman.
even though there's
But
a
like,
picture.
why would
Even
you
though
like?
there's the picture here of the two women.
This is so crazy. Like this. Oh my god. Wow. Oh,
What's
how
that?
where do I
This-
even begin? Like this is just so stupid.
He's coked up out of his head. He's read some details.
Yeah, like
And he's just started typing.
maybe he was the one who was getting sodomized while writing this, and he didn't want to get outed, so he put that in the headline.
But here's a picture of the two women. So obviously he knows it's two women that are the gay characters in this.
Oh my god, this is so bizarre.
So it goes on. The series reported cancellation comes after the Walt Disney Company CEO Bob Iger indicated he would be making cuts across the company, and even larger properties like Marvel and Star Wars would be affected. During a recent appearance at a Morgan Stanley conference, the Hollywood Reporter noted, Iger said, I'm really pleased that the support I'm getting from the content creators of the company is significant and real, and it comes in the form of reducing the expense per content, whether it's a TV series or a film, where costs have just skyrocketed in a huge way, and not a supportable way, in my opinion. They all agree to that. He also noted that they understand how much volume we need, reducing how much we make. So it's how much we spend on what we make and how much we make. And we got more. We got a little bit more. We're going to get to it. He reiterated he and the company would be cutting the amount of movies and shows they produce. And it is like a whole bunch of quotes for some reason. I think he fucked up. He put the 4 quotes here instead of 2 and then two at the end, I guess. Because that's an awful lot of quotations. He got quote happy. He was just like quotation mark.
Coke happy.
Yeah.
Quote happy.
And we look to reduce the content we're creating for our own platforms. There. That's the wrong there.
Mhm.
Shouldn't it be they are, not there?
Can't even see it.
Right here. It says, and we look to reduce the content we're creating for our own platforms. There probably are opportunities to license to third parties. Shouldn't it be there? Like they are?
Yeah.
Are?
Yeah, it would be.
He's missing a
No,
apostrophe.
No. It's there probably
correct.
are
There probably
yeah.
are opportunities to license to third parties.
Right.
It just sounds weird.
You got this one wrong, Tony.
Yeah, I'm looking. When you
listen.
read the whole entire sentence. No, it's fine.
I don't know. Looks wrong to me.
It's not.
In my
It's
autism brain,
not,
it says no. It's wrong. Anyway, for a while, that was verboten. Oh, shit, he said a German word. Or something we couldn't possibly do because we were so favoring our own streaming platforms. But if we get to a point where we need less content for those platforms and we still have the capability of producing that content, why not use it to grow revenue? And that's what we would likely do. So he's going to like sell. Now all the streaming platforms are going to start selling their content to other streaming platforms.
So
right.
Cable TV
Yeah.
again, then, basically.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's going to happen.
And here it is, the end of the article. What do you make of Willow getting canceled?
Oh my God, that's fucking insane. That's so fucking insane. And so like they know people just read the headline. They're not going to read the article and they're just like, "Oh fuck. Well, now I'm not going to watch that show." And it's like it's stupid like, "Oh my God. Holy fuck."
This is what it's like in the modern world. Clearly he's written an article with very limited information at his hands.
But like he couldn't at least try to spin it like, yeah, we don't agree with what you're saying, but couldn't you at least included your argument in the fucking article? Like
he knows he doesn't have to. He knows that the modern world will just read the headline and end it there.
Oh my
And that's
God.
as far as he needs to go.
But then how could
anyone putting anything? Just put a headline
yeah.
and know like it's canceled. That's it. Boom. End of the article.
Well, another thing that I don't understand, right, is like, okay, if someone takes this article or the writer, and how are they supposed to defend their position? Like, because there's nothing in the article that is even pointing to that, right? Like, there's lesbians in the show. Where's the gay sex? I don't understand. Like, does he not realize like those are two different concepts? Like, or I guess he sees that women have penises. I get.
Well, he gave away at the beginning where his mindset is.
Yeah, it's just weird.
I don't want to have a go, but he's a religious man, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
Right. So in his mind, it's all wrong. It doesn't really matter.
But here's the thing, right? Okay, if he put Lucasfilm cancels Disney Plus series that was used to try to normalize gayness.
Yeah, that would be true.
Right.
That would be true because they do. So
yeah, that would be true. It'd be more closer. I don't know if they're trying to normalize so much as they just had gay characters, right?
Like
it's a fantasy setting. It's a fantasy setting, so it's not like.
But you know how these people act, though. You know how these people act.
I understand it, but I'm saying like it would be closer to a point, but it would be still like they were trying to normalize gay characters in a fantasy world. It's not like they're trying to normalize gay characters in a normal world, right?
When say normalize, I would just say represent. All it is they're trying to. Those
people exist. They're letting you know that they exist.
Letting they exist in even a fantasy setting because they've done it in Star Wars. They would do it here.
But it's just so like when you start throwing in sodomy, it's like what? Like
it just sounds good.
Yeah, it's just like another way of them clickbaiting, right? Because it's like, oh my God, now they're showing kids gay sex. Oh my God, right? Butt sex. Oh my God, right? It's ridiculous. Like,
I wonder if maybe it was in there and he just edited it out. Do you think he edited the article? Because the article was written 3 days ago.
I don't know. Maybe he thought the the sexuality that he said with the gay couple, like that was enough to be
I don't
Okay,
know.
gay
so-
butt sex.
So this is
What the
weird. I put the article into the Wayback Machine, right?
fuck? Right.
And it said this URL has been excluded from the Wayback Machine.
Why is that?
Hmm. Is it all? Is that for all bounding into comics?
I don't know.
What
So
was
would
I
weird
feel
thing.
like it would be
what would exclude something from the Wayback Machine then?
something
your-
like you
in
have to
your,
go in and put it in, right? Because
Yeah,
they
you have
would
to
normally
manually
take
say,
it.
Hey,
Right.
hey, don't do that. That's weird.
Yeah, that's weird. That is weird.
I'm going to put in a different article, a Super Mario Brothers article, into the Wayback Machine and see what it says. Now I'm interested to know. Yeah, that one says, sorry, this URL has been excluded. So they must have went back in. So bounding into comics is such assholes. And they know that they need their 75 different fucking advertisements on their website to make any money with their clickbait bullshit. That they don't want you reading an archive. Because, spoiler alert, these are the same assholes, and I'm using that word very liberally here. These are the same assholes that would archive other people's websites to go, we don't want to give Kotaku any money, so we're going to use the archive. You guys should all use the archive.
Mhm.
And now they're actually excluding their website from the archive, so people don't
Oh.
do that to them.
Oh my god.
So if somebody wants to view it, they won't get the click through because it's been viewed on the
Archive, yeah.
archive. Got you.
Also, if you know anything about the people who read Bounding into Comics, the group, some of them represent with the purple and green colors, like us. We have a little. We like to make sure that the media doesn't go ahead and stealth edit things, right?
Right.
Stealth editing is when you have a article and you change something, but you don't note that it's been changed.
Right.
And so the Internet Archive, the Wayback Machine and all that helps you do that because you can archive an article as soon as it comes out. And if they try to go back and change it, you can point to the earlier version and go, look, this is what you
This is
changed
what they
because you
said.
lied. You got caught lying or you got caught stealing or plagiarizing or whatever the case may be.
Right.
But apparently Bounding into Comics does not want to be held accountable in that manner because they have excluded themselves.
Why are they allowed to exclude themselves? Can the Wayback Machine not just tell them to go fuck themselves? We're archiving it anyway.
It's
Well, 'cause-
copyright.
Yeah.
Right.
They're allowed
But
to do that,
could-
right? It's in
Could
the
they
right.
be? Could they be archiving it but keep the archived version private?
No, because then what's the point of archiving it?
Well,
They're not
for-
going to
for-
do it. They're just hypocrites. That's what it is.
for exactly the reason you've said, Tony. Like some people don't want to be held accountable for what they've said in the
Right.
past. But if the Wayback Machine have a copy of it, even though it's not made public, it may stop them from messing around like that because they know it exists.
Yeah, but then if you were not able to produce it, you run into the
But there's
same
always
issue.
the threat, though, like the sword of Damocles hanging over their head. Like we could release this, you know,
Release the crate.
and then just shut the doors and run away.
Yeah, this is
If it was
so
bad
weird
enough.
that this has been excluded.
Right.
Bad bounding. Bad. It's not a good look. Not a good look. Well, there was no sodomy in that article. We didn't find it.
None. None whatsoever.
Well, reading it, we got sodomized. So
Yeah, we got butt fucked a lot.
Yeah, they bent us
Blinded took
over,
it twice.
took us for a ride.
Right.
Lindy
Oh
took
my
it
God.
took it so bad twice that he ended up getting bounced down chat.
Oh my god. Might happen again too. Just gonna do it for the next 3 hours.
Why? What'd you do? What'd you break?
Nothing. We exposed them. They're targeting me. They're like, I'm the ripest of you guys. Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, I just realized I don't have mod on here. You don't, Vortex. We
No.
don't mod everybody. We're not one of those people. Well, that was the stupid article of the week. Usually, when we used to do this, it'd be like The Gamer or some really weird website, so obscure.
Right.
But Bounding into Comics, Bounding into Comics has found their way into the stupid article of the week.
We need a trophy for them.
Yeah. So ridiculous. All right. Speaking of stupid articles, we're going to go over to VentureBeat and read something from our favorite games journalist, Dean Takahashi.
Oh boy.
What is that noise, Finbar? Is that you?
For what?
I'll explain later.
It was like a swishing.
No, the
Sound
wife's
like
just
he's walking in velour pants.
no, it's the wife. She just used the toilet and flushed it. She's not going to watch this. It doesn't matter.
It's funny either way. All right, so it says Republic launches Atari crowdfunding investment campaign to fund future games. Now these people, these are Venture GamesBeat, which is part of VentureBeat. Dean Takahashi, they're considered credible games journalists. So we're going to get the straight facts, the straight dope, as it were. All right. So it says Atari said that Republic has launched a private investment crowdfunding campaign, giving individuals a chance to invest in future Atari games. Okay. I don't know how this got past the credible news journalist, but apparently they spelled Republic without the E. This one you can't say I got wrong. I got this one. This one's mine.
Where?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a yeah. I don't know how you messed that one up.
Yeah, because clearly that's a a misspelling. It's not like if they just put public and they forgot the RE, then you
that should have been underlined when they did it.
Right. Yeah.
It hasn't been then.
Republic has launched the Atari Game Pool, where the crowdfunding investment platform gives individuals the opportunity to invest in new titles. The fund will be used to finance new games from Atari, with projects beginning in 2023. The Atari Game Pool is a unique opportunity to add additional development projects to the company's roadmap, said David Lowy, Senior Director of Sales and Marketing at Atari, in an interview with GamesBeat. All the funds that they raise will go into funding new titles from Atari, Lowy said. There are lots of interest in our games, and we have a number of games under development already. Adding more allows us to take on a larger project sooner. While Atari has many projects underway, funds raised by Republic through the Atari Game Pool will allow the company to take on additional large-scale projects, said Wade Rosen, CEO of Atari, in an interview with GamesBeat. In a market that rewards franchises and reboots, the Atari portfolio of over 200 titles is an invaluable asset. Let me stop you right there. Fucking GamesBeat. It is a market that rewards franchises and reboots of popular, very successful titles. Right? You can't get some obscure fucking 40-year-old title from Atari and go, hey, let's make a sequel of it. And fucking everyone's going to buy it, right? Everyone's going to buy Berserk 2 because fucking 40 years ago it was popular. No, it's not how it works. Okay, just because The Last of Us has made 27 different versions of the same fucking game on every console. It's only rivals Skyrim in the amount of remakes, right? Doesn't mean that putting Moon Patrol on a modern system is going to sell consoles. Ask Tommy Tallarico how that worked. Ask him. Didn't work out too well.
If you can find them.
Yeah, he's playing back. He's on a fucking yacht. He's not going nowhere. Just catch him when he docks. Because the intellectual property is fully owned, this allows Atari to have far greater control over production, publishing, and structuring attractive deal economics. I guess it does. The Atari community is filled with passionate, diehard fans, and Atari is excited to invite investors, fans, and the global gaming community to participate in the development of innovative and exciting new games that transform the experience and narrative of these timeless classics, Lowy said. He didn't mention the Atari Creep. Come on. It's also filled with Atari Creeps. Atari will leverage its portfolio of video game IPs and partner with game developers to reimagine these games for the next generation. Why are we imagining them for the next generation? Why are we imagining them for this generation?
This generation, exactly.
We're just going to wait another 30 years? How many was 30 years per generation? Just wait another 30 years before we release a game? Don't worry.
Pole position on the PS6.
Yeah.
At this rate, it might be PS7. Jesus.
Upon release, Atari maximizes distribution across digital platforms, console, PC, streaming, mobile, VR. So I'm guessing streaming would be like your Xbox and your PlayStation.
Right.
What VR games are there for Atari right now?
Have they
I
done
have
any?
no clue. Now I have to look that up. I don't think there is. Like on an Atari IP.
Yeah,
Let me look.
because Atari 50 is like the latest, and then the Atari Recharge series, but I don't think any of those are VR. Is there a fucking... The fund opens to investors on March 14th, and Republic anticipates that it will remain open for 180 days, closing no later than September 2023. The minimum investment is $500. Gentlemen, do we have $500 amongst us to invest in the Atari?
No, I don't want to. I think I'm good.
Not that I'm willing to pump into this thing.
No.
Are they promising 10x returns? Or
They're promising 3x returns, so not quite. The maximum investment is $1 million. If you got $1 million just sitting around, there it is.
I'm sure between me, you, Blinded, Hammy, Ninja Kitty,
Mhm.
we'd be able to make $1 million up.
Look,
There are no Atari VR games, so
I'm just
there you
wondering if they have a shell. If they got an Atari shell for me to buy that's signed by all the developers, then I'm in. Could you imagine having an Atari and an Amico shell?
Well, I hear that the
man.
Jaguar shell's probably up for sale.
Oh, if I get that, I'll have all of them. I'll finally complete the collection.
I don't think the guy that bought it's using it anymore.
Yeah. I think it's being used for dental equipment, so...
Can you imagine having your teeth done with a Jaguar?
Yeah. The fund opens to investors, blah, blah, blah. The minimum investment is $500. The maximum investment is $1 million. Early investors are entitled to perks, including one of 500 limited edition Fatal Run Atari 2600 collectible cartridges and one of 500 Atari Game Pool t-shirts. No speaker hats this year, gentlemen.
Damn.
Atari's highly praised 2022 release, Atari 50, the anniversary celebration, was partially supported by a Republic Investment Fund. In September 2021, the game studio Digital Eclipse used the platform to raise funds for investment, some of which went into the development of Atari 50, which was co-published by Atari and Digital Eclipse. FIG is the video game investment arm of Republic. The private investing platform allows private investors and video game fans to invest in commercialization of games they back through FIG. Since 2015, investors with FIG has successfully funded more than 40 games. I think the Psychonauts 2 was a FIG game.
Right.
And Pillars of Eternity, I want to say, is one of the games that FIG, which is a pretty good game. The Pillars of Eternity series, actually pretty good. If you like that, like D&D, top-down, isometric, turn-based, like watch the guys just, you don't even do nothing. They just watch them do the little like animations to each other.
Right.
Atari is at the beginning of a multi-year effort to transform the company behind one of the world's most iconic brands. An important part of that effort is expanding Atari's premium game business, creating new, high-quality games based on Atari's owned IP. FIG's Atari game pool can potentially help accelerate that transformation, providing funds to invest in additional game development projects, which are expected to come to market in the next 12 to 18 months. Why didn't I invest in Atari? When it was selling for $1 a share at one point, I could have invested in Atari.
They've been trying to resuscitate this brand for years.
Yeah. It's never going to work. Yeah.
Remember when they were doing a casino at one point? Or
a hotel.
And then they were going into cryptocurrency.
Oh my god!
They don't know what they're doing.
They could. This is the same thing that we said about Intellivision and all that, right? They could. There is 100% market for Atari coming back, making.
But it's a niche market though. That's what they have to understand.
It is a niche market,
but it could be done.
But it could be done right
if
it was done. With the what did we say yesterday?
Yeah,
you got to make your expectations.
Low.
Yeah, Intellivision could have been done if it was done like we Tony said. Expectations is a lot lower than what they were, and they could have made something.
Atari brand is forever an AARP brand. It is on the website. It is on the Atari website.
I don't know. I don't even think if they were to make didn't they come out with a console? Hold on.
Who, Atari? Yeah, the
Yeah,
VCS.
Yeah,
the
the
VCS.
VC. Yeah.
Which is why they're more likely to get more funding than what Intellivision did,
I
because
haven't
they actually
even.
came out with a physical console,
Right.
even though it was just a mini PC, an overpriced mini PC.
Yeah,
It
a
was
lot of people
nothing-
said it was actually pretty good when you got it on like deep discount.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah, I
heard.
mean,
Yeah.
if it was a lot cheaper, it would have been worth it. But because they were trying to sell it for $400, it wasn't.
Yeah, but then they all started.
Worth it.
They went on like clearance. So if you were
Yeah.
able to pick one up at like the clearance prices, it was like, it was a decent mini PC.
Right.
All right, so it says we're at the middle of a transition with a whole new team and a whole new approach. Lowy said, "We've been aggressively pursuing premium games. This lets us accelerate it." Premium games. Where did we hear that from? Intellivision had 6 premium games.
Yeah, you should did.
Since returning to premium games with Centipede Recharge, I don't think that's a premium game. It's not even sold at a premium game price. Premium game prices would be like $70 in today's market.
Right.
I think Recharge Centipede's like 15? I want to say.
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen the Recharge series?
I
They're
haven't
all
seen
over.
it. I've heard of the Recharge series, but I haven't seen the game on sale. Is it digital only, or can you buy it physical?
I think it's digital.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Let me see. It's right now on 60% off on Steam.
Okay.
Hmm.
I always hated Centipede.
It's not Centipede. It's Centipede Recharge.
Sorry.
Reach.
Which is like Centipede with extra steps. It's $10. $10 on the eShop for Nintendo. Not on sale, just $10. Regular price.
Oh my god.
This is not a premium game.
No, it's not.
And I'm not saying that a premium game has to cost X amount of money. What I'm saying is they definitely did not spend a proportionate amount of money to make the game. It's just Centipede, right?
Right. It doesn't even look premium. So there you go.
You can get it for $4 right now on Steam.
No boy.
And I'm sure the rest of the Recharge series is probably equally on sale. Atari has released 11 new titles to PC and consoles. The Atari Recharge series, which modernizes classic Atari IP, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Okay, adding extra things to the games, right, does not make it modernized. If this was like the NES era, right? If these games came out, the Recharge series came out during the 8-bit NES era, then I would say yes, that was modernized because this is like the equivalent of what they've done to the games, right? They're not like 16-bit games. They're not like 32-bit. They're not like PlayStation 1 era games. You're like, oh yeah, this is like fucking. It's still just like arcade games. Arcades don't even exist hardly anymore, right? It's a super niche market. And again, you can't, if you stray too far, I understand, right? If you stray too far from the established game format, then it's no longer Centipede, right? It's no longer Black Widow or whatever. So you're stuck within, by making a modern version of the game, you're stuck within the framework of that old game.
Yeah, the limited framework.
Yeah. So you're never going to have a modern version, right? It's not going to be like, oh shit, this is like the Call of Duty meets Centipede, right? Like, it's not going to happen. So you're just always going to have this like out of date, out of whack, old style game. It's not modern. Space Invaders Extreme was the right direction. I think it means right direction. Atari era games peaked in the early 2000s with the remixes games. Yeah.
Yeah, once you've seen it remixed, recharged, rebooted so many times, you're never going to be able to sell it for premium prices.
And I hate to say this, right? Because it needs to be said, but the people who are into these games, the people that are into Atari games, while they might like the Recharge series or the remixes, right? The fact of the matter is they just want the old game. If you just release the old game on a new format, like, here you go, here's fucking a physical copy of a PS5 version of Centipede, they just eat it up, right? You could probably sell like 10,000 copies, no problem. Because that's what they want. They just want to be able to play the same game from the 70s now.
Yeah. But I think they know that they need to capture a bigger audience. That's what they're trying to do, right?
Yeah, but you can't. This is not the way to do it.
I know.
It's like someone once said, if you made lima bean flavored ice cream, right, you might have an audience, but you're not going to have a big audience, and you're not going to be able to sell lima bean flavored ice cream to people who just don't like lima beans, right?
Right.
That's what they're
it's
trying to do
stupid.
here. It's like you have a limited audience that wants a product in a certain way. You stray from that, then you're not going to get that audience, and you're not going to get the bigger audience because they're not interested in the stuff that you're selling already.
Right.
Slapping cheese on a cheeseburger is not going to get you to sell vegans on hamburger meat, right? They're just not going to buy it.
Mhm.
That's essentially what we have in the Recharge series.
But like people want to force people to buy the shit, like because they feel like, oh, like they're never gonna make it for me, so other people should buy it. But it's like, then at that point, maybe it's not even worth making. Like if it's just for a small little group of people. That's just how I see it. But I know some people.
It is if you do it in a cost-effective manner.
Yeah,
that doesn't break the bank.
Right.
If you don't, for example, go and try and hire 6 different offices in different parts of the world and a staff of 300.
Yeah.
If you don't do things like that and you live within your means, you can do it and you can make a profit from it. But when you think your brand is valuable a lot more than what it really is,
but I think
your company fails.
Also, too, I think they think that there's like some nostalgia enough where it could be passed on to another generation. Because like we're already seeing that with so many other game series, right?
And it really can't. It really is just the boomers that Tony's talking about.
Right.
That have played it in the past.
They've actually missed their window. Like when that 70s show was on, was probably the era when people were infatuated with the 70s, right?
Right.
That's
that
why
was oh my god.
We've
So
moved
long
past
at this
that,
point.
right? Like the zeitgeist has moved, and like now they're infatuated with the 80s. In a couple of years, they're going to be like infatuated with the 90s, and that's going to be the nostalgia. And anything before that, it's like, oh, that's fucking old. I don't want that.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
So you've missed their window. They've completely missed their window by like 2 generations.
Yeah.
As far as fucking...
there'll be people dumpster diving for DVD players, not VCRs soon.
Yeah.
As they move on.
Right. Yeah, 56K warning is right. They had to reinvent Pac-Man because they couldn't just stay with that old classic game, right?
Still play Pac-Man Deluxe? Yeah. Or is that Pac-Man DX because he's a Generation X? D-Generation X. Wrestling.
He's a degenerate.
Yeah. The company ended the year releasing what some critics are calling the best game collection ever, Atari 50, the anniversary celebration. Whoever says that it's the best game collection ever is probably really dumb, right?
Or really loves those games.
Oh my god.
Because I mean, if you go like this is the best game collection ever of like pre-NES games, then I'll be like, okay, yeah, I see that, right?
Right.
Like they've had game collections of like all the Mega Man games, right? Which is probably a lot better than this. They've had game collections like all the Castlevania games or all the Contra stuff, or like here's a whole bunch of like shooters.
Right.
Like to say like, oh yeah, here's a bunch of Atari shit. It's fucking greatest. That's like saying
just to say this is the best collection of games.
Yeah.
Stretching it a bit far.
Games. Oh my god. They always stretch it. Oh my god.
Developed by Proven Studio Digital Eclipse, Atari 50 was released simultaneously on all major PC and console digital storefronts. There's more than one PC digital storefront?
Well, Steam, and then you've got like
Epic.
Epic.
Epic don't count.
Just different platform.
Epic's like constantly trying to give shit away. Like, come on, we're going to give you free games every day. They're like, get the and in brick and mortar retailers across Europe and North America. See, this is where Atari, if they were smart, right? And again, they're probably not, but hopefully they're listening. Atari, if you're listening, all you got to do is re-release your games in a limited run, right? They'll be like, hey, this is a limited edition PS5 version of fucking Pac-Man, right? Or whatever.
Right.
Boom. And then limit it to like 10,000. Overprice it because obviously it's limited edition. Throw in some stickers, like $2 worth of stickers that you add an extra $5 for. Then like throw in a patch that costs $1 to make that you again add $5 to the value, right? It's $5
Lenticular card, coin.
Yeah. And, a little piece of paper that has like the game's art on one side, and then on the back of it is like a little thing about the game. Like, so that adds like another $2 to the price tag, and just keep adding tchotchkes to the fucking collection until you've ballooned the price up to like $100, and then all these people who are collectors will buy it, right? And as long as you only
make sure that you've also put on it limited collector's edition, and put a number on it,
and definitely limit it. Don't try to oversell them, right? So you make sure that there's only like 5,000. Like, this is what we're selling, and this is the amount of profit we're making. It's not a huge amount, but it's what we're making, and just be happy with that. Don't
say numbers are limited and still continue selling the product 3 years down the line.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
So if you do that, you could probably make profit, because all these people will buy it, right? There is probably 10,000 boomer-aged people who would buy that, like, for a modern console.
Right.
Tony's describing loot crates, 56k. Yeah, exactly. Somebody's already thought of this.
But they're not. It would be Atari loot crates. Well, there you go. Call up Loot Crate and be like, "Hey, we want to partner with you. We're gonna."
But at least it would be shit that you want. Like, Loot Crate, just chuck a bunch of crap in there you don't want.
He said Atari missed the boat yet again. But I had Loot Crate for a while. I think like when it first started, I was still married. It was that's like fucking, I want to say 10 years ago. The old lady's like, "Yeah, they got these Loot Crates, and I got one for you for your birthday." And I was like, "Oh, cool!" And then you get it. It comes in. It's like T-shirt in the wrong. And it's too small. And
it's too small.
Yeah, they ask you what size you want, and they send you the wrong one anyway, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's.
But if like, what size you want? Like, well, I'm tall, right? I have a long torso, so I need extra large tall. So anything, so it's either extra large or 2X, or extra large tall. But extra large tall is like a specialty size, so most shops don't have it. So it's got to be 2X. So extra large doesn't fit, right, because it's a little short on the bottom, and then 2X is too big, so it's like all puffy. So I never get the right size. That's what I'm saying.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I think Loot Crate is now owned by NECA, or at least they have a big share in it. And
could you spell that next time you say that word? Because with your accent,
NECA,
we're gonna get flagged.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh wow! I just realized.
Like we were last night.
But this is worse. Yeah, the accent. Yeah, I didn't realize.
NECA. Sorry.
The closed captioning on this one is going to be quite interesting. No. You know, the shirt. It was usually like it wasn't even a cool shirt, like with a like nice design. It was just like some like generic shirt.
Right.
And then you would get like a little book describing what the the flavor of the month was, right? I think I still got a Loot Crate in my, and it was like a spy. So it was like, oh, it's a bunch of excerpts about spies and different things. Like, oh, okay. And like, oh, look, you got a little fucking watch that has no face on it, and you have to push the button to make the thing light up so you can tell the time because it's a stealth watch.
It's a box of trash.
Right. It's a box of trash.
And then I got a bracelet. Right, with an orange rope. Right. So it's a bracelet with an orange rope raveled all into it. And what it is, it's supposed to be a safety rope. So if you ever get like stuck on the second floor, you just unravel this bracelet. Now you have a fucking rope. Except for it doesn't ravel back up. Right. So it's like a one-time use. You unravel it and that's it. So yeah, so this is a box of trash, essentially.
Mm-hmm. That's why I never bought.
But they would always get you with this one thing. So the reason why they angered me, I don't think Loot Crate's available in Europe, is they had NECA exclusive Ninja Turtles toys that I couldn't get a hold of, and that are now on eBay for a highly inflated price. But everything else in the box was trash that you didn't want. So when people sell the box, they're selling it for like $250.
Oh my god!
And I don't want all that. All I want is the toy.
Yeah,
that's why I hate them. So if you happen to have any of those Loot Crates, Tony, I'll make you an offer.
No, I just have, like I said, I have the spy one. I think that's the only one I got left.
The junk. The ones that are full of junk.
The company has a robust pipeline of new games under development. In 2022, you know what? Oh, before I go on, I seen an article that Atari has. They got 12 new IPs, right? Berserk and something else, and then that's it. They named 2 out of the 12 IPs. Like, why don't you tell us all 12 of them? And this is from Atari. This is Atari's press release. Like, we got 12 new IPs.
Yeah.
Berserk, this other thing. And I'm like, okay, where are the other 10?
They've been reading the Tommy T handbook here on how to market, haven't they?
I'm like, come on. You're like, this is your announcement. Tell me what the other 10 are. They don't tell you. And so they're doing the same thing here. Hey, they got a robust pipeline of new games. What games? Name the games. What games are they coming out with? A bunch. Just some new ones. They're under development. They called some people. They talked to some people. Hey, we're going to make some things happen. In 2022, Atari also extended its license for the perennial favorite Roller Coaster Tycoon series for a 10-year period. The franchise include popular mobile games, Roller Coaster Tycoon Touch, Roller Coaster, Roller Coater. Jesus Christ, Venture Beat. You're supposed to be a fucking... Look at it. Roller Coater. Roller Coater Tycoon Classic. That's where you make coats on a roller system. Roller Coater.
Sounds fun.
Why? I swear to God. You know, when we're at some like rinky-dink site, like Joe's fucking game blog, and like, hey, we're laughing at all the like mistakes, and like, that's funny. Like, but I'm here at VentureBeat, where these people get paid big salaries. You know, Dean Takahashi is not making $10 an article. The man's getting paid a decent living, right? And he wrote an article with two fucking typos. And they got an editor. So Dean's getting paid, and the editor's getting paid fat stacks to put this trash out. And I'm the asshole. As well as games for PC, Switch, and PlayStation. Atari reorganized its hardware operations and revised its commercial strategy for existing hardware products. Atari is developing new hardware, complementary to the Atari VCS and collectible cartridge business, with partners under licensing contracts. Games beats Creed. When covering the games industry is where passion meets business. What does this mean? We want to tell you that how the news matters to you, not just as a decision maker at a game studio, but also as a fan of games. Whether you read our articles, listen to our podcasts, or watch our videos, Games Beat will help you learn about the industry, but not how to correctly spell words, because we don't fucking care. You can find your dream job. All right. So does anybody want to guess what is the major problem with this article?
Aside from all the spelling.
That's why I said major. Those are just minor claims. But what is the major problem?
In your mind, that's major, Tony. Let's be honest.
It is. It really is. It bugs the shit out of me. But what's a normal person would say? Hey, there's a problem here. When they talk
about when they've got so many IPs and they don't name any of them, they're very, very, very light on substance. Yeah, vague.
That would be a problem. It's definitely a problem. But that's not the major problem with this article.
Wait, scroll through the entire article just for a quick second. Do they not link to anything?
No, I believe there's a link somewhere.
Okay.
It's probably right here. Atari, Republic. Yeah, there's a link.
Okay, then I'm not sure what.
I give up.
You both give up. You guys give up. And I can understand why you guys gave up, because you guys are not informed.
No, I have no.
Right? Because you guys didn't do the research. You didn't do the research the same way that VentureBeat didn't do the research. You see, it says the funds opens to investors on March 14th, and Republic anticipates it will remain open for 180 days.
Don't tell me it's closed already.
No. The campaign actually opened on February 7th.
Right.
Over a month ago. This campaign has been running for a month. Atari, for their infinite wisdom, only announced on their website that the Republic campaign was open on the 14th. But the actual campaign itself was running for a month. You know how I know? Just off the top of my head, you know how I know and how you guys should have known?
How's that?
Because in February we talked about it.
Did we?
Yes, we literally, somebody in the chat.
I don't think I was there.
F1JV in the chat said, "Hey guys, what do you think about that Atari Republic campaign?" And I said, "I don't give a shit. They're just trying to raise money. Who cares?"
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Oh, maybe I remember that. Vaguely remember that.
Because somebody also, and I also said, hey, somebody had shot me a DM on Twitter, and I showed it on Twitter in a different tweet where they said, hey, what do you think about this Atari campaign? And that's from like February 23rd when they had hit me up. And again, it's just Atari was raising money, whatever. Like everyone wants to make this the new Amico, right? It's the new Amico. They're using Republic. That makes them Amico.
All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, so you would think, again, a major gaming publication would have done their due diligence and said, hey, wait a minute, this thing opened a month ago. They already raised a whole bunch of money, right? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a look at the campaign real quick. This is nerd shit, Bianca.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're talking. Get in. We're doing nerd shit.
Nerd shit.
See, if you go to the Atari game pool, it's republic.com/Atari. Right? They've raised 125,551 investors. 140 days left, which already right there they said the campaign is going to run 180 days. If there's 140 days left, and you said it opened on the 14th, then it should only be 4 days into the campaign, not 40 fucking days into the campaign. I'm not great at math, but I'm pretty good to know 140 is 40 days after the 180 start.
What's their goal? 1 million.
Their million is the
You're
minimum.
going to have to get the finger out here.
Minimum goal. Minimum.
If they don't hit 1 million, how does it work again on Republic? Is that it? Campaign ends? No.
Everyone gets their money back.
Okay.
And then look further. They have one update. And if you look right here, it says February 7th, launch the campaign.
No.
Literally two clicks.
Man.
You click on the link to the Republic, and then you click on the updates page, and then you see March 17th is when the fucking article that we just read.
Oh boy.
Thinking about it, I may have been there. That may have been my last show before it disappeared. So I am to blame. I wasn't listening.
And I've seen other people in the community, whether it's the F1 JVs or people making videos or people talking about it on Reddit or whatever, and they're all like talking about it. I'm like, where have you been for the last month? Like, why is this now just coming up? Because there was an article from fucking GamesBeat. It drives me insane.
That's the problem, Tony. Your ears always to the grind. You know, we don't.
My ears to the ground.
Just wait. We just wait for you to speak about it, and then that's how we learn about it.
That could be the problem. All right, so Atari Game Pool, we're going to go over this. Massively influential games reimagined by the world's top developers. Where have I heard that before? Here's the pitch. Highlights. An opportunity to invest in the success of new Atari games. An iconic global brand with deep roots in pop culture. A passionate, multi-generational fan base. Actively commercializing a rich catalog of more than 200 game IPs. Universally recognized brands including Asteroids, Adventure, Centipedes. Not Astro Smash, though. Not Astro Smash. Working with premier game studios to create new games based on classic IPs. Atari is a brand that is instantly recognized across the world. No other brand is so closely associated with the birth of an industry and a golden age of video games. And few can boast 50 years of cultural relevance that spans gaming and popular culture. The Atari Fuji is one of the most recognizable logos in the world. And games like Centipede, Asteroids, and Breakout are familiar favorites that appeal to consumers and developers. I'm going to call bullshit. Again, I mean, if you go to like people over 40 with the symbol and say, what's this? They're like, oh, that's fucking Atari logo, right? If you showed like 12-year-olds this,
they couldn't give a shit.
They'd be like, I don't know. Is this a TikTok thing? Is it like three bridges? It's like half circle? Like, what am I looking at? In a market that rewards franchises and reboots, we read that already. They literally copy pasted from here and put it in the fucking GamesBeat article.
No, man.
At least they don't link to themselves.
Yeah, several times. What are our bonus perks? In addition to your shares, you'll receive perks for investing. Look at that. 453 left. So 7 people received a limited edition custom designed Atari t-shirt. 4 people got the specially produced limited edition Atari 2600 game cartridge of the classic game run. So that's $20,000 of the investment came from here, at least. So, where did the rest of the investment go? Oh, they got 47 of these. That's what it was. Man, that's their total amount of people. 51 people, 51 investors. I wonder if Smash invested. Our approach: select titles from the Atari IP portfolio, partner with experienced creative studios, and maximize distributions. Look at that. Atari Mania got a 10 out of 10. Atari 50th Celebration got a 9 out of 10. Combinera got a 9 out of 10. I don't even know what the hell that is.
What's
Atari
that?
Recharge, 9 out of 10. Have you ever heard of Combinera?
That is, would that just be like a foreign language version of one of them?
No idea.
Compilation, maybe. Have I heard of it? No idea.
Isn't Atari okay? So Atari Mania, is that actually okay? If you don't know, Atari Mania, which they're touting here on their Atari thing, as a 10 out of 10 from Gaming Age, right? It wasn't developed by Atari, and it's not actually an Atari game per se. It's a game where you go through like Atari-inspired games and through a journey. So it's like a bunch of mini games.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So I mean, it's one of those things that's like it shows that like right, like these games are just micro games basically, right? Like it took all the Atari games and turned them into micro games within a bigger game narrative, which is why people gave it such a high score because you're only playing those games for a little bit, so it's like you don't get tired of it, right? If that's all your game was that little bit section. Yeah, so you got Asteroids, Yar's Revenge.
Yeah, that's all you can put up with them for is short bursts. Now, you can't put any time into them nowadays.
Look at that. Missile Command and Pong. Wait a minute. Those are supposed to be on Amico. Breakout? That's an Amico game. Star Raiders, Sword Quest, Millipede, Adventure. These games are all trash. I know our retro fans are all mad. They're not trash, Tony. They're great games. Fantastic.
They're 10 out of 10. I've invested.
FIG pays out at least 85% of the applicable revenue it collects to shareholders of FIG's Atari. Gross receipts are proceeds from the sale of the games minus customary deductions. See the full terms in the terms section of the campaign. All right. So they're looking to get 2 to 3 times return in 5 years.
No, man.
The capital to be deployed in 12 to 24 months of formation. They said they're going to...
That sounds like a slightly more realistic goal than 10x in a year.
So they're going to get... they're going to make 2 to 3 marquee games and then 4 to 6 tentpole games. And I'm confused by this.
What's the difference between a marquee and a tentpole?
The budget, apparently, because the tentpole games have $500,000 to $1 million budget, and the marquee games have $1 million to $5 million. But aren't tentpole movies like the big movies?
Yeah, they're like the staple. They appeal to everyone. That's what tentpole means.
Because it's a big tentpole, like everybody under the tentpole.
Well, you can't put a marquee.
Well, it has a 4-pillar. That's what it means.
And then, so a marquee, I whatever. They're just making up.
I think marquee might be like niche, but like still popular.
Yeah, but why would you have a bigger budget to a marquee game if it's niche?
Because
versus a tentpole game. How would a niche game sell more than a tentpole game?
I don't think that's what.
Oh, wait. I don't think what it means then. I think market. Yeah.
I think they just made up terms. I think they just took
maybe.
Those terms.
Oh, you know what? Okay, the marquee games are probably like the system seller, and the tentpoles probably like appeal to everybody. So they don't necessarily need to be the flagship.
I think the marquee games are the ones that are going to be the system sellers, and the tentpole are the ones that are niche. And I think they're just using these terms. They just slapped some terms on.
Well, yeah, that doesn't make sense because tentpole is supposed to be for everyone, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They're saying the tentpole are going to sell less. So how could something that's niche sell more? So that wouldn't work. So if they're marquee,
Right.
and that means they're bigger, more popular, then they would be tentpole. But we're
I
not
don't-
calling them tentpole. We're calling them marquee.
I
And
wouldn't
now we're back.
necessarily think they expect to sell less. They're just going to put less money into making it, right?
No, they said right,
Right.
here net sales target 10
Oh,
to
yeah,
25
okay, they got a
million.
sales target. Okay.
Yeah, that's weird. They would use that. I think that's a little confusing. They should probably put like a legend and tell us what the fuck it means.
Yeah, because they're taking these terms and using them for
Yeah,
their own
like
devices rather
That's
than
what I'm saying.
they
They're
really
just
mean.
throwing terms in. But they do tell us what companies are working on. Way Forward is actually pretty decent.
Yeah, cool.
Dreams Incorporated,
Right.
Digital Eclipse, Elogica, Orbit Studio, I'm not familiar with, and Sneaky Box. But I know Way Forward is good. They're the ones that did.
they're making the
they did,
Advanced War game
Yeah.
remake.
So I mean, they have decent. I wouldn't call them like top developers. You know,
No, yeah, they could be top developers, but yeah, not right
Nah,
now.
I would call them like second string. Like they're not
Yeah.
like your starting quarterbacks, but they're a good hand, right?
Right? Yeah.
That's my sport analogy for the week.
They're a consistent performer.
That's as far as I know. I got one. Let's see. Terms. Get returns from games co-published by Atari and Fig. You will be investing in Fig and receiving Fig game shares, which will pay distributions based on Fig's right to sales receipts of games published by Atari, which Fig has funded and will publish under Fig's publishing license agreement with the games publisher Atari Interactive. All right, so here's why I think it's a bad investment. This is financial advice. I think this is a bad investment simply because you don't know what games you're investing in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because they're basically saying, give us money, and then we're going to figure out what games we're going to make, right? If they said, hey, we're making a new Missile Command, right? Here's a list of games
Right.
we're looking to make. Missile Command, Adventure, blah, 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 right? Then I'd say, okay, now you can judge and say, well, I think these are good ideas to make games, or these are bad ideas, right?
Right.
But to just go, hey, give us money, and here we have 200 IPs, and we're going to make one of them. One of them is going to become a game, right?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Like, why do I trust which one you're going to pick, right?
Yeah, you might pick the shittiest one.
So that's why I think it's a bad investment based on that.
Could they not also take your money that you've invested, develop something, and then say, "Wow, this wasn't one of the titles that were part of that"?
I mean, they could. They get
investment.
sued, but
Yeah.
you could. No. So how this works, or how it's supposed to work, right? How it's supposed to work is that they would collect the money, and the money would be earmarked for the games
Whatever
within the
they're
Atari
developing.
game. Yeah, the game pool, right? And then when the games get published, they would say, okay, well, that's one of the games that came from the game pool, right?
Right.
Now, here's another issue that comes up with. Let's say they take the money, right? So they make $1 million, for instance, and then they distribute that money within a number of IPs, say 10, right? So each game gets 100,000, right? But then the game doesn't come out because they don't have enough money. So then it folds. And then Atari invests their own money, another $1,000 in each game. And then they publish it by themselves and say, well, those games did come from the game pool, but we collapsed the game pool because we didn't have enough money to finish them. But then we put it in our own money, so now there are IPs again, right?
Yeah. So you're shit out of luck as an investor.
Yeah.
Right.
Because there's always ways to do shenanigans, especially like I said, when you're like you're going, give us money and we're gonna do stuff in a vague sort of way, like stuff's gonna happen, right? You're like, I want more specifics. Give me specifics. You know, that's why even for as bad as Amico was, they said, give us money, we give you a console, right?
Right. Yeah. Whoa, who popped in?
What's up, Aaron?
Oh, what's up, Aaron?
Hey, Aaron.
What's up, guys?
Not much. Talking to Atari.
Just a minute, guys.
All right.
All right.
So Amico has its red flags for a number of reasons, right? That we've outlined countless times, so we're not going to go over it, right? But at the very base level, it was like, give us money, we make a console, right?
Yeah, we
Right.
promise.
Whereas this is like, give us money, we'll make something.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not giving money for some for people that say that we'll make something. No,
Yeah,
No.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So it's like
no.
be more specific.
Yeah.
Right? Now I know that there was some other talk about how they don't have to pay out. Right? There's like a clause where they don't have to pay out. What it is, the clause in there, right, is basically if Republic goes under, right, they basically say, well, if that money that they've collected that's supposed to pay out to you would save the company from going under, they could use that money to not go under. Right? They're like, why would we if our paying you money makes our company full, why would we pay you money? Is basically
Wait, so they can redirect the funds
yes
to save their own company, to
Yes.
save the Republic platform.
that's in the clause.
That is very shady.
Now I don't know. I don't know if there's further clauses like, well, eventually we'll give you the money back, right?
No, man.
Or if it's
I
just
doubt
like,
it
no,
would.
we just took it and it's gone. Like,
Yeah.
That's
Invest in
shady.
this thing, but if
Probably.
we need it more than they do, then sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very
Wow.
shady.
beyond that, I mean, Fig has had some successful games, like I said, Psychonauts 2, the what the hell was it that I said? Pillars of Eternity. There's been a couple of games that they've made or helped funded, and they've got out, made some money, and then people got returns. Not huge returns, probably, but they got little returns, right?
Yeah.
Now the other thing, here, further because people they conflate things in weird ways, and we got to be fair, right? So Republic has a D- on the Better Business Bureau, right? It sounds bad. It sounds like, oh shit, D-, it's a bad company, right? But if you look as to why Republic has the D-, well, they have a D- because they have 8 complaints, right? So it says, why does it have this rating? It says, well, the amount of complaints, the fact that one of the complaints was never addressed, and the age of the company, right? So a company that's been around longer gets better rating by the Better Business Bureau just by the simple fact of existing, because they're like, well, if you're a new company, you're risky, right? But if you've been here for 30 years, obviously you're not, going to fold.
Get a benefit of the
overnight.
doubt.
Yeah. So the reasons that they have a D-, and again, if a bunch of people complain, like if we all went to the, Better Business Bureau and lodged complaints against the company, their rating would go down because of the amount of complaints. Like, because in their mind, every complaint is valid, right?
Right.
So if you have a bunch of complaints, that must mean you're doing something bad.
Well, if it goes unanswered as well, I'm assuming that it would be taken as default that the complainant is in the right
Yeah.
because the company has not addressed it.
And again, if you go on the page and look, a lot of those complaints, the 8 complaints they have, I think 7 of them are like 2 years old. Okay.
They're not all Amico related, are they?
No. It's like, so 7 of them are like 2 years old. I think one of them is Amico related.
Well, at least one of them should be.
And then like one of them is like within the last 6 months.
Where my money at?
Yeah. So it's not like I said, yes, it has a D-, but if you look into it, the reasons why it has a D-, it's not like a huge red flag, right? In my opinion, my estimation. It's not like there's a bunch of complaints like I invested money and they never paid me and they ripped me off, and then they were partying it up in Rio and bragging about how they stole my money while they played backgammon, right? No, it's not like that. It's like, hey, I went to cancel and they never canceled my thing, and then the person comes in like, oh, sorry, we fucked up, we canceled. Here, we'll cancel it for you, right? Like I was overcharged on my credit card. Like, oh, okay, we screwed up. We fixed it. Like it's stupid stuff like that. So again, also you have to realize that Republic didn't do video games, right? Republic 100% didn't used to do video games until it purchased Fig. Fig is the part that handles the video games. Fig was around a lot longer. It doesn't have a Better Business Bureau rating anymore because Fig was absorbed by Republic. Yeah. So it's 2 different divisions within the same company. And the one division does have some experience at this. Again, not a lot. They still have the Amico on their heads, right? But yeah, I don't think this is a great investment. Obviously, a lot of people don't either because they only got 51 investors. after 40 days.
What do we think? Do we think this doesn't make it?
No, I don't think it makes it.
I don't think it makes it either. Just looking at how long it's been going, and what they
Million?
need to get
No.
no chance. But it wasn't like I
It's not
said.
gonna get a million.
They weren't publicising it though, were they? Right away. Maybe now that it's been publicised and picked up by other articles.
No, because here's the thing, right? So they got 125,000 right now, 51 investors, right? They just publicized it, so you would think, well,
It'd be a big spike. Yeah.
There'd be a spike, right? You think there'd be a spike. That's what I'm telling you. There isn't, because we have a Wayback archive of the website from the 17th of, the 26th of February, right? So we're gonna go ahead and take a look at that. We'll go back. Share screen. Invest and Atari. That's way back. So they had 35,000 in the first 20 days with no advertising. 20 investors. For some reason, that archive's not working. Hold on. Go back. Next.
What's the minimum you have to put in? Is it 1,000?
500.
500. But that was at least. Well, it was like average it was average over 1,000 per person now. It's a lot of money.
Yeah. So what is this? Today is the 18th. Yeah, so on the 18th they have 125,500. I mean, there was a little spike, but it's not. It was not gangbuster fucking numbers, right? I think that's the problem.
That little spike is when it came out in the public that it was happening.
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to tell because we only got from the 26th, and then the next archive isn't until the 15th.
But that's the likelihood, isn't it? That's when the spike happened, is when it was publicised.
You probably have this. You probably have like a spike from as soon as it went public, and then the spike is gone. It's like it's not spiking anymore.
Yeah.
It's like
It's plateaued.
yeah, it's basically plateauing. Yeah.
So it ain't gonna make it, is what we're saying. We all agree.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, not with that attitude.
Not with that. But not with the goal. Not with their intention to get it in 140 days. No. It might. Definitely not 140 days.
Yeah, it doesn't have it. It's that, after the whole Atari VCS fiasco.
Yeah, people are wary of this shit now at this point.
Yeah.
At least I like to think they are.
I hope we are. I hope.
Well, I still think we should go in on the Magnavox name and do a console. And
Well, I told you I had a developer or a engineer lined up and everything for a console, but it's just not cost effective. I don't have the startup capital, and I don't think if I go, hey guys, let's get a GoFundMe.
Right,
Give me $1 million.
don't trust Tommy Challarico, but trust me.
Yeah.
Right.
What do you call it, Charlie?
Yeah, so that's the issue. Like, we don't have the fan base. Like, if I was John Riggs, right? John Riggs probably could be like, hey, I'm going to put out a new console because I'm John Riggs. He'd probably get $1 million easily.
The game rig.
The game.
Yeah,
rig.
we're nobody.
Yeah.
We're nobody. Like nobody's gonna win. Like we're nobody. Like it's not really worth it.
Yeah.
Speaking of nobodies, if you don't want to be spoiled for Aquaman 2, I suggest you walk
I
away.
don't care.
Aquaman 2, DC star accidentally reveals major Justice League cameo.
If
Jason
the cameo's even in there. Jason Momoa is the cameo.
Well,
Yeah,
they told for every Justice League member was supposed to make an appearance in Shazam.
Right. Yeah. Oh man.
Well, maybe Amber Heard is the cameo.
Oh no, she's in it though. She's actually in it for a little.
Yeah, well, if you're only in it for a little bit, that qualifies as cameo, right?
No, I think she has like a 10-minute role. I think so.
Guest star. So guest starring Amber Heard.
Because they
What's-
actually have
what's-
contracts now where
What's-
it has to specify if it's a cameo or not, and there's like a
What's-
certain duration
Yeah, I would
what is
say.
considered a cameo.
I think Wonder Woman's in the film. Yo,
Yeah,
that's actually
everybody's
good
seen
spell.
that.
I would say maybe she's borderline cameo because she's not in there for like 2 minutes. She's actually in there for maybe 5 to 10 minutes at best.
What, an
Yeah, I
Aquaman?
mean that's a role. No
Yeah.
Shazam.
Shazam 2.
Yeah. She's the only one of the Justice League in there.
All right.
Right.
It's not a spoiler. They pretty much advertised that.
All right. So, while discussing Godot's appearance in the latest DC movie, Grazer reminisced about how she came in with a lot of mystique while noting that she was splashing around like a mermaid. Gal Gadot flew in from London that day, and she was like, "Are you filming the Shazam movie?" She comes in very mystique. She's like the lady in the water. She comes in and she's like splashing around like a mermaid.
Maybe we'll
Ooh,
see her in the trailer for the Aquaman. If you basically spoil it, might as well just show her in the trailer.
Yeah, and she walks in
Might
and
not
she's
even
like,
be in the movie.
Yeah, that's true too.
she's like, "You guys are filming Shazam too?"
And why should not be the movie everybody called Jason Momoa a liar too?
Well, this isn't Jason Momoa saying it. She says, "I just got off the set of Aquaman. It's very good to see you." And we're like, "Oh my God, she's here! Wonder Woman is here."
Wonder
For
Woman,
reference-
not for long.
Yeah. For reference, Shazam was shot between May and August 2021 in Atlanta, Georgia, while Aquaman 2 was filmed there from June 2021 to January 2022, giving them about 2 months of overlap. So there it is.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman is in
Yeah.
Aquaman 2.
She didn't have to. Yeah, it makes sense because she to be in other movies because she didn't have to do a lot of filming because she's just being cameos basically.
Yeah,
Is,
'cause they canceled Wonder Woman
Ben
2.
Affleck.
is she
Yeah.
How about
officially
Ben
out?
Affleck?
Is,
And
is, is she
No,
officially
we-
out after this?
I don't know. I think there's a chance she may come back.
to be honest, all this talk of who's gonna stay, and I think we should just admit that if they're gonna recast Superman and Batman, they're gonna recast all the rest of the characters. Like, why
If they
would
don't
you
recast? If they don't recast the Flash, that's the only one they should have. In reality,
I even
Seems
think that
crazy
they're
to me.
going to recast the Flash and just
think
have
so?
it.
It's going to be Greg Gustin.
Yeah, because I mean
No,
they haven't.
but
No,
blinded,
it's not gonna be great.
blinded. If
I
the
know,
Flash,
Black, bro. I know.
if the Flash releases and it makes $2 billion, do you not think they give Ezra Miller another go at it?
No,
I think if that is the case, if that does happen, then like we shouldn't trust
No,
James
it's not,
Gunn at
if it
all.
makes up money, it's not because of Ezra Miller. It's going to be because of Keaton.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. But I mean,
Right.
he's the star of the film, though. So it's,
Yeah, basically.
Right, yeah, people will know him, right? I think if James Gunn really wants this to work,
That-
he should just recast
Oh.
everybody.
But he made it. But that's why, because
Guys.
he made Peacemaker.
Yes.
He was never
Guys,
gonna
Well,
recast that.
he shouldn't get attached to that stuff. I mean, he's
Yeah.
he's the CEO
Let
now.
me
He's
ask you
not
all a
a
question.
creator.
Let me ask you a question. If Keaton's Batman was in Shazam, this movie, do you think the box office would have a higher number?
No,
Yeah, I think it would. I think there would be
Shazam?
Yeah.
Shazam, yeah, because it would have been Keaton's first on-screen as Batman again.
that would ruin the Flash. I would say.
That would yeah. That
I
would
ruined the
devalue it.
Flash,
would
but you
eat
think
into the
it
Flash,
would, but
yeah.
what did you think of the Shazam?
I don't
would be
think
more
so.
box off?
I
don't
this
think
is
so.
Part of the reason why Batgirl was also binned as well.
That's what I said. But real quick, we're stepping on each other's toes a little, guys.
Right.
We're getting heated over this
Getting a
thing.
little excited.
Oh, don't worry. We're not the Steiner people. Don't worry.
Yeah, but it makes it hard for the audience of 4 people to follow along.
One of which is me.
So one of which is the StreamElements spot. So we're down to 2 people watching. One of which is Aaron, so we're down to 1. Blinded, are you logged in? We got no audience.
Actually, I'm not watching right now.
For what? I have it up just to see the chat.
Yeah, so it's me and Blinded. The two of them. StreamElements is 3.
Yeah. So we got one person watching. All right.
It'll be you
Now
56K.
I'm watching, but muted, obviously.
Is Shazam 2? Is Aquaman 2 supposed to be part of the old universe?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
still
yeah.
part of the
Yeah.
old universe.
Who knows? Like, will it? Maybe. I don't
Well,
know.
James Gunn said that everything before Superman Legacy is not really the new start, even though that Creature Commando and Waller, like
They're like
those
the
were
prologue.
the prologue, which is weird. I don't.
But they
even
come
know,
at-
man.
Surely they come after Flashpoint, though, right?
Yeah.
Right. So everything
Yes,
after
they
the
all come
Flash
after
surely must be that must be the soft reboot, as they're saying.
Right.
It's very weird, and like I said, like if Flash does make a whole bunch of money, I do see them keeping Ezra Miller.
I do as well.
He
the
did
kinda-
he did the whole I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
had mental health issues, I apologize.
Right.
I
That's the
shouldn't
kind
have-
of fucked up Hollywood decision that gets made.
And and you know what? Originally, I was on the fire Ezra Miller train, right? I was like, we don't want him, get rid of him.
But everything was like resolved, wasn't it?
I don't care if it
mean,
was
like-
Ronald or not. I just was like, get rid of him. He's a weirdo, right?
Yes,
Right.
he
He's
is a
alive.
weirdo.
He's also
He
not
might
a
be
good
alive.
Barry Allen.
Yeah.
He was never a good. That was another thing too. That was a good point. Like, no one, the fans who liked Barry Allen in the comics, they never liked Ezra
Ezra
Miller.
No, Grant Gustin
He was not the character. No.
John
Gustin
Wesley
was
Shipp.
closer to him.
He was the best. Yeah, John Wesley Shipp was the closest. To
John
Barry
Wesley
Allen.
Even Grant Gustin, I feel like really wasn't the best Barry Allen.
But it was
I don't
Barry
even think people like Barry Allen. I think people want to see Wally West. He was the Flash that most people grew up with, so it's sort of
Well, he
weird
was-
that they
he
reverted
was-
back
he-
to Barry
Wally
Allen.
West. Wally West was
Yeah,
the
but the
closest
problem
Flash.
is, if you do Reverse Flash, it doesn't fully work with Wally West.
Well, you just change it, like it's a movie.
Yeah, you can
like
change
it's not the comic.
Yeah.
But he
Yeah,
has his own. He has his own Reverse Flash. He just have some.
Yeah, he does.
But
Reverse
anyway.
Flash.
The point
Well,
I
we
was
all know-
trying to make before I was interrupted by the panel of hot-headed DC fans.
Oh, man.
Originally, I was on the fire Ezra Miller. I don't want him back, but now I am firmly in the camp of bring back Ezra Miller and put him in as much content as you can. Simply
He's
because John Campia said it would be a stupid butt-fuck move to bring
Oh,
back Flash, and that there's
It's
no
like
way that anybody, if you brought this idea to me and I was the head of the studio, you would be fired just for suggesting that Ezra Miller remain.
I
'Cause
made a
I want to
video
see
on
him
that.
fucking flip. The
I made a video on
meltdown
that.
will be epic when Ezra Miller stays as the Flash. I either
I
want to
don't
see him
even- I don't
meltdown
even
or
think-
do a
I-
360 and be like,
he's
I
gonna do
love
a
Ezra Miller.
360. He's
Watch
gonna
it,
do a
buddy.
360.
He's gonna
180.
flip. Yeah.
Not
Campia.
360.
Remember all those people flip. I remember all those people flip when the Flash trailer came out of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the same thing.
Yeah.
Campia won't do a free. Yeah, you mean
No,
a 180. You mean a
John-
180.
Yeah,
right?
180.
John Campia does a 360 all the time.
No, you
He
mean
says-
a
180. 180.
A 180. A
No,
360 would be the same.
no. 360 is when you turn right around
Man.
And back
Where
to
he
the
goes-
position.
back to the same position. Yeah,
Yeah.
he likes to do stuff like that.
It's
No,
like-
no, serious. He would say one thing, he would flip on it, and then he would go back to his original
Yeah.
position.
Was he on the Ezra Miller train at the beginning?
I don't think he was, but for other positions, I wouldn't be surprised if he watches the Flash, he likes the Flash, and then sometime later when we get Superman Legacy, he says we should have just recast Flash. I wouldn't be surprised if he said something like that. Because he's done it before. He's done it with Marvel.
He has Marvel.
Yeah, so yeah, I wouldn't trust John Campia on anything. He's
I'm hearing it right now.
You playing it? You're gonna play his.
who's playing it?
Well, it'll be Tony.
I thought that was a child. I mean, he does sound like a child, but
No, what happened was I had my computer set to TV, but the headphones automatically go headphones on StreamYard, so I didn't realize I had it set to
Okay.
TV. So when I
Mhm.
brought up the video that I was going to play, he started talking autoplaying.
he started talking.
I made a video on that video about Ezra Miller. You know, when he did that rant. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, I remember that.
And their three-legged dog. Jose, you cannot bring back Ezra Miller.
I think that's my thumbnail too when he made those.
Can't
faces.
bring back Ezra Miller.
Can't
You
do
are
it.
dumb as fuck.
Dumb
If you even
as
think for a second about bringing back Ezra Miller. How stupid do you need to be? What kind of morons does David Zaslav have working for him that would even think for a second that you can bring back Ezra Miller? This is one of the most butt-fuck stupid things I have ever heard. You cannot do that. And the fact that there are a couple, to me, that's a fireable offense.
See?
The fact that you're so stupid and you work at this company, you're gone. And-
Yeah, but isn't it? Pause this. This is the part that makes no sense and why no one should listen to John Campia. Ezra Miller hasn't starred in a movie. He's been in a supporting role. So no one actually knows the box office potential of Ezra Miller with The Flash.
He's not even basing it on the potential. He's just saying Ezra Miller.
Well, they
is
have
so
to get
active.
they have to get Michael Keaton as Batman.
No,
to have
no.
a
no one really knows the impact of the Ezra Miller story. We really don't know. The movie is a test to that, right? Like if it's brought up in the mainstream media, then we'll know, right? I'm sure they're going to bring it up, but
I don't think the Flash movie is going to be an accurate test though, because it's a bit of a curiosity.
Yeah, I think it's 50-50 on how that movie could perform. I think it could perform really well, or it could just be like Shazam.
We know all the press leading up to this, but we all know people are going to write articles, people are going to question all that stuff. We all know they're ready for it.
You're wrong. Wrong. You're all fucking wrong. And let me tell you why. Ezra Miller already apologized and said that them was out of their goddamn mind when they did that shit, right? And so all the articles,
it doesn't matter if
all the articles leading up to the Flash movie are going to be Ezra Miller apologized. This is why we should give the Flash a chance.
100%. Not all, trust me.
Well, not
you know what? I could see that. I could see that too.
You know the typical clownfish TV type websites. But we're talking about the mainstream, your Variety, your
This could be his Robert Downey Jr. redemption arc.
Yeah, that's how they'll probably even frame it like that. Is this his Robert Downey Jr. moment? 100% trust me on this.
Even though it just happened a couple of years ago, but okay.
They will. I mean, we're not saying it makes sense, and I'm not saying that I agree with it.
Kind of fresh,
right? I'm not going, hey, I agree with this, and this is what they should do. I'm saying this is what's going to happen.
I could see that. I could see that. Yeah. Regardless, though, I feel like it's going to be brought up, right? Like you can't escape the fact that this happened. So it's going to be addressed on both sides, right? And I think also too that's why they're probably premiering the movie early, because they want the movie to succeed. And if the Ezra Miller stuff is like downplayed, then that's a win for the movie, right? Yeah. So I think what you're saying makes sense. Yeah.
No, I agree with what Tony's saying. I think this will be
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Because I was gonna say with John Campea, like I don't think John Campea anybody should listen to John Campea anymore. His credibility's gone down the drain. I think he's obviously having some financial issues, and he's saying a lot of dumb shit so he could make money again. He is. It's pretty obvious, right? Like, I mean, there's a whole channel dedicated to it now, where he's getting the channel's getting flagged, and he's cutting his staff. The people who honestly people prefer, right? I know people are 50 on Rob, but Rob is a person that's worked in the industry. He knows what he's talking about. You could agree and disagree with what he's saying, but still, like John Campea really hasn't worked in the industry. He's more of a movie pugnant than someone who's worked on sets. I think he worked on a visual effects, but that wasn't for very long. I'm not.
Eric Cummings worked on with him.
Hold on. Did you mean a movie pugnant?
Pugnant. Sorry, I said pug or whatever.
As he's repugnant, or
the thing is,
a pundit. I meant pugnant.
You know why I think Campea needs money? I think Campea loves to spend money.
Well, he spent a lot of money. Did you see he doesn't do the stuff in his house anymore?
Yeah.
He had to move out. Yeah, and they had to like downsize. So I mean, and then he's cutting people. He's like changing a lot of stuff. He even said that he's losing money. He said this on stream. He's losing money. Well, because he's spending it on the people on his show, right? So yeah, but that was just what I wanted to say about John Campea.
What H Bicep says, pugs are loyal dogs.
They are loyal dogs.
I'm looking at the Campea Exposed channel, if that's the one you were talking about.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Some of them, okay, so some of these videos might be relevant, but some of these also...
Some of them are not. They're like troll bait videos.
Yeah. So it's kind
of... You have to like comb through, and you have to like watch the ones that are like... I would even just ignore the title and just sit down and watch it, because you give... It's more of like an insight also too. But you can obviously trust some of these trolls.
Yeah, but I think some of these are like clipped out of context. Like he says a thing because it's like a 29-second clip, right? It's like,
Right.
is there something that
But
was
the one where
before it or
he's
after?
talking about the one he's talking about where he's losing money, that there was context there. Like he's like the context was how come Rob and I forget the other girl's name, but
Chris
why
Carr or is it Eric Cummings?
Eric, yeah. And he
Eric.
said, well, the reason why is because I'm losing money on the show, right? Like I can't afford to pay them. And so then he was talking about how he's going to be retiring soon, and I mean, I know, and also too,
Okay.
he's kind of salty.
Well, we will we'll play that clip. So it's John Campea reducing Rob and Chris's role to save money.
Right.
I believe this is a stream that he was doing solo during.
It was like a paid membership stream. It was supposed to be for members or people who are paying.
No, it looks familiar because I remember there was a day. It was like a holiday where he's like, I gave everyone off for the holiday, but I'm going to stream anyway. I talked to the wife and we said, fuck it, I'm going to stream.
Right.
Because that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a different stream.
It's casual, John.
Yeah, but it does look like the stream that I was talking about.
That's from his office in the studio, right? Because
and as we can see, Echo Base Network sending $4.99
because they do a lot of streams a day. They do like 2 or 3. They have their typical show, but they also have this talk chat or the video game stream. They do a lot of streams.
Just watch the clip. Just watch the clip because that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
All right, let's listen to the clip.
Next up, Echo Base Entertainment writes, where's Rob been this week? Miss seeing him on the show, and I hope he's not going anywhere. Rob had this. There's been a couple of changes. We already told our channel members this, but I'll tell you it as well.
Oh yeah, I wasn't channel member. Sorry.
So we are.
What the hell was that message? If you aren't paying a monthly fee, it can't.
That's just troll stuff.
You are an afterthought when it comes to sharing channel news. I agree, and I disagree because again, context is key, right?
Right.
When did he tell the channel members this, and when is this video?
I am a member.
No one knows, and I don't know that information, right?
I am a member.
That's why I said.
Hold on. Everyone's talking at once. It could be the fact that like this was like a month later. A month later, he's telling them, right? Then you're like, okay, maybe you got a point. But if he's like, yesterday I told the channel members, and now I'm telling you guys today, like it's like, no, calm the fuck down, right?
Right,
well,
right. That's why I would ignore that.
Aaron would know if he's a member. Do you remember Aaron?
Yes, I'm a member.
No, I mean,
you
do you
remember
what the distance was between the two?
I honestly don't watch his member streams, but I'm a member.
So
he
what
pays
was
to
it?
be a member, but he's not. You don't watch his
the best type of member.
I actually haven't watched the streams in a while.
How much do you pay for a John Campea membership?
I think. Let me check. I think it's $5 maybe.
You know, for 99 cents, you can be a member here.
99 cents.
You don't have to watch.
I think Aaron is a member here.
Yeah, he is.
I'm a member for your stream too. Don't worry.
Yeah.
This guy looks like Buddy Holly.
Aaron likes to get his member.
Get
his member everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know what you did, Aaron, but now your mic is getting all crackly.
Yeah, it's getting all staticky.
All right, let's go on. We're only 60 seconds in. Jesus Christ, we are terrible at watching videos and talking and react.
Yeah, just play the video. Just play the video.
So we are making some changes around the channel because, quite frankly, I think things.
There was a cut.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah, there's a cut there.
So
he said something else.
Yeah, there could be some context that this guy's cutting out, right?
Right. I don't even think that was part of. Oh, actually, it might have been part of what he was saying. It's like leading into what he's going to say.
Yeah, because here, listen.
Some changes around the channel because, quite frankly,
another cut.
Yeah.
Because he could be some changes because maybe Rob said that he's doing more shows on his channel, right? And it is going to save him.
It is. That's what he's gonna. That's what is actually happening. So yeah,
things are
Rob
a
is
bit
still
stagnant.
on the show.
I like to change things up every once in a while, but I'll give you kind of the very short version of the full explanation I gave the channel members. The short version is that when we sat down and did the math, we realized that having Rob or Chris on in the afternoons is really not good for our channel. It costs us having Rob
See, there was cuts again.
Right.
Yeah.
and Chris on in the afternoons makes us lose money, a lot of money, as a matter of fact, a lot of money. And we don't actually do stuff in the afternoons that, that tracks big viewership numbers or are for our sponsors. Basically, so whenever I'm paying Rob and Chris to be on the afternoons, I'm hemorrhaging money. I'm losing a lot of money all the time by having them on in the afternoons. And so about a month and a half ago, I sat down with the whole staff. We went over the numbers. I explained the whole situation. So we're making some changes in our afternoons because it's just not financially viable for me to have Rob and Chris on in the afternoons anymore. It didn't make sense. So that's why that's there. Again, like I said, I sat down a month and a half ago. I went through every single step with him. I showed the numbers and everybody understood. It's like, I have to make sure the channel stays alive. And if I'm acting financially irresponsible, the channel's not going to stay alive. So made the decision that we're not going to have Rob and Chris on. And I think once in a while, you're still going to see them on in the afternoons.
They do come on sometimes. At least Rob does for mailbag or whatever.
Like full. Yeah.
What was that?
But Rob is still on technically, right? But what he's referring to is that there's an afternoon show that they usually do where they talk about the news, and they're basically not gonna be on that show anymore, right? But they're
the daily show, the Campia show.
Right. They're basically being reduced to roles for videos that he still has to do, like mailbag, right?
He does mailbag. They do chats. They do games. They stop the gaming streams.
Hold on. Because the afternoon show for today. The Mandalorian in Trouble hits lowest ratings. John Campia show, the last one, had Rob on it.
Right.
Comes in once. They still have him on once in a while.
But that's what he's saying. Yeah. Well, unless he came in the last week, check the last week. We would have to go and find this specific video. But the problem that I have with John Campia isn't really too much of this. I don't really care about this. I just think it's kind of funny the way that they cut it up, but the problem is that John Campia feels like he's entitled.
Oh, that I agree with.
That's my issue with it, where he's like, oh, he basically invented this, and it's like, you talk about the news.
Well, like because he used to run a website that had.
It's not even the news. It's rumors.
Rumors, news, yeah.
He didn't even come into the studio anymore. Did the Campia show there? He's in his own home, his own studio now.
You're crackling again.
Right. Yeah, you're crackling again. Yeah.
Oh, fucking Mike.
Well, maybe.
Is it better now?
No, it's not. It made no sense. First
in Atlantis.
For them to have.
Okay, is it better now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. It made no sense for them to have a studio. First off. Secondly,
right.
I don't. Spoiler alert. I don't pay everybody on the panel all the time. Okay.
Right.
Only some of us.
Only some of them. But it made no sense for one, like it's like four of them, right? It's like John Campia, Rob was there, and then like Chris Carr's there, and then the other dude.
Yeah, sometimes there's more. There's a lot more. Yeah,
so he has Christopher Harloff once in a while. Christopher Harloff sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it doesn't make sense. What I'm saying is, okay, it doesn't make sense.
But yeah,
God damn it.
Hey, just let him finish.
For him, he does most of the talking, and then he just goes, "Hey, what do you think?" Right? It makes no sense for him to have four people on there, and it's the same amount of time. Because then not only do they talk less, because they have, he wants to fit every segment into a fucking 10-minute digestible chunk, right?
Right.
So now you're paying people to do less, so it makes no sense, right? And especially like Rob's not doing extra stuff. Rob is just sitting there talking. Whereas like Asian dude is like doing the chat and he's handling other things.
Because this is the thing, right? I think this plays into John Campia, is that John Campia wants to pay to show other people that it's like this is quality, right? That he has people that are working in the industry and therefore he needs to pay them, right? Because they would just walk away, right? But Rob is weird, right? Rob, I think he still wants that connection because he's not really doing anything right now.
He has his own channel. But what it looks like, I'm looking at the John Campea show page right now. So the 1 day ago episode had Robert on it, but only for like the last half for the mailbag part. But
Right.
2 days ago, the Ben Affleck won't direct DC movies. Robert was on it the whole time. And then the day before that, it looks like it's just Campea in his house by himself. And then we go back to like him and Chris Carr, and then him by himself, and then him and.
Well, there's no Eric. How
I have a
often was
question for
Eric
you.
on?
I have a question for you. Didn't he have a studio like in 2018 and it only lasted for like a couple months? Him and Rob, didn't they have a studio back then?
Possibly. I think so.
And
But
he
again,
had to go back to his home.
It made no sense, especially during the COVID and stuff.
I think
that was the reason. I think they had some problem with COVID and going to the studio.
Yeah.
They had to go back and look.
So it looks like he's currently modifying it so he's solo every other show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. I mean, obviously, this time of the year, or at least last month, because he said he did it like a month ago when he started talking. That's when the ad revenue goes down. There hasn't been a lot of really big Hollywood news, right?
No. Besides James Gunn, no, there's really not.
Yeah.
You know what? Wait till June with all those movies coming out. Maybe I'll get something there.
May is usually when things pick up.
But we got 1 minute. Let's watch the end of this.
Yeah.
Programming didn't get many views, right? I was still paying like full dollar to make those shows, but the shows in the afternoons weren't doing very well. And that's why it makes a lot more sense for me. Like, so for instance, open mic, it makes a lot more sense for me to do open mic solo than it does to say have Chris or Rob on open mic with me. So yeah, so that's a change. And look, part of the reality too is my business manager reminded me of, it is called the John Campea Show. And I realized that, and I'm not going to go too deep into it here, but I don't want a big full panel thing. And I found that when it's just me, myself,
I can bullshit and then people won't push back in the things I say.
Yeah. No. I think that's like a minor part of it, because I really think this just comes down to money.
Money for sure.
Yeah.
He's a big spender. Campea's a big spender.
Yeah, just look at the way. I mean, he wants to be like on this level that I don't really think he's on, to be honest. Like,
yeah.
Well, his numbers are definitely not on the level of huge. He's big channel, right? He's not. I wouldn't put him on the huge channel list.
Right.
And I think the issue is he's realizing the thing that G4 never realized, right? Like he's paying all these people for the exact same quality that if he was just doing it himself.
Right.
Like the value, I'm sorry, and I'm sure they're nice people, Chris Carr, like Robert Meyer Burnett, all the other people whose names I don't fucking know. I'm sure they're all great people, but at the end of the day, show business, not show friends, right? They're not adding, like you said, they're not adding value.
Well, that's why I say with Rob, I don't think Rob wants to be there. I think he's just doing it to build up his own credibility and network. Because if you see what he's doing, he's on people that John Campea criticize.
He does.
Right? So that's a little bit strange. They're his friends, yes, but John Campea has...
I know he's great. I'm just saying that it's not like there's a difference between like if I show up to somebody, like say you criticize John Campea and I show up to John Campea and you're like, why would you do that, right? We criticize John Campea. And I'm like, well, obviously I'm just trying to build up my brand versus I was already friends with John Campea and then you criticize him. It's like, well, I'm still friends with him, right?
Right. Okay.
I mean, Rob will go on anybody's stream.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of know that.
Really? So we can get him on here?
Get him on
He might.
I wouldn't be surprised. He might, yeah.
I mean, if Zodwag could get him, why not you?
I didn't know Zodrider got him.
Yeah, he did.
Did he pay him? Because it sounds like he's expensive, according to John Campea.
Just give him all of our fees that one time. Yeah. Cover it.
Not cheap to have unlimited funds to create shows. Yeah, that's just. Twit went through this many times. Who's Twit?
Mhm.
That twit.
I don't know.
That's an acronym. What is
I
it?
know, and I don't know what acronym that's for. This week,
6K. I hate when people type in acronyms, man.
yeah, this week in
Where is
theaters.
Is that what it is this week in theaters? Is that
Is that
does
what it
that
is?
count?
Yeah.
Is that somebody?
Is that a thing? I don't know, but it sounds good.
Flow of the
Wait a
show is a
minute.
lot better. It just flows a lot better when I have just me, and so that's why you're going to see them on the show in the days, but you're not going to see like me and Rob and Chris very often. I just found the pace of the show doesn't move very well.
Not a cut.
So, I don't want to recreate AMC
Oh,
Movie
Aaron,
Talk
Aaron, okay.
3.0, and I've been doing that. Even I've said for a long time I don't want to make AMC Movie Talk 3.0, but really over the past year I've more and more kind of made it AMC Movie Talk 3.0, and I don't.
That's
want to
what he
do that, and it's time
wants.
for me to reel that.
He said that's not what he wants.
This is what I don't understand, right? It's like why don't you want that? Because that's why you're upset that other people has stolen your thing, right? Because you used to bring on and interview celebrities and all that stuff, right? So
You know
it's
who
like
does that?
why
He-
wouldn't you want
The
that?
guy who
Calm
bought
down.
in.
Aaron, calm down.
No,
You're a little loud.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The guy he bought on to join AMC Collider, Kristen Harloff, and from the Schmoes, you all know him, right?
Right,
On
right.
his channel now, the Schmoes stuff is done with. His gaming thing is done with. That's all done. So it's specifically his channel now, and he has his studio. I think it's actually part of his house, and he actually does bring on celebrities still. And he doesn't have as much subscribers as Cambia, but I'll say he's actually more successful because of that.
Well, again, I think okay, people get hung up on subscribers. Subscribers are nice, viewers are better, right?
Right.
But he has gone. I'll name some people. Diego Luna.
Yeah,
from
but
Andor.
again, and I'll tell you this, Aaron, because we've had people on, right? We've had people that are bigger than us.
Yeah.
That
shots.
it doesn't necessarily bring in the views, right?
Right.
Again, it's the
It
channel.
depends. Yeah, that's true. If they say something that gets out that makes the rounds, that person might get the views. He might get subscribers.
But what I'm saying, again, stop being hung up on subscribers. It is views. Views matter more, and it's a consistent views, right?
I know, yeah, because you see a lot of these channels with these videos that have like million views, but only like 100 subscribers.
Well, I'm saying, well, John Campia, he double dips, right? So that's first off.
Yeah.
Which is great. Which I stole his double dipping. That's where I got that from when I was double dipping for a while. But he double dips. So I don't know what he pays these people, right? Like he didn't come out.
Yeah,
like,
no one
this
knows.
is what I pay them, and this is how it works, right? I don't know if they get a percentage of the super chats. If he just pays them a flat fee, like every time they show up, here's $500 or whatever it is, right? So, are they getting residuals off of? Is that the issue? Is the issue that like, oh shit, Rob's on there and I got to keep paying him every time people watch these videos, right?
Right.
I know. Yeah, I know Chris Carr does a lot of voice work, so per fee, she probably gets a decent salary for voice work. Erin Cummings probably gets a decent salary too when she gets roles, right? Because she's been in some pretty big stuff. I mean, she wasn't.
Yeah, but none of that matters.
It doesn't really matter
to what John Campia is paid.
Right.
Well, I think they're on the show to get a paycheck.
We don't care why they're on the show. The point is,
I don't.
John paid them. That's what we're arguing here. Sir.
We don't know. I don't know. I don't think he's paying them a lot. I mean, I don't but I think he's paying them a decent amount compared to some other people that are on his team. That would be my guess.
And my guess is that might be the issue, right? That might be the actual issue. If he's paying Aaron Cummings more money than he's paying the guy who's actually handling, I don't know the other people's names.
Ray is handles the thumbnails.
Does the guy doing all
his brother-in-law?
His brother-in-law is Ray, right?
Yeah.
That's why he survives.
You see him in out of theater reactions. The Shazam out of theater reaction. That's his brother-in-law.
Okay, so if he's paying him more than that guy, and that guy's like, "What the fuck," right? Or if he feels obligated to pay Ray more because he's paying Chris Carr and them more, right? And now without them, he'd be like, "Well, see, I'm not paying I'm not paying them at all, so I can lower your fee, right, Ray?"
Right. Maybe he is paying. I didn't even realize that. But maybe he is paying.
I
Ray.
am
I
not
don't
doing
know.
that job for free.
Yeah.
No, he is. He said in the past he was paying him because he is family.
Well, I mean,
Yes,
paying
I don't
him
think the
more
guy would be doing
significantly. Yeah. That I didn't mean not paying him. I meant like paying him.
I don't know if he's getting significantly
Ray,
more, but
Ray does all the thumbnails, uploads all the videos. He does all that stuff for them.
He's got to be paying him at least a living wage.
Yeah.
At least
Right.
to get up.
Right. Yeah. To do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's banging the
They got a lot of.
Yeah, that's true.
Allegedly.
Oh, allegedly. Oh.
No, man.
Look at that face of Capia. He paused on.
I don't know. I just. I mean, like, if he knew that it's his show and but he brought on people to make it more credible, right? Like, that's why he's doing it. Oh,
Yeah,
snap.
but maybe their credibility has run out already, right? He's gotten everything that he could have gotten from Rob being on the show. Now he doesn't need him anymore.
And Bob,
Possibly.
I don't know if Bob needs him right now because Bob's network has really expanded.
No, Rob almost got canceled because of John Campia. If you think about it.
That's true too.
why, what happened?
Yes.
Was John Campia saying something?
Yeah, he said, during the riots, obviously he made a comment about the riots, and
Oh,
I mean, I don't even think what he said was like completely wrong, but like it was just maybe you should have never said that,
No.
knowing like what
He got-
your
I go
audience
political,
is, right?
man.
He got
Yeah,
canceled
I
by
go
the
political.
he got canceled by the Schmoes people because of Harloff's crew.
Well, yeah, because he said that
And-
he wanted, like the people that are,
Yeah.
their businesses are getting raided, like they
Yeah.
should defend it. I don't think that was a crazy take, but it's like you should know, like saying that,
Well, it has to
and
be,
knowing like
the
there's so
audience
many
would take it wrong.
problems, right? Yeah, like you should have known how that's going to play out.
He got
But
really angry. But he's probably, I think,
and I think that might have been the reason now why he hangs around that group, because they stood up for him, right?
yeah.
Yeah, but according to Robert Meyer Burnett on a live stream that got 473,000 views, Wonder Woman 3 is being fast tracked following Wonder Woman 84's $85 billion opening. So,
I mean, it was being fast tracked though.
it was.
What-
it was.
what-
It was
Tony,
actually
it
happening.
was. That's why they fired her.
yeah.
So he wasn't wrong.
Yeah, you know, it could have been accurate at the time. Yeah, it's not like
No, it was accurate. They fast tracked it. They gave it
then
a
they
script.
fired
She
her.
turned it in, and then she got fired. Yeah.
I mean, they greenlit Wonder Woman 3 when 1984 was coming out.
Yeah.
Basically,
Yeah.
they-
The whatever she turned in, it must have been not good.
Crap,
Dog
it was,
shit,
it was
yeah.
horrendous.
Yeah.
like Steve Travers coming back for a third time.
No, but that what I
Oh,
was
God.
what I was getting at is that was 2 years ago, his most popular stream. Ever since then, like he hit his peak 2 years ago, and he seems to be like,
Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about. Sorry. Yeah.
Because the problem with Rob is he doesn't he's too like.
who are these
it's
other
just-
people in his network?
He does have other people behind the scenes. He does have
For
other
Rob,
people.
Yeah,
like
He does
like
have a lot of people. Yeah.
calm down.
he goes on a lot of people.
No.
He goes,
Oh, his
No, but he
channel's
has people working on his channel.
Calm down.
hold on, wait. Yeah.
Yeah.
His channel is called the Burnett Network. And
Yes.
he has other people
Mhm.
doing streams all without him. Like
oh,
Right.
yeah.
Right. Yeah.
that's
It was
why I
just
always-
him at one point.
That's why I said, who are these other people? Because it's like
They do like after shows. They do like certain topics. I don't know.
But some of those people, like I think one of the women that is on his show, she was on Midnight's Edge. She comes in a little bit. And that's the only one I recognize.
They did. I'm sure it was Cambia, but I'm pretty sure if it might be the Cambia show or Rob. I think one of them did have the Oscar winner for the Black Panther Wakanda Forever costume.
yeah, John
Design?
Campia.
Designer.
But no one
Yeah.
cares.
I know.
Yeah, that's the
right.
thing. And it's
He
yeah.
has a whole thing where it's like designing Hollywood. He's like, we're bringing in the people that like no one gives a shit, right? That's a
Yeah.
niche audience. I'm not gonna sit there and be like,
That's
"Oh,
not his same audience. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's more of what he should do, because it's a lot more interesting. But he's not going to make money off of that.
Yeah, that
No.
stuff feels big if it's happening in your backyard. But
Right.
if it's happening outside, then yeah, you're
But
right.
the
There's
thing-
not a lot of
but-
people to give a shit.
But the thing is, like his audience, he should know they care about the big news, the big superhero news. They're not really people who work or care about the industry, right? They just watch movies and they like movie news.
Yeah.
Well, I was only really ever tuning into Campia when I think it was when before Spider-Man No Way Home came out.
I remember that.
It was running out because there was a lot of news. Like there was also a lot of Marvel shows happening as well, and I was really interested in them. Now I don't give a shit about them.
And that's the reason why Disney doesn't like them anymore, because of the leaks.
No,
Yeah, and then
I
he
don't think
trashed them too. He trashed them. So
I think that's why, not the leaks, but the trashing.
He leaked that photo, didn't he? The one of Andrew Garfield.
He got
quite a lot.
In the Daredevil one, in the Daredevil pick.
He didn't leak the Andrew Garfield one. He took it and then he put his watermark on it.
Right.
So he amplified the leak. Someone else
he was the biggest. He was the.
Somebody gave it to him.
Yeah. Okay.
But again, what I was getting at, to circle back around to the Rob Burnett thing, right?
Right.
You know, people are like, "Oh, it's Robert Meyer Burnett," but if you look at his channel, he's not setting the world on fire, right?
No, he's not. He's not. That's why I'm saying he's networking. Just go and look at who he's on. He's on Neurotic. He sometimes he goes on Chris Gore. He goes on a lot of other people.
He'll go with anybody.
Well, he goes on people that they meet up. They meet up.
Yes, but even with all of that, I'm saying he's still not doing
much
enough value to John Campia's show, right? If he was doing 10,000 views per video, and you say, okay, he's going to bring some sort of audience from his channel to John Campia's, right? So it makes sense to keep him on staff. But when you go, dude, you're only getting 500 views on a video, right? Your audience is not coming over, like dropping the bucket, right?
Because
I don't even. But that's the thing, Tony. He's not paying him for what he's bringing with subscribers. He's paying for his knowledge. That Robert, but you're not Robert is not. He's not nobody on YouTube. Like no one's really. No offense to him, right? But like his value is the fact that he's worked in the industry and he still is working in the industry.
Yeah,
that's
but
what you're paying for.
I don't think
that's what at the time. That's what he was paying for. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it, right? But again, I think that it's a mistake on John Campia's part. It's a mistake on other people's part because again, there was at one point like, oh my God, somebody in the industry, right? But that novelty has gone away with so many industry people making YouTube channels and doing stuff. Look, I love Sean. Sean O'Rourke, he's a great guy. I love Sean, right? But he struggles to get like an audience, and he's like, dude, he's actually putting out decent content, and he's got industry knowledge and all that stuff. And it's like because the novelty of like some dude in the industry, it's gone.
Right. Well, so most audiences don't care. They just want to talk about the content itself.
Well, most audiences don't even want that. Most audiences just want you to yell and scream. This is the worst thing ever.
That's a problem with Robert Burnett, Tony. This is a stream a couple of years ago, right? And Robert Burnett wasn't on, but it was a Campia stream. Somebody said that may have been one of those Let's Talk, this chat streams. Somebody sent in, a super chat that he read off that he, no disrespect to Robert Burnett, but he sometimes pushed me to sleep. And John Campia didn't get insulted by that because John Campia could see that the way how Robert Burnett does his streams, the way he talks, especially does the letter stuff. It's like a storyteller, when you're young and you have your grandfather, grandmother, whoever, your father, mother reading you a book to go to sleep. That kind of thing. Right. That's the problem, and I don't think people really want that on YouTube.
I mean, people say that about us. Like, people will always say, like, people will say whatever. I don't think one comment is going to be like,
I don't know,
dictating whatever, right? Because like when I hear stuff like that, to me, it's more like an insult because you're like, then don't watch. Like, you're not obligated to watch, right? Like,
you're calling that person boring.
Well, you want the person off. That's what you're trying to say, right? Like, you don't necessarily need to watch their content.
No.
So. Yeah, I don't know. Those comments like that, I just think are just kind of weird because it's like you can say that about anybody. Like that's why there's YouTube in general. There's all these different channels. Go watch something else.
Yeah, but our audience keeps coming back to insult us week after week. We love
And we
them
take
for
it. We take it on the chin.
You didn't take it. Oh man.
And we assault him back.
No, we don't. Not here. All right, we got 10 seconds left. Let's get through the last of this.
Back again. So, yes, that's why there have been some of the changes. But you're going to see Rob on Monday and Chris on Tuesday and Rob on Wednesday. So, yeah, you're still going to see them around.
So what happened?
All right.
What happened Varian Cummings then? Is she has a role right now, maybe? Or
Maybe. What it sounds like is that he's not getting rid of them from the daily John Campea show, but more like the
Afternoon.
afternoon mailbag or like the after show or like the open mic, as the extra shit, right? Like
Spacing them out.
Yeah, they get like 500 people. They get like 500 people. That's it. His morning show gets good audience.
Is it a morning show? It's afternoon for me.
It's a morning show for him where he is. It's a morning show.
In that way.
Yeah.
And that's also another thing too, right?
Yeah.
Most of the people, he lives in LA, most of the people are probably Eastern Standard Time. Right.
Yes.
So
Yes. Why is it so quiet?
Not
Because
me.
you were
I don't know,
talking and
man.
we're waiting for you to finish.
I was done.
well, that was my point, is that could also contribute to why that show's not performing very well, right?
Yeah.
It happens to a lot of people. So
Time. But again, like I said, he cuts everything up, so
yeah, you don't need to watch it, right? So
You might have to try. You actually might find the John Campea video that's based on the full context without the cuts.
no, because he cuts out that whole section. He talks about a thing, cuts that section out. Part of the problem is, right, when you're watching a live stream, you don't know what he's going to say, right? So you have to watch, and you can't just like 10 minutes, right? You're like, okay, I got to hear the whole thing. Where in a video, right? He got the title, Ray Fisher fired, and you're like, oh, I know what that's the whole video. Ray Fisher fired. Let's just get to the point. I could skip him reading the question. I could skip him, doing this and that, and just to the part where he reacts. Boom. That's it. So I think that's why a lot of times people are like, oh my God, this got a bunch of views. Oh my God, right? But views are great. They're fantastic. But what's better is watch time, right? If 4 million people viewed your video, but they only watched a second each, that's not that great. And YouTube's like, oh, your content's shitty. People are just coming in to fucking downvote it, or obviously there's some kind of manipulation here.
right. Yeah, people are not interested. Yeah, YouTube.
But does 1 second, them watching 1 second of a 4-minute video count towards one view of the video?
Yeah.
Is that how
Yeah.
right?
As soon as you go on the video and start watching it, it counts.
But there's no engagement. It's
Yeah.
just okay.
And the longer the video, the worse that 1 second is. So 1 second of a 30-second video is better than 1 second of a 10-minute
Percentage of time watched, yeah.
That's why everybody's having, like, everyone's always complaining, like, oh my God, my revenue, and blah, blah. Just because no one's watching your videos. Because you think you kept stretching it out, so now people just slide through. They already got your formula. They slide through to the section where you're going to actually say the thing, and then that's it. They're out. That's why we keep it here, 100% quality content from beginning to the end. Quality content. All right. Speaking of quality content, PC Gamer wants us to know that 32 years later, the Toxic Crusaders is getting a new beat 'em up, and I am fucking excited. I used to love this show. If you don't know the Toxic Crusaders, because it's a fun show. It was during the Ninja Turtle craze.
Yeah, it sucked, man.
The Toxic Crusaders, God damn it.
Kick them out.
I'll use that. The retro side-scroller will pay homage to the wider Trauma filmography, too. Look at that. We might have Samurai Cop in the game.
Oh, God.
Wait, did Samurai Cop fall under the Trauma umbrella?
Yeah.
Did it?
I don't even remember that. I think was another. There's no way Samurai Cop was under Trauma. I don't think so.
We have to watch that one of these Fridays.
Let me see. List of Trauma films: Border Cop, Mother's Day, Squeeze Play, Waitress, Rana, The Legend of Shadow Lake, Stuck on You, The First Turnout, Toxic Avenger, Combat
It's
Shadow.
not.
I didn't think it was either.
No,
Class
there's
of
no
Nuke-
way. It doesn't
Class
look
of
like a
Nukem
Trauma
High.
movie.
Surf Nazis Must Die.
What's the one with the
Sergeant
Pulcher
Kabuki
guys?
Man. That's what I'm thinking of. I
The
was thinking of
Toxic
Sergeant-
Avenger series.
No. I was thinking of Sergeant Kabuki Man, NYPD, not Samurai Cop.
Yeah.
We've still got to watch it though.
Tromeo
Yeah,
and
you have
Juliet.
to watch it. That's James Gunn. James Gunn wrote that movie.
I actually watched
Yeah,
that.
that's him.
It was actually decent. It wasn't.
Well,
That's right. He was
probably 'cause
part
of
of that
James
crew,
Gunn.
wasn't he? Yeah, he was
He
part of that
was.
crew at one point.
Yeah. He still talks with what's his name? The guy who runs it all. Oh,
I
don't know,
his
I don't
name. Yeah. They still make movies, huh?
yeah, they
I
still
think
make
they do.
movies.
There was a toxic. I'm sure there was a.
There was talk of a
Fairly recent.
remake.
They are
It happened,
remaking
didn't
it.
It happened, yeah.
It's shot. I don't know when they're gonna release it, but it has what's his name? Elijah Wood in it.
Yeah, but just because it's shot, it might have been shelved indefinitely for.
No, they're not shelving that movie. No,
Is Elijah Wood playing Toxic Avenger?
no, it's Peter Dinklage. Some
What?
Peter
Yes.
Dinklage is playing part of the. I don't know
Well,
what
let
they're
me
gonna
check
do
this
with the
bit.
monster
Let
part
me
of it,
see
but
it.
he is playing the character. No, that
No,
that
he
movie
is. He's
sure
playing the Toxic Avenger. Yeah. Fuck.
No,
Yeah.
then both of them are playing it then, because Peter Dinklage is playing the regular version, and then right.
I'm just on Wikipedia. It says Peter Dinklage as Winston, the Toxic Avenger, and Jacob Tremblay as Winston's son.
Okay.
Kevin Bacon's in the movie, and Elijah Wood in undisclosed roles.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm sold.
Jacob Tremblay. Wow.
Let me just see the when is this
But it doesn't say there's no.
No,
It just says upcoming film.
legendary pictures is making it. But who's
It did
distributing
film. It did film it finished filming in 2021 apparently.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like, why is it they sitting on it for 2 years?
I think it
Because
filmed-
they're probably doing something
Shopping
with
it around.
it.
They maybe try to get it distributed.
Yeah, there's no distributor attached to it.
yeah, there
probably
probably
why.
is.
There's a
thought
bunch of movies that are like that. They get made like, and then they have to like sit on it. The
It's-
the Borderlands movie they're trying to make, that movie has serious issues and they're just sitting on
Yes.
it.
Are they?
Yeah, which sucks because the script was actually pretty cool.
All right. Anyway, the most important part is that the Toxic Avenger spin-off cartoon show Toxic Crusaders is getting a beat 'em up, and I am on board for this. Let's take a look at this 1-minute trailer.
Toxic Crusader! Toxic!
Look at that, it's 4-player beat 'em up. I do not like.
Crusader! Had no friends, no girls would hug me until I got rich.
We're probably gonna get copy struck on that song.
Yeah, turn that off.
Oh, definitely.
Radioactive on
Damn it! I already.
It undid
I thought
it,
you
like-
muted it.
I mean, it looks good.
Yeah, it's giving me a Simpsons arcade vibe.
It was. You know what it's giving me? It's giving me the updated. Was it Shredder's Revenge?
The Shredder's Revenge, yeah. I mean, I like that game, but it was kind of simple.
It was.
A little too
I
simple.
didn't like it because they were touting it like this is going to be the best Turtles experience ever, right? And I was
Right.
like, oh, they reused 2 of the bosses, right? Rocksteady and Bebop, and then they had cameos that didn't go nowhere. Like, oh, it wasn't like unlockable characters. It was just like, oh, look, the frogs are in it. Oh, look, there's this
Right.
one.
I wasn't a huge fan of the character models either. I liked the older ones. These ones were way too cartoony.
Yeah, they were.
Also-
I mean, it was a good game, but it was just I don't know. I prefer Streets of Rage. They did a better job with that game.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Streets of Rage was a lot better.
Right. There's a rumor they're making an X-Men game.
Really? Like that? Oh.
Yep, because
Like
if
the
you
old-
play all their games, they hint toward the game that they're making.
Like the
And
old,
so there's
six,
an
the old
X-Men
6-player
Easter egg.
X-Men.
Yeah.
So, Toxic Crusaders was a cartoon in the 90s, and I was always like, what were people thinking? Because the Trauma films, right? They weren't exactly kid friendly.
Yeah, but they did a RoboCop cartoon as well.
They
They did all sorts of weird stuff.
But that was the
Yeah.
80s. That wasn't the 90s. This was the 90s already. Like Even the Toxic Avenger movies were like way earlier. It was like
Yeah, but wasn't that a trend though? Like that happened, where it's like they brought like older movies into cartoons. Didn't like Back to the Future get a cartoon like years later?
Oh my god! Yes,
it was good. It was like a follow-on as well. It wasn't like it didn't. It followed on.
Yeah,
from the
that's what
story
I
of the
heard.
movies.
Yeah. Also, I know they.
If memory serves me right, Christopher Lloyd showed up in that show, in that cartoon show, like as a bookend in the episodes. I'm sure he did.
Yeah, he did.
Oh wow!
We're gonna see him.
Well
We're gonna see him in Mando. We're gonna see him in Mando season 3.
I forgot he was going to be in Mando. Oh, my
Christopher
God.
Lloyd's in Mando.
Yeah, he is.
Maybe Doc Brown goes to the future.
He's going to be
Again.
like some dude in a bar or some shit. That's what it's going to be.
He'd be like, Tatarian, I have this ship that could go back in time.
Oh man.
All right. So I think it looks like a good game. It looks like something I would definitely pick up.
It looks okay.
I don't know about the rest of you.
Nah.
No,
So we're not getting it
You're
to
on your
four
own with
player. We're not doing a.
If you pay for it for us all, Tony, yeah, we'll go 4-player.
Yeah.
No, there's too many other games coming out this year for me to like.
Yeah,
it has to be on Game Pass.
I've
you
got
know.
other
Look at it. Seven playable characters. You can play as Toxie, No Zone, Junkyard, Major Disaster, Headbanger, Yvonne, and Mrs. Junko.
Yeah,
When's
if it's
this
on
gonna
Game
come
Pass,
out?
if it's on Game Pass, I'm with you.
Look at it.
Yeah,
Apparently
same,
the game will
same.
feature.
Game Pass, yeah.
The game will feature cameos from other Troma films, including Class of Nukem High, Poultrygeist, Night of the Chicken Dead, and Sergeant Kabuki Man NYPD.
Okay, well, I like Poultrygeist. That movie is fucking wild. I mean, I'll look at it, but I don't know if I would buy it. You should. Everybody should watch Poultrygeist. That movie's fucking weird.
Poultrygeist.
Yeah, it's I will always the chicken, but it's like Poltergeist.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Night of the
there's a
Chicken
scene. There's a scene where this fat guy shits himself out and he loses all his fat, and it's like, what the fuck?
If only it were that easy, yeah.
Yeah, I know, right?
Movies were-
Oh my god. Yeah, so
All right.
watch that movie.
If you want spoilers for Mandalorian season 3, tune in because we're gonna spoil. The Mandalorian season 3 merch spoils return of 2 key characters. First off, bullshit. They're not
Key characters. There's no way they said that.
They're
Key
You're talking
character
about-
who? Yeah, who are you talking about?
That's a massive stretch, but okay. Oh my god.
All right, so if we scroll down, the 2 key characters are these 2 Mandalorians. Or not these 2. These 2.
Oh, the Bo Katan's crew. The two.
Axe Woves,
Oh,
played
okay.
by Simon
Oh,
Cassianidis, appears in his blue and dark gray Mandalorian armor. There they are. And
One
course,
of them was Sasha Banks, right?
yeah, that was sporting her blue armor.
Mhm.
This cute version of Koska Reeves also appears as an
I-
option. They're basically saying that when Sasha Banks said that she wasn't in the 3rd season, that she lied because Disney said, "Hey, we'll fucking murder you in your sleep."
Yeah.
But she said it
Yeah.
nicer than that. Obviously, this whole thing was so stupid because they're building up that she's going to go back and either
redeemed though. Only Bo-Katan
they're building
has.
it up that either they're fucking building it up that either she's going to get her crew back or she's going to at least go confront them for leaving her, right?
Yeah.
No, I feel like the direction it's going to go is they're going to try and she's going to
You
get the
think-
Darksaber back and she's going to try and rebuild Mandalore. And
Yeah.
the crew will all come
Why is
back.
that taking so fucking long to do
Because
that?
they have to spin the wheels, Blighty. They've not got any other
Do you-
ideas.
Oh my fucking god. Like, why didn't you just start the fucking first episode like that? Like, why did you do this time jump?
Well, why was he running around looking for a part for a droid, man? It's like,
Yeah.
Come
Well,
on.
because they cut out Cara Dune, and obviously that was Cara Dune's
Yeah.
role.
Yeah.
Something.
I don't know. That seems like that might just be them setting up that other show. I swear to God, if that happens, like,
What other
fuck Disney.
skeleton crew.
The Skeleton Crew.
Oh, you think the episode 3 was setting it up?
No,
episode
episode 1. The
Oh, wow.
Pirates. Yeah.
Oh, Pirates. Yeah.
All right. It's time to talk Mandalorian. I've watched episode 3 of the season 3. Was it chapter 19?
Chapter 19, yes.
Yeah.
What the fuck is Disney doing? Seriously.
I don't know.
If I didn't
don't
do
know
this
either.
show, if I did not come out here every week to talk about this shit, I would not watch it. That would be it.
No, yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
This season's been terrible. Like, I don't know.
Well, beyond the season, this episode is fucking terrible. And I'm going to tell you why this episode's terrible. Look, you build up the Doctor. You make me want to try to care about his story arc, right? Just to fucking brain fry him with no explanation. She's just like evil. Because
Well, I don't think
There's
she was evil.
explanation.
I don't. Well, there is a there's an
She's a
explanation.
spy.
No, I don't think she's a spy. I don't think she was. Well, this is how I interpreted it because again, I don't think it's very clear, but I think it's the fact that it's almost like what happens to people where they replace one ideology with another.
Yeah.
Right. It's like they get they get rehabilitated and then they still have that hole.
Yeah, they go
And so
to the other direction.
Yeah, to the other way, right? So I think that's what was happening, where it's like, oh, she's like, oh, in order to survive in this new fucking republic, right? I have to do this, and that's why she got to her position in the Empire, right? So that's more of like her personality, right? That's how I saw it, because I was like, oh, actually, that's kind of interesting, right? Because then if you're trying to convert all these people who work for the Empire, well, how did they get to the Empire in the first place, right? They have to be fucking psychopaths,
not
right?
all of them. I mean, it's the higher up.
I feel like most of them. If you have to, like, I mean, it's kind of like working for the Nazis, right?
Yeah,
Like,
but again, okay, let's be fair. I understand they're evil. The Nazis were super evil, right? We all get that, right?
Right.
The guy mopping floors.
But we're not talking about people mopping.
But some of those guys,
we're talking about the soldiers, right? She was working as a soldier.
But she wasn't a soldier. She was a.
Her position had to have been that eventually, or before
Moff
she was a
Gideon-
soldier.
Moff Gideon did order her, and she did. Like,
Right,
she's
but
the-
what I'm saying is the other guys that were there, they just looked like normal people. Remember, they were just like TIE fighters.
Well, they did. They kind of did explain. They kind of did explain that with the Empire. Not everybody.
You kind of
evil.
in their position, right? You kind of have to be a bad person to get to that point, right? Of
Yeah.
working with the Empire.
Well,
Right. There's some people I know that they. Well, actually, now that I think about it, have they ever explored like people who were like, oh, like it wasn't really my fault, or am I like blanking on?
well, they did that with Finn.
Yeah.
Kind of.
They did that with.
But they never really did, though. If you think about it, they never really did because
They did that with Jay Ursul's father.
and well, we're talking about the Empire too. Like maybe,
Remember Rogue One, the father.
but
Yeah.
the father was a scientist, though.
Yeah,
Like I'm
but-
talking about like the soldier aspect of it, right? Like
Well,
where they're
here's the thing. There's a difference between a soldier and an officer. That's what I'm saying. Like a soldier is just a normal dude, right? Like
Who goes
Finn
into
was just a
battle,
soldier.
yeah.
He was recruited and he did bad things, but he wasn't really bad, right? That's a soldier.
sure, but
An
like you
officer's
still had to
giving
do
you the
bad
orders.
things.
Yeah, but
You
the officer's
still
the
have
one
to-
who's telling you to do.
Yeah,
the bad things.
but Tony, you still that's not really a good excuse because the whole point of you're in the mindset you have to do it, right? So it's like you have to eventually convince yourself, right?
No,
Yeah, but here's the difference, right? Like if I tell you Blinded, if I say, "Hey, Blinded," you know those people on the John Campea podcast? They're evil, and so we're gonna go over there and we're gonna shoot them all. And you're a
Right, so
soldier.
you
You're a
convince
soldier,
them.
so you think it's okay. So the
Right.
soldier is not necessarily evil. He's just following orders because he thinks he's.
I
doing
never
right.
said that they were evil though, Tony. I said that you still have to wrestle or come to terms with that idea, whether it's brainwashing or not, right?
Well, it's not even that. I'll tell you from a real world perspective, right? Because I have the experience.
Right, yeah.
I don't entirely agree with everything I've been told to do in my career, but I've done
Right.
it. I've had to do it because if I didn't do it, I would go to prison. And
But then there are other
and we're the
people
good
who
guys.
don't feel that way.
Remember,
But
Finn,
think about it like this. I don't really want to use the Finn example because that's not the Empire. Like
But it was based on
it's
the
the
Empire, so
same.
it's the same.
Sure, right, but I don't.
there's a remnant.
It might
Okay, guys.
it might be totally different, right? If we're just talking about the Empire and what they did, we don't even really know all that much of what the New Order did compared to the Empire. Like the Empire did a lot of fucked up shit.
Yeah, First Order.
And there is, remember in Solo.
The Force Order, sorry, my mistake.
Remember in Solo, they do recruit people to become a soldier for the Empire. Remember?
Right.
Yeah, well,
But
here's the
yeah,
thing.
sorry.
Here's my interpretation of it. She's fucking evil, okay? Because she cranks up the.
I think she's working for Moff Gideon.
Okay,
I
hold
think
on.
so too.
Wait, let him say what he was going to say.
If you haven't watched the episode, right, I think we should probably fill people in as to what the episode was before we.
Right.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
So basically, we have Mando goes. They get the water from the last episode. He's like, "Yeah, I got the fucking water. Magic
It's
water.
evidence.
Put it in a
Yeah.
bottle." Evidence.
Redeem, yeah.
He goes into the ship. They get in the ship. They start flying away. Fucking TIE fighters show up. Don't know where they came from. Don't care. They just start shooting people. They bomb the shit out of fucking Bo-Katan's thing. They take off, and they fucking hyper jump. Next thing you know, we go and we're on Coruscant, and hey, there's a scientist. That scientist is the guy from episode 1 of The Mandalorian. He was the one working with the Moff Gideon crew to clone people. He's like, hey guys, I'm not really that bad. I actually just want to clone people because my mom died, and I was like, hey, if I clone people, maybe my mom hadn't died. And so they give him amnesty, and apparently they've given amnesty to a bunch of Imperials, and they put them in numbered little units, and they're like, hey, you're fucking FB23 and you don't have a name no more, and you're fucking nameless guy. So he ends up meeting one of the ladies from the Moff Gideon crew. She's also there, and they're like, hey, I recognize you. It's like,
The
yeah,
one RJ wants for Abby.
That was, I hate that casting.
Yes.
She's the 30-year-old woman and Abby's like 19. Like, come on.
Beyond that, so if you watch the episode, he's like, yeah, I still want to, he feels like he could contribute to the New Republic with cloning technology. But the New Republic has outlawed cloning. Now here's why I think the lady's evil, right? She's evil, but pure evil, right? Because he's like, he's just talking about it. She convinces him, hey, we can still do that thing. It's for the good of the New Republic. And I can help you get the stuff you need so we can do your experiments and figure out the process, and we can refine it behind the Empire, behind the Republic's back. And then we'll present it to them, and they'll make us heroes, right? And we'll save a bunch of people's lives. She convinces him. Remember, he don't know what the fuck's going on. He just showed up to Coruscant, that day. And she's like, hey, so over the course of a couple
she doesn't even know him.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know her, right? That's well,
he recognizes her, but he doesn't really know her.
She was working on the ship.
He didn't know she was there.
Yeah.
So
they never met. That's why they had that conversation in the hallway.
Well, actually, they did talk before. In episode
No, they
1,
didn't.
Yeah, they did. In episode 1, he calls her on the thing. On the
he did.
And what was the whole point of their exchange then?
They never met. They never.
Yeah, they've never formally met. Okay,
Because remember, he's a scientist. He pushed a little intercom, like, "Hey, I need this," and she's like, "Okay, fucking, we'll send you the thing, whatever."
I don't remember that much.
Autism. It helps me out sometimes. So anyway, so she convinces them. They get on a train. They fucking go to a junkyard. They're gonna grab the scrap because when he was working in his little, hey, amnesty job, he found out that a bunch of stuff was getting junked from the Empire that also could be of value, but they were like, fuck it, we don't want to touch it because it's Empire stuff, right? So just fucking put it in the junkyard. So she's like, hey, we'll go to the junkyard, we'll go grab the stuff you need, we'll go back to the fucking amnesty place, and we'll let everybody see how great you fucking are. Then the officers show up and they arrest him, but they don't arrest her. Why? They don't arrest her because she fucking ratted him out to begin with. The whole thing was a honeypot. That's right. She tricked him into getting arrested. And then he put his ass into a mind flayer, and they're going to flay his mind, but apparently only certain things. They said, hey, this ain't really a mind flayer. This is actually an A, B, B, C, fuck you.
Right. Yeah.
Whatever,
it was.
Right?
It was really just the same technology, but they're trying to pass it off as something different.
It's the same technology, but we refined it. So
and he knew.
Right. Yeah, he knew.
They knew.
That's what I was saying. Like, they replaced one ideology for the other in terms of the extreme.
Yeah,
Right,
that
that's
I
why-
understand. I get that, right? I get
Yeah.
that they're trying to show you that the Empire and the Republic are two sides of the same coin. They're all
Right.
Everybody's evil. Fuck
That's
big
why
government,
they failed.
revolution, communist. We got it, right? All that, yada yada yada. But why she's evil. Why she's particularly evil in and of itself is because she set him up. She convinced him to do it. She set him up.
Or she's a
Put him-
psychopath.
Yeah, they put him in the mind flayer, right? And she's like, "Hey, he's still my friend. Is it okay if I watch?" And the guy who's running the mind flayer, he's like, "Yeah, no problem. There's the control
Yeah.
panel. Don't worry about it." And as soon as the dude did it, I was like, I go, "Hey, she's gonna fucking." As soon as he leaves, she's cranking that
Yeah,
shit
she's
up.
gonna
Yeah.
crank
That's
it
such
up.
a cliche thing.
It was pretty obvious.
She's
Well,
clearly evil.
Yeah.
Well,
she-
it was. I was telling you last night that I knew that was going to happen immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Well,
whole twist. It was so obvious.
she cranks it up, right? And then she's sitting
The
there.
fry's
eating-
brain. Yeah.
She's eating the cookie. She's eating the biscuit.
Yeah.
Right.
The biscuit that he talked about that he loves so much, and she's just looking and enjoying what she caused. And I think she misses the torture. Remember when they were all talking about what they missed about the Empire?
You think she misses his
Right.
torch? Oh
She's
yeah,
a
yeah,
psychopath.
She didn't. She didn't
She's
say
a
what she
psychopath,
missed.
no
She didn't
shit.
say what she didn't say what she missed.
Yeah, everyone was talking about I missed the space lights, the
Yeah.
hyper this, and he's like, I miss biscuits. She misses being a fucking psychopath, and she
She
found a
misses the
way
Empire.
Right.
to be a psychopath. I don't think
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you're agreeing with what I was trying to say.
No, but you said all people are like if they're,
No,
they work-
I never said all people. That was not my point. I'm saying that there's going to be a. If I did say that, that was not my intentions. Let's just
also do
let me
think
put
she's
it that way,
worked for
because
Moss.
sometimes
I
I slip and say complete what I'm not trying to say. Right.
I still also
My
think
point
she's
is
working
that
for
it's not
Moss
all people. Right.
I still
My point is that there's going to be a certain amount of percentage of people that are attracted to that thing because they have that desire. Right.
Yeah.
Like that's just how it is. Right. Like we can't do anything about it.
I can agree
Right.
with
Same
you.
thing with
she's a
cops. Same thing
sociopath.
with there's different fields, right, where a certain personality
CEOs.
type is attracted to that. CEOs, yeah, exactly, right.
Yeah.
So I was trying to say that she is one of those people, and
Sociopath.
because of the system that they have in place, where they're trying to help the people from the Empire, you're essentially allowing people to now keep their personality, but just flip on a different side, right? So you're not rehabilitating them; you're keeping them as is, right? And that's what that's why I say I like the episode, but it's not a Mandalorian episode. Like, what was the point of showing us that, right? Like,
Yeah,
that could
okay,
have been in a
think
movie,
it's
right?
I still think it's Moff Gideon again and again.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
We talked
So-
about him escaping.
So we're gonna the episode's not over yet because she fries his brain, eats the cookie, be's a psychopath, and then we see the hyperspace ships come out of hyperspace. They go back to the Mandalorian colony from the beginning of the season.
Yep.
And they say, "Hey, we got the water," and the guy goes, "Fuck you! You don't got the water. We don't believe you." And then
That guy
Bo-Katan
hates
goes,
him.
Bo-Katan goes, "He got the water." He goes, "Hey, maybe he got the water. Let's go check it out."
Well, they hate her too.
And they take the water and they pour it into a little bowl and they go, "Yep, that's the fucking water. I can tell." They don't run any sort of test on the water. It could have just been
Yeah,
water
they
from
do.
the toilet on the ship. But they're like, "Yeah, that's the water."
test. They do want the test. Don't they?
No, there's no machine. She literally just pours it into a fucking bowl, Aaron, and goes, "Yep, that's the fucking water." She doesn't do anything to it. She doesn't.
I don't even remember what happened to
We
that.
forgot that you forgot Bo-Katan's redeemed too.
I didn't even get to that.
You
part.
didn't know.
I didn't get to that.
You know. She didn't know.
After they say, "Yeah, that's the fucking water," they go, "You're redeemed." And she goes, "By the way, Bo-Katan, did you swim in the
Take
water?"
off
She
your
goes,
mask.
"Yeah." She goes, "I
Did you
swam
take
in the
off your-
water. You're fucking redeemed too." And she goes, "No, I'm not. I don't believe in that shit." She goes, "Well, did you take off your helmet?" She goes, "No." "Then you're fucking redeemed. I don't
Yeah.
care what you say.
Yeah.
You're part of the clan now." And she's like, "Fuck, am I? Fuck yeah, you are. Family, Vin Diesel."
Yeah.
So
You're
was that
family.
all just set up to now have this Mandalorian war, where
Yeah.
now she's
Uh,
because
That's what I told you. She's gonna take this crew and go confront the other crew of Mandalorians that betrayed her. She's gonna use Mando's people, from the armor and all them, to go
to
fight.
be a civil war.
Yeah,
At least if that's what's going to happen,
So
it will be
who's
something
Captain America?
interesting.
Who's Captain America and Iron Man gonna
yeah,
do?
but why? Oh my God! Then why did it take fucking 3 episodes? Like,
Because that's what they do, man.
Yeah.
Remember Andor, right?
oh my God!
First few
I mean,
episodes
I
of
don't
Andor.
mind Andor. I didn't really mind the first episodes of Andor, right? But like, this is a different show. Like, Like,
reason why I think the reason why you didn't mind those first few episodes of Andor in that case is because you were introduced to it was really like a new world and new characters.
right.
These people we all know. We don't need to spend 3
Yeah, you don't
episodes
need
getting used
to.
to it again.
Yes, that's a
We
good
should
point.
we should be diving right into it because we know them all and we know who we're expecting to see.
Well, also too, I was saying like, what is? I mean, we're guessing here. We don't know if that's truly the plot, right?
No,
But
what Tony
we
was saying
don't.
a few weeks ago was right. Like I thought this thing was going to get dragged out as well, so that the
I
whole
We all
series
thought
was
that.
him being redeemed.
I didn't think they would deem things could be like a 3 episodes. Honestly, I thought it'd be
I
like
thought
4 or 5.
I thought it was gonna be the whole season because that's what they
Oh.
normally do, right?
Yeah,
It's like
I was on that boat in episode 1. I was like, yeah, they're gonna obviously drag this out because he's got to go get the chip and then
You
he's
know
gonna go
what?
do this. And he's gonna
But
go
that
do
would
that.
have
I-
sucked. That would
I
have
said
I
really
didn't think it
on my
would have,
stream, I had this crazy idea I said on my stream. You know that when you're initiating a young person to become a Mandalorian until that giant crocodile attack, I think
Right.
that's alluding to when finally Grogu becomes a Mandalorian. You're gonna
And
see
he
the exact
sticks
same thing for Grogu. Yeah, I
and he
think
gets a
Grogu's gonna
helmet
become a
with ears in
Mandalorian. Yeah,
oh
I think
man.
that's the story. He's gonna become one, right? It's obvious. That's what.
Well, that is what he's raising him as a foundling, right? That's what he said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So we're gonna
Yeah,
see
even-
Grogu. We're gonna see Grogu in the waters being initiated.
With
If-
a helmet
if-
with pointy ears
If
in
we
it.
get another episode like this, like I'm just gonna not watch the show because
Well, here's my question, because Aaron brings up a good point without knowing, but if you need the magical waters of Mandalore to because that's where they used to bathe in, right? Because they're like, hey, we want to bathe in this dirty fish water, right? So then how the fuck were they even initiating people into the Mandalore clan in that other water?
beforehand.
Yeah,
Right.
that's true. What the hell?
Yeah,
Yeah.
why couldn't he have been redeemed in the crocodile water?
You know
Yeah,
what
yeah.
happened? You know what happened? The crocodile shit too much of that water afterwards.
That's what
For
I'm
the
saying.
blood.
Like the crocodile water was good enough for those other people. So
Well, until the crocodile.
Maybe it's because but the thing is they established that the water itself has some weird properties, right? Or
Yeah.
am I just like
well,
Yeah,
they
so-
said that. They said that, but they didn't actually tell you what it is. They just go,
they
"This
didn't
is
tell
magic."
Kind of
us,
reaction
yeah.
when she
or they
pulled it
didn't
out.
show us, right?
Well, when
Right,
she pulled it
yeah.
out, there was a reaction.
Right. So maybe that is weird. I don't know. I don't know. To be honest, I think this like I said, like the episode is interesting for Star Wars, but it's really not that interesting for the show. And why do they keep
No.
doing stuff like this, right? Like, but it's the same writer doing this. John Favreau's doing this. Why do you feel the need of just like sticking something that really like thematically has nothing to do with the story? Yeah,
It shows how
It's
good
weird.
directors, man. He shows how like 3 or 4 directors doing every episode. Like,
because you know what's funny, right? People accuse The Last of Us of doing this, right? Even though
Yes.
it's like thematically it fits, right? Like it's just that you don't know the ending, right? Like people who knew the ending, it's like we know why this is happening, right? But for Mandalorian, it's
yeah.
like what is the theme with this episode is like totally different from the last 2 episodes. So like, why did you show us that? Besides, we've seen those characters before, right? We didn't need to see them again.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Did
Really
you catch
weird.
Did you catch the nod to Admiral Akbar when he was
It's a
getting
trap.
inflated? It's a trap.
Oh.
He doesn't even say it's a
yeah,
trap.
I remember that. I remember
Oh
that.
my
Yeah.
god.
Well, again, it was a episode that didn't fit thematically, and it didn't even move the story of
No.
Mandalorian anywhere. Right? It was. And I would hate to find out that this is actually going to be part of another show. They're like, it's a spinoff.
I would hate that too. Oh my god. I would
I
fucking.
feel
wouldn't-
like
wouldn't be shocked.
all the shows are like that, like right now, right? Like most of the Star Wars shows are.
I
these
would.
episodes-
This is why I wish some of these shows like people like would just bomb, because it's like
Yeah.
stop with this bullshit of like, oh, we need to
Yes.
set up some other fucking
the-
show. Like
that's the
holy
difference.
fucking shit.
I know that's the difference between the Marvel shows. Even though Marvel's going in a direction now, like they're starting to doing spin-offs of their shows. Like Agatha's gonna be a spin-off of WandaVision, but they haven't done that yet. You know, They haven't
Hold
done
on.
spin-offs.
This might be hypocritical, but the reason why I can maybe allow, even though I am tired of them just setting up shit, right? Just tell the fucking story and then you maybe
Yeah.
set it up in a fucking post-credit scene, right?
It's like,
But like for Marvel, the thing is like we kind of know what Marvel will do because there's source material, right? So in other words, it almost becomes like a foreshadowing or like
and
them
we know there's
hint-
gonna be and we know there's gonna be movies based on some of the stuff.
right. We kind of know, right? With
Yeah.
Star Wars, though, we don't really know. We don't know what the story, where the
Well,
story is going.
We have
Right.
a vague idea, right? We know where everything ends up anyway because
Yeah.
we've seen 7, 8, and 9.
Right. But the thing is, like, we don't know for this particular story with this character, right?
Is there gonna be?
So that's my problem.
Is there going to be a movie that's between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens? Like, is there something in between?
No.
Because everything we're getting is, besides Endor,
I
is
don't
pretty
know.
much just after Return of the Jedi, right?
Yes, but that's what you'll get. You'll get TV
know.
series bridging it.
Yeah.
It'll be a lot of TV series doing it.
Yeah.
Right.
If they don't, the amount I know that they've sold the likenesses, right? The 3 original actors. If they
Right.
don't do a Jedi Master Luke Skywalker show, this is gonna be a waste of time. All of this is a waste of time. That's all I
It
want to
is
see
all
now.
right, but
Look,
it's
like,
done.
the thing is, like, Mando season 2 set up Book of Fett and also set up Ahsoka, right? Basically, and Mando season 2 basically was just supposed to set up 3 shows: Book of Fett, Ahsoka, and the Cara Dune show.
Right.
Yeah.
56K warning's right. It's like the AMC Walking Dead spinoffs.
Yeah, those were dumb as hell. Those were dumb and stupid. I don't know why they
They had
did
like
those.
2 or 3 now. Since the main Walking Dead, Fear Walking Dead's ending. The other spinoff, the Fear Walking Dead's ending with the last season coming up.
I
But
can
yeah,
understand them doing the main characters, but like, why would
Yeah.
you now deviate and you're not even doing anything from
Well,
the
it's
source
'cause
material? It's
Yeah.
dumb.
Now they have like 3 after the main story of The Walking Dead. They have like 3 spin-offs, like the Rick and Michonne show,
Right.
Negan.
I don't even think they really need that. I like.
No.
Oh my god.
And they're doing Daryl show. They have like 3 right after that.
Oh my god. Oh my god. There's that. They don't even care about fucking Leah and Clementine. They should do a show about them.
I have no idea who any of these characters are because I don't watch.
Yeah, I don't watch it.
But we're supposed to have
Um,
movies. Remember, like Rick was supposed to have a movie.
Yeah, they were supposed to have movies, but I'm just saying, like, if you've played the Telltale games with Leah and Clementine, those were
Mhm.
characters that could easily get a TV show.
You think this is bad? They're re-releasing the comic series again.
Oh, really?
Re-releasing, like, what do you mean?
The Walking Dead. I don't know.
No,
they're
but what does that
56K
even
warning.
mean? Well, he's got to say.
Well, they
Well,
released it and then they're releasing them again. They're making reprints, I guess.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, they always do reprints. That's not a big deal.
This
I'm
time
still
in
trying to
colour.
buy some. Oh hell no! Don't do it in fucking color. No, that's a totally different
That's
story.
what they'll do, man. That's what they'll do.
That
If
would
they're gonna
ruin
re-
the fucking art.
If they're going to
be
re-release it,
terrible
they have
idea.
to make it a bit different.
They got to remaster it.
Yeah.
All right, we got one more story before we get into our mailbag stuff.
The Walking Dead is truly The Walking Dead. Yeah, unless you do Lee and Clementine, but yeah.
Speaking of Walking Dead, PC Gamer says indie dev accuses using stolen from software animations, removes them, warns others against trusting marketplace assets. Archangel Studios says Epic has removed the assets from the Unreal Engine marketplace, but won't say why. Well, we obviously know why, because they shouldn't have been selling them because they weren't their assets to begin with. Update. In our hands-on impression of Bleak Faith, Forsaken, complete with bug videos galore, writer Lincoln Carpenter calls it a cautionary tale written in jank. The makers of the indie Souls-like Bleak Faith, Forsaken have removed assets that were allegedly lifted from Software games. Archangel Games says Epic Games has now removed the third-party listing from the Unreal Engine marketplace, but still hasn't told the studio whether or not they were actually stolen. Well, obviously, if they removed them, they were stolen, right? And From Software's like, those are stolen.
There was something wrong with them anyway. Yeah.
And the similarities were noticed almost immediately after Bleak Faith Forsaken launched on March 10th. And they weren't just kind of alike, they were virtually direct copies. For instance, below is a comparison of the Claymore and Bleak Faith and the Straight Sword in Elden Ring. The positioning and timing is just about dead on. We'll take a look at this video. Come on. Make it bigger. Why is it not making it bigger?
Yeah, I have that problem.
I know. That's why I set you up. It looks the same. You guys might not be able to see it.
I can see it a little bit.
He spins it around and when he jumps.
Yeah.
Looks very similar.
Mm-hmm.
I can see it. Archangel Studios denied the accusations of theft, saying the assets in question were purchased fair and square from the Unreal Engine marketplace. Later, one of the developers added that the team had submitted a ticket about the issue to Epic's customer service. We decided to preemptive as a sign of good faith and generally very pleased customer at the Epic marketplace. Developer Ubermensch42. Wow, what a name!
Ubermensch, oh man, that's sus. Okay.
Said on Archangel's Discord, we'll let you know when they say about it and we'll respond accordingly. Today, Archangel announced that it received a reply from Epic, but it wasn't terribly informative. Pursuant to the marketplace distribution agreement, each marketplace seller represents and warrants to Epic that they have appropriate rights to upload their content, as with any store that hosts third-party content. However, Epic is also not in position to independently verify such rights. As Epic makes no such guarantee to purchasers of the content. That actually happened on PlayStation with a anime video game where they stole the art from some like small artist on Twitter. It was a whole thing.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Because they
It
took the
seems
art.
like a lot of these studios do shit like that.
Yeah, because it was like one of those like graphic visual novel games. So they just took their like bust art and used it for the character. Like, oh, that character's talking, and they used their picture.
Right.
In other words, Epic doesn't know or can't say whether the content being sold through the Unreal Marketplace is legal or not. That's not what it says. It's 100%. What it's saying is, if you read the statement, which is this statement here, they're basically saying, hey, we're just the store, right? We trust the people that bring the product to the store that it's not stolen product, right?
Mm.
We don't have time to verify whether or not everything is stolen. So we just assume everything is good. Now that we've taken it down, they don't say that part, but that's the part that you read into it. Now that it's taken down, obviously they're aware that the stuff is stolen, right? It's like when you go to Jewel and you buy a case of pop, right? I buy a case of Pepsi Cola at Jewel or at Walmart, right? I'm assuming that this is a legal Pepsi case of soda, right? And Walmart is assuming that when they bought it from the distributor that this case of Pepsi isn't stolen, right? But if they find out, hey, the distributor actually knocked off a truck and stole a bunch of Pepsi and was selling it to you so they can get the cash, then they'll be like, oh shit, take those off the shelf, right? Those are stolen product.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening here. I don't know why PC Gamer is like pussyfooting around it, like, oh, they don't know.
Probably just to cover their
I'm
ass.
in the mood
really,
today.
isn't it?
I feel like
Probably is.
You
I'm not taking no shit today.
Good. I like that.
Epic's response is not satisfactory to us, and so we have taken the decision to replace the assets purchased from the store over the next several days, the studio said. Some changes we included in the recent patches and more are coming in the next days. Certainly, this has been a huge lesson for us and hopefully other indie creators out there, too, that assets on these storefronts seemingly cannot be purchased in good faith. Archangel said in a statement sent to PC Gamer that it removed the questionable assets out of respect to the original animation artists and the players. Replacing them is currently an ongoing process, which will also include frequent patches to address bias, balance issues, and feedback from players. It is an unfortunate situation. We're not going to read the rest of the article because it just goes into the whole blah, 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 blah.
Right.
What I would say to developers, indie developers, right, that are buying things from the marketplace, look at the price and look at the product. And if the product is way too good for the price that they're charging you, there could be a problem, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
That's number one. Number two, if you say, well, the price kind of lines up with what I expect, right? This isn't like AAA work for, $1. This is like, oh, they're charging me $50 for what looks to be $50 worth of, work. Then you go,
Right.
okay, what does this look like? Oh, this looks like a From Software game. That's why I want it, because I'm building like a From Software game, right? But this does look like it. So then you go, wait a minute, let me look at all the From Software games and go, wait a minute, this is or isn't from that game, right? It's not that hard.
I don't know about that. That's, I mean, depending on what you're talking about, though.
No, because you know what the
I
asset
can
is.
see why, if you know, if you know.
You're buying the asset. It's not like you're like, oh, what am I buying? I'm buying a fucking sword swinging animation. And all you got to do is go YouTube,
sword swinging animation
swinging
for
animation.
whatever.
Boom.
Right.
Or I mean, I could see if you're like, oh, I bought a patch of grass. Like I didn't realize that this was the fucking From Software patch of grass. That's different, right? But this is like
Right.
a big thing.
Right. Yeah. That makes more sense.
You know,
yeah.
house. You know, if you buy like a building, you know, asset, you're like, oh, wait a minute, this is exactly because remember that other game was like, oh, the assets were
They
possibly
ripped them
from
off.
other games.
It was from Rhyme, right?
Right.
They
Yeah.
ripped them off trees or something from Rhyme. I think it was.
Like there's stuff that's obvious. Like some stuff is small. Like we're like, oh, it's a fucking little tile. Yeah, it's not obvious, right? But like, oh, this block that looks exactly like a Mario block because I'm making a Mario game.
Right.
Like maybe I should question it, right?
You should know. Yeah. Right.
So again, it sounds like the Epic game stores. A lot of storefronts like that at third party sellers. They don't do their due diligence and they just like whatever. Like, hey, it's not us, like because they're legally covered. They don't give a shit.
Yeah, they need better QC at that stage.
It might be too much for them if they're getting a lot of assets.
Yeah.
Like you would only be able to recognize the ones that are pretty obvious, right?
Yeah.
Like if you don't know an obscure game, you might not pick up on it.
So that was that. Now we're going to go to the polls, which were very controversial this week. And
Yeah, Tony is going to get exposed. We'll have to remember the thing that he said a couple of days ago.
what did I say?
Just bring up the polls.
Look,
I said a lot of things.
Yeah, he does. He says a lot of things. He's usually wrong.
He said something that it makes no sense. Just pull up the polls. We'll
he
get
usually
into
says things that make no sense.
it. This is something that is just this is insane.
This is true. I do say a lot of things that make no sense. All right. So, have you ever checked out a movie simply because it won an award? 42% said yes. 58% said no. Aaron, you said no. What about you, Blind? Did you ever just check out a movie only based on the fact that it won an award? Not anything else. Not because the trailer looked nice. Or
I think I did do that for Parasite, but I did hear about Parasite before. But because it won an Oscar, I was like, I might as well just check it out, right? It was a good movie. I liked it. So
I have not done that. I've never said, "Oh, this won an award. I should check it out." Right? No. How about
I
you?
mean, usually if it's a game too, sometimes.
I said no, and I was vindicated last night when I found out that Neil Breen's latest movie won an award. So I was right.
That movie was, oh my god! I love whoever suggested Neil Breen. Chef's kiss.
That was
We're gonna go through the whole
Hammock
Neil
Man.
Breen
We'll give
universe.
Hammock Man. We'll give Hammock Man that.
Yeah, we're gonna go Neil Breen verse. It's gonna be awesome. All right. 4 days ago, I asked you guys, should Disney Marvel go after the Ant-Man 3 leaker?
Yes.
27% said yes. 73% said no. I think they should go after the leaker. Yes, the leaker that's the internal leaker, right?
The internal leaker,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, we're not talking about the person who just
No,
or the mods.
Something from the inside, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Well, yeah, they work with. Oh my god, what the fuck's happening?
I have no idea. What'd you do?
are you playing Cyberpunk?
Yeah, of course I'm playing Cyberpunk.
All right. So we all agree that the people inside are scumbags for leaking the movie. And the Reddit mods should probably be left alone.
My tongue
Yeah.
Right, I agree with that.
The people who are being paid money by the studio shouldn't be pulling that shit. The people on Reddit they're not beholden to the company, so it's not.
Yeah,
Plus,
yeah, it's not their fault.
Yeah. Plus, they don't know if they're getting information that's true or not. They're just putting it out there.
Right.
My tongue is fine.
And like I said, even Marvel is kind of beholden to this leaking culture because they like that's how they marketed No Way Home. That's how they got.
They
benefit from it. They benefit
until
from it,
a movie
yeah.
flops. Until a movie is flopping hard, like Ant-Man, they start to go out after people.
Right. That's why I think they're doing this.
Yes. I guarantee you, if Ant-Man was making good money at the box office, they probably wouldn't go after the
They wouldn't give a
Lakers.
shit.
Yeah.
We would have to see, but yeah, I really don't think so.
All right. Are you looking forward to the new DC movie universe? 96 votes. 42% said yes. 49% said no. 9% said restore the Snyderverse.
Oh my god.
I say yes, but I think that no people are still part of the Restore the Snyderverse.
They can't. You could only vote once.
No.
I'm in mixed opinion about this because I really don't know if this is going to be successful. I think the James Gunn stuff will be good, and whoever else he brings on that I like, right? But like none of this really to me shows that this is going to be like MCU level of, oh my god, this is going to be super successful.
Yeah. I was in the yes initially when it was first announced. I was like, yes, this sounds good. And then when all the shenanigans happened with the Black Adam shit and the Henry Cavill and back and forth, and now I'm just like, no. Because like now you're like, first it was a complete reboot, and I was like, no, it was a soft reboot. Now it's like a sort of soft reboot, but kind of hard, but not really. But it's kind of wiggly, and we don't know until the movie comes out whether it's part of the soft or hard reboot. I'm like, fuck you. I'm out.
I'm in the yes column just out of curiosity at this point. I want to see what he's going to do. Because I just think like the other alternative was keep it in the Snyderverse or give it back to Zack Snyder. And if anybody thinks that was the better option, they don't remember how bad Zack Snyder's films were.
Well, anybody who says that is not looking at the box office. The box office showing that the Snyder movies they have a downward decline. Who cares if Joss Whedon made the last Justice League movie that got released in theaters? It doesn't matter. People didn't show up and see it, right?
Yeah, but Wonder Woman is a Zack Snyder film, and they got $1 billion.
Wonder Woman didn't make $1 billion. I think it made close to 800.
No, it did not hit $1 billion. It did very well.
It did decent for Wonder Woman.
I believe Aquaman's the only one that made $1 billion.
But Aquaman's part of the Snyderverse, so it made $1 billion. Yeah. That's all that matters.
But it wasn't even about the box office.
Wonder Woman did make 822.8 million.
It was just about the general direction the universe was going. I don't like that whole injustice shit that they were going towards.
Yeah. No, that was stupid. That made no fucking sense. Oh my god.
Because he was hinting at it very early. He hinted at it as early as Batman v Superman with a flash coming through from the ending at the ending of Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like it.
No, I agree that the Injustice stuff was like Elseworld. That was like video game stuff. Like there's no reason to fucking do that storyline. It's weird.
I agree. But moving on to the most controversial. And I want a recount on this vote. It was so close. We got to go back to Dominion and tell them to recalibrate the machines.
Recalibrate.
We got 141 votes.
No, I didn't vote on this.
Oh, that's good.
Does pineapple go on pizza? 53% of you voted incorrectly. Your finger slipped. I know old people, the numbers didn't line up right. You thought you were filling in the bubble for no, and it was actually the bubble for yes. I get it. No. There was some hanging chads going on when the ballots, it didn't puncture all the way through. I get that. So, maybe some of the votes didn't get counted correctly. But the correct answer was no. Pineapple.
I'm with you. Right, listen, Tony, I'm with you on that, right? I think it's criminal to put pineapple on pizza.
No.
But you've worded this wrong. You've said, does pineapple go on pizza? The answer is yes. Should pineapple go on pizza? No.
No. Listen, Finbar, this is what I was talking about, right? Like, if you are voting for no, you're voting in favor of chocolate peanut butter sausage pizza.
That's not what it says.
I don't care. That's what you said last night.
Yes, you did.
The other night. You did that. You ate that and you said it belongs on it. Okay.
I didn't say it belongs. I said it tasted good.
What?
What I just said, Finbar.
No. Sorry, Tony. Are you in the no camp here? You don't want pineapple on pizzas?
Yes, I'm in the no camp.
Right.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is Tony, right? Tony said that he ate and enjoyed a pizza with sausage on it. Then he put chocolate and peanut butter on it. and
But
he
that's a
said it
different
was good.
argument, right? That's a completely different argument. Tony's
Well, I'm trying to say what I'm trying to say is right. Hold on, right. If you because then Tony immediately responded with, "Oh, but pineapple doesn't belong on pizza," and everybody was confused. You're like, "Wait, so you can have all this other nasty shit on there, but pineapple is where you draw the line."
Yes.
So that's why he made the poll, right?
But it's possible that somebody really loves peanut butter and really hates pineapple. I agree. Fucking peanut butter, and what else did you say you put on it?
He took. This is what he did. He took a normal sausage pizza with all the normal toppings of the pizza, and then he slathered peanut butter on the bottom, and then put chocolate on the top, or something like that, right?
When I go,
exactly it.
I'm pretty sure when I go to places that will have pizza, I'm pretty sure toppings. I check the toppings. I'm pretty sure peanut butter is not one of them.
Yeah, that's
no pineapple does. Pineapple does work on pizza. I don't know why that's such a weird thing. Like
everybody has seen Tony's shots when he makes his food. Okay,
food is food.
Yeah,
food is food.
No, if you try like pineapple, bacon, and pepperoni, it actually tastes good. Like the but it has to be like spicy, and then you kind of get like sweet and spicy.
I get that there's a market for it, but fruit should not go on pizza.
First off, we're losing the context of me being an idiot kid who did that because he watched Ninja Turtles.
No. You said that you wanted to try it again.
I said it was delicious.
You said you were going to try it again, though. You did say that.
I did not say that.
We got to go back and play the clip. Okay, fine. But regardless, he said that and he enjoyed it, and then right after he said, "But pineapple doesn't belong on pizza." So I just think
he's right about that. He's wrong about the putting chocolate and peanut butter.
No,
that's
all I said was
everybody who voted, they were right. It should belong on pizza. It tastes pretty good. I don't understand the hate. They're depriving other people of what they want to eat.
I'm not depriving anything. I just think it should be illegal, and anybody who puts pineapple on pizza should be hunted down.
Pizza Nazi.
Like a dog shot in the street.
Just remember, chocolate does not belong on pizza. That is a definite no.
Yeah,
Tony is gonna bring a bill to the U.S. to Congress. Bring a bill that says Congress to have a vote on pineapple and not being allowed on pizza.
Well, that's okay. It won't affect me in Blinded.
And Tony's gonna convert. He's gonna convert to becoming Canadian. He's gonna take a few years, and just to do that to Parliament, the same thing in Canada.
Also, what? Hold on, before we move on, like I never understood what exactly is the reason why people are like appalled by this.
I don't know either.
Appalled by pineapple and pizza.
It's not like we're eating.
Well, like what is?
I'll show you. I'll show you why. Okay, you want to know why?
There's a lot of fruits can go on pizza though.
Here's why. Because back in the old country, in Italy, when the Black Hand, would take mobsters who had done various crimes against the family, and they wanted to torture them and show them how evil they were, they would put pineapple on the pizza. And I actually have a colorized image showing this, because I'm not just making this up, right? I don't just make shit up when I'm on this show, right?
Yeah, it's only don't make
before you get to that, I just want to.
It's right there. It's clear as day.
Oh my god!
And that's why you don't put pineapple on pizza. You offend.
But Finbar's counter doesn't actually hold up, because what is on? There's a fruit that's on pizza already.
Tomato, right? Okay.
Right. So.
But you don't put tomatoes in the fruit bowl.
Yeah, you can
still.
Tomatoes are a fruit technically.
There's some fruits you can eat with on a salad with other meat and stuff.
Tomatoes, yeah, you can eat fruit.
No, grapes, apple.
Yeah.
You can go in a salad and then you can put chicken in it.
Get the fuck out of here with that fruit in a salad. That's a fruit salad. That's a different thing.
And I'm tired of this whole tomato or fruits thing. This is like a technical.
It is a thing.
That's bullshit.
No, it is though.
It's a fucking vegetable.
It's a vegetable. It belongs.
If it has seeds,
it's not. It's a both. It's both.
It's like saying a banana is a berry. Technically, this is true. A banana is a berry, But no one.
But you're always on. Hold on. The guy who's always about technicalities is now not in favor of technicality.
This is the funniest.
Go you there.
You got me there. I don't know what to say to that, except for hey, we ask us anything. And we got four questions. Vortex wants to know, when is the Morbius 2 release date? It is on the 10th. I got the answer to this. It's on the 10th of November.
No, it's going to come out. It's going to come out the same day as Kang Dynasty.
Oh God.
It's going to come out. It's going to come out.
Everybody who liked Morbius, I question your sanity.
All right.
When it's Morbin.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't.
Unironically, obviously. Unironically.
Justy Views wants to know, why do people in Chicago call a sauce pie pizza? If I need a fork and knife, then it's not pizza. You don't need a fork. And knife. This is another thing that I don't understand. You can eat a deep dish pizza with your hand.
Yes.
You just get messy. It is messy, but you can.
Well, what's Finbar's take on a deep dish pizza? Because that's not pizza.
Well, I can't contribute to the whole Chicago. You don't think a deep dish pizza is a pizza?
The way that it's prepared does not look like a pizza.
Well, if we're going to go into the Tony territory and go on technicalities here, the stuff that you guys eat in the States is not really pizza.
Of course.
Well, it's American. Well,
it's American
cheesy sauce bread.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's American pizza.
It's a pizza.
A deep dish is. I mean, if you can.
That has like a shit ton of calories. You can barely eat it with your hands though.
It's disgusting though. Yeah, I agree. I can't eat that pizza.
No, I wouldn't eat that one. No.
You can eat it with your hand. Here's the problem. Okay. A lot of places don't cook it long enough where the crust doesn't get crusty enough. So
that's a problem. By the way, that's if you have too much crust where you have that problem. Like,
well, because the toppings are real heavy, so you need the crust got to be nice and crisp, so it stays.
I don't even like a big thick crust. It's just disgusting.
It's only good stuff like that if it's a calzone, if it's folded over and it's all crusty.
Yeah, that's a good point. Exactly.
Well, it's like a calzone, except for it's bigger.
It's really not. It's more like a lasagna.
It's not like a lasagna. Lasagna has layers. Really has layers of noodles. There's no layers.
This has layers, not of noodles, but it has layers.
It doesn't have layers. It doesn't. It doesn't.
It's literally. It really does.
No, it doesn't. It literally,
let's look at it.
It's crust like a regular pizza. It's sauce like a regular pizza. It's ingredients, and then it's just a shit ton of cheese.
Is that not layers? Is that not layers of food?
I guess a pizza has layers.
Is it true what Justy's saying that you have to use a fork? You don't have to.
No, you can pick it up with your hand.
It's hard. Yeah, and then you look like a baby with all this food all over your goddamn chest.
It is messy. That's why I said it's messy because
it's messy, man.
You really, depending on where you buy it from, like I would guess you couldn't pick it up.
Here's the thing. Like the first half of the pizza slice, you have to cut it, right? Because it's messy. After that, once you have the back end, you could just eat it like normal pizza.
If it's like a mini one, I could understand, but they make it way too big. I've seen it where it's too big, and you eat it, and you have to share with a bunch of people.
She said that too,
and it's disgusting. So yeah, Tony's taste in food is very suspect. I mean, once he said that shawarmas were not good, I don't believe his.
You've seen his videos, man. You've seen his shots.
I know. I know. I can.
Some of that stuff looks like it came out of his ass. Never mind. It's fresh.
It's fresh ingredients.
Fresh. It's fresh right out of the ass. Oh my god.
Fresh out of the ass.
All right, moving on.
I had to survive, eat my own shit.
You all right there? Hey.
So,
fortunately, Finbar had to leave.
No, man.
Sorry about that.
The best. Oh my god.
Justy Views says, "How many games have you beaten? We need an update." Aaron, you're not in this, but how many games have you beaten this year?
None this year.
None?
In 2023, none.
Jeez. What kind of
zero
are you? All right, Finbar, how many games have you beaten this year?
Still only 2, but I'm out. I beat Karate Kid on the NES and Marble Madness on the NES, but I've had to postpone. I'm going to do it next year. I promise.
You could still catch up.
To that.
Yeah,
I
you
can't
can
catch up. No, I can't. I've already explained them.
Oh, well, yeah, I know.
I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to go on
sorry,
holiday
sorry,
again.
yeah.
I'm going to
Right,
take an
right.
extended break soon, and then I'm going to go on holiday again later in the year, and I can't.
Tales of
Can't
Iron
carry on.
is fantastic. Apparently, he says y'all need to play it. Tony has ass taste buds. I have great taste buds.
Yeah, man. I don't know what Chicago was out there, what they eating, but it ain't good. It
You're
ain't
trying to
good.
convince these stale food heathens. It's not stale food.
No,
How many games
man.
have you beaten, Blinded?
I've stagnated because I'm now putting like 50 hours into Cyberpunk. So I've only beaten like 7 or 8 games.
Ooh, okay. I am falling behind myself. I'm actually right at the last battle for the Midnight Suns game, so I could beat Midnight Suns like at any time.
Oh, that's good. That's a good game.
It is a good game. But I'm at 9 right now. And again, I've beaten Mega Man 1, 3, 4, and 5. Pumpkin Jack, Maneater, Neptunia, Cross, Senran, Kagura, Ninja Wars, Mortal Kombat 11, and Castlevania 3.
Which caused a civil war amongst
Yeah, that caused
This,
brethren.
this. If I don't think you could beat WWE 2K23, right, Tony?
No,
You can beat it if
technically
go
you
through the
could.
career. Yeah,
Yeah,
can go through it.
you would no, but you would have to go through both careers. And
What about the John Cena showcase? Would that
and
count?
if it's got credits,
Yeah.
you get the credits, you beat the game.
I actually like the John Cena showcase because
Oh,
opponents.
there's been the latest expansion on Final Fantasy, the MMO from like a month ago. Count it did have
No.
credits.
No,
No, it's got
an
to
expansion. It's got to be
yeah.
a full game.
Well-
But the John Cena showcase, did you know, Aaron, that you could unlock Super Cena?
I haven't started the showcase yet, so
If you beat the entire showcase, you fight a invisible John Cena who has 100 is his stats. He's the best wrestler in the game.
I don't. I haven't played it yet.
So Super Cena is your last opponent. And you literally can't see him because he's invisible.
That's hilarious. That'd be funny though if that's true. All that
It is true.
No, man.
I just want to be the. Oh my god! I got to do the Rock versus Batista versus Cena.
The Cena showcase is actually pretty good because you play it, and it has little I don't want to say challenges, but they're more like key moments in the match from history, right?
Yeah.
And then when you do them, you get to certain moments where it actually stops the game and it shows the actual match, and then it like blends the match in the game.
By the way, you can't stream the showcase stuff because I know you get copyright for that.
What, it mixes the live action in with the
Yeah.
engine. That's
Yeah.
quite good. It used to do it. I remember it used to one of the old ones that used to do the sound from the actual match, but it would have the gameplay engine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
what
interested
it,
to see that now. That's cool. That sounds
what it
cool.
does is, like I said, so like say John Cena picks up RVD and slams him,
Yeah.
and then it's the assets from the game. So he slams them, and then at the moment of impact, it then changes to the live action footage, and then it goes through the live action.
Yeah,
stuff.
you can't. Yeah, you can't stream that. You get
Yes,
hit.
you could. You could stream whatever the fuck you want.
You
I mean,
get flagged.
but you get. Yeah, you get.
Probably,
You-
but then you're like, you can't stream it. Like it's an impossibility. Like, dude.
I mean, yeah, I don't.
Tony
play
with his
Mysterio.
technicality.
No, because like we get copyright claimed all the time. They'll just copyright claim you. It's not a big deal.
Oh,
That's true.
right, yeah, it would probably still be up. But
Here's the thing, Aaron. Like the people watching are probably the only people that are gonna watch it. So if they flag you afterward, right? It's like whatever, right?
No, WWE might flag you. Automatically.
Right, but you're not listening. Listen very carefully. Like the stream we did last night, the Neil Breen stream, when we watched the Ninja Turtle thing at the end, right? The 50 or so people that watched it live, right, as it was happening, as they're coming in and out, that's probably it. Like we're probably going to maybe pick up another 30 people. So they flagged it, and so what do I care, right? It wasn't like the video is going to blow up on my live stream of watching Neil Breen was going to have millions of views, and
because
now
of
they
that
flagged
turtle.
it.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like you play the WWE, I'll get maybe 100 views on the video, and if they flag it, I lost 100 views potentially.
Mhm.
Who gives a shit? But your audience, who's like, hey, he's willing to show stuff and he's willing to do this, they might actually come back for more live streams because they're like, hey, Aaron's gonna fucking play the game, right?
I do like,
Right.
I do like a short like every day just to get extra subs and wrestling stuff. It helps.
Yeah. So how many games have you beaten? 9. 7? What did I say? 9?
You said 9.
9.
9. Lost count. All right.
Thing is, it's hard. It's hard. Like when a game, like by the time I beat Cyberpunk, it'll probably be like 120 hours I put into the game. And it's
I
like
think I
can't
know
play
Blind's
anything else.
answer to this.
You're choosing the
Is
wrong.
it Last of Us 1 and 2 Blind for you for the first 2?
No, I like the second game more than the first game.
Okay.
You're choosing the wrong games, Blind, but you've got to start choosing sort of old school, easier ones to beat in a day.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, when I play a game, I want to enjoy it, right?
But that's not what this competition's all about, though. It's about rubbing Tony's face in it at the end of the day, isn't it?
All right. So
Right, but I would normally beat that same amount.
what
just
are your
like
3
normal
favorite
time.
games of all time? Mine are Custer's Revenge, Beat 'em and Eat 'em, and the Guy Game.
Oh my god!
It's not true. I'm
Yeah, I
obviously this is a
figured
joke.
that.
I don't like the Guy Game. That's illegal.
It's illegal. Just
It is. You didn't know that?
I know it's illegal, but I mean, like, kind of.
No, it's 100% illegal. There's no kind of. It's 100%.
I mean, like the way that you're framing it is what
You know-
I mean.
You know, like about your QA, Tony.
What?
At least you let everybody answer the question.
Well, that's what the point is. So what are your favorite games of all time? Top 3 games.
Let's go with him. Oh yeah. Let's hear Aaron. I'm curious.
God of War 3. That's
Mm.
I love that game. Uncharted 4. I actually did like Drake's Uncharted 4 Thief's End. I don't know if the third one. There's a lot of them I like.
I gotta pick 3.
Donkey Kong 64.
Oh, you really like that game? I'm surprised now.
It's a really good game.
Oh wow!
It needs a remake or needs to get
It needs a sequel or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Finbar. What are your
So you want them in reverse order, 3 to 1.
anyway?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
So I
Just
would
3.
put number 3, Final Fantasy 7. Number 2,
Great choice.
Tomb Raider on PS1, the original Tomb Raider.
You like the original Tomb Raider?
Yeah. I'm only going off of the games I put the most time into. If I put the most time into,
Okay,
I like.
that's fair.
So number 1 has to be World of Warcraft. I put so many hours into World of Warcraft that it's unhealthy.
Oh man,
I don't play it anymore. But
Did you play with Harry Cavill? Because he played that great.
who knows? Yeah, that's the thing. Who knows?
Yeah,
He may have been a night elf, female night elf for all we know.
All right, Blinded.
Yeah,
you
that's
asked the question,
crazy.
but you got to answer it too.
so I guess we're gonna have to pick one. I'm gonna have to pick one Nintendo game. It used to be Ocarina of Time, but now I put like almost like 150 hours into Breath of the Wild, so I'll put Breath of the Wild. And then I'll probably put The Last of Us 2 because I put like 40 hours into that game, and I'll probably go back and play that game sometime. And then for the third one, I think I might say Fallout New Vegas. That one is another game I put a lot of hours into. So those are my
Well, you said
favorite
top
games.
3 games, right?
Those are my top 3 games. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't say.
No, you said your 3 favorite games of all time. 3 favorite.
Yeah.
See, I think this is a weird question for me because if I go by Finbar's metric of the games I put the most hours in, right?
I
You can
mean
go
it
by
like
any
that.
metric.
But
sorry.
what
What I
I'm
mean is I
saying-
enjoyed the most while I
Right.
put the time into them.
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I go by a game that I put the most time in, and I enjoyed it because I generally do enjoy playing games, right?
Right.
Then I would have to say the Avengers game, right? And that sounds really terrible, but I put in like over 100 hours.
But he was just saying that he enjoyed it because
I
he
did
put
enjoy
that
it. That's
much
what I'm saying, though.
Tony did say he enjoyed it, though. He did say he.
But you would
I
have to
didn't
have
think you
other
did.
reasons. I mean, don't go by off that one metric. There's other reasons of why I like those 3 games, right? It's not just because of I put the amount of time into
But
it.
if you come back to it so often,
Yeah,
that must mean you really enjoy it. If you really enjoy it, it means it's one of your favorite games.
Tony,
Right.
Tony's upset. Tony's upset.
But the
that
thing
this
is,
game
you
ending.
there's some games where you can't really go back to them. It's just kind of like hard to
Yeah.
go back to. Like even with The Last of Us 2, like I enjoyed the game. I put a lot of time into it, but it's kind of hard to go back to it. So it's like there's other reasons of why I like it, right? I like the characters, I like the story, and I like the mechanics of the game. I thought it was better than the first one in terms of
Well,
like
yeah,
the stealth and stuff,
I
right?
get it. That's what I'm saying, though. But like, what I'm saying is, if I go by the metric of the games that I've put the most hours in because I've enjoyed playing them, then Avengers would have to be one of them. If I go by the metric of the what has nostalgia, it's my favorite game. For
You can mix metrics though. It's your favorite game.
Well,
It
why
doesn't
can't
matter.
I
It's
get a
subjective.
sentence out?
It's subjective. We're telling you it's
I'm trying to
subjective.
make a point. Is that what I'm trying to say here? What I was trying to do, I was
All
trying
right,
to build
all right.
up into a point.
Okay, fine.
Blighty's just telling you your opinion is wrong, Tony.
I haven't even given my opinion. That's what I'm saying. I was trying to I was weaving a tale through where I was going to go with.
All right, fine. It was set up. I didn't see
It was
it,
a
but it was
setup.
set up.
And now, Jesus,
I thought it was banter. I thought it was banter.
No, what I was saying is, if I go by the metric of the most hours I put into a game that I enjoy, Avengers, right? If I go by the metric of nostalgia or a game that I really like from my childhood because it's got a lot of memories, it's going to be Mega Man 2 because that's the first game I ever bought with my own money, right?
And
but if
then
I go
beat, right?
and beat, but if I go by games that I generally enjoy, I didn't. They weren't forced on me. I picked them because I wanted to play them. I was interested in them. I really enjoyed the story. And it's going to be something like Stardew Valley. That's going to be my number one game. I go back to it time and time again. It's simple. I enjoy it. I can sit there for hours farming. I don't know why. Just fucking farming crops and making money. It's fucking fantastic. I love it. Maybe it's my autism brain making the coins go up and they go, oh, more coins. Great. Fucking.
You would probably like Animal Crossing then.
I do. I actually played it and I did like it. I had to stop playing it. I was like, no, I already seen the symptoms. I was like, no.
It gets addictive. I had a map full of pumpkins at one point that I had to farm on a daily basis or every 3 days or however long it took to grow.
And that's the thing, right? I generally enjoy games like that, like Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley,
right?
Harvest Moon. But I get so into them that I don't
mindless
do anything.
Mindless grinding is good.
Yeah, and I don't do anything else, right? And as somebody who's got to play games for reviews and doing this and that and the other thing, I'm actually behind. I actually got a fucking review. I keep saying I'm going to make a video for Deckham, and I still haven't. And it's actually a pretty fun game. So Stardew Valley's got to be one of my top 3. I'm going to put that up there. Great game. A game that I've actually recommended to people who like wrestling and they like, manager simulator type games. Total Extreme Wrestling 20. What fucking version are we on now? Because there's a whole series, and I played like ever since 2020. 2020 is the latest version. I've put in endless hours. I'll literally and I'll fucking bring the game up, right? Because you're gonna see how stupid this is, and you're gonna be like, "Oh my god, how the fuck do you play this?" Right? And it is what it is you take control of a wrestling company, right? And then you book matches, book storylines, book all the the ins and outs, how much money, contracts, all the shit that goes into making it. But you don't actually play any fucking wrestling. There's zero actual wrestling in this game. Is what I'm telling you. And I fucking love it. And I can't get enough of it.
That's like most episodes of Raw, though, isn't it? Zero wrestling.
I haven't watched Raw in a while.
I haven't either. Aaron, any good?
Yeah, Aaron, you're the
wrestler. Is he still here?
So here's the game.
Oh, you meet him. So.
Yeah, I'm here. I was so busy, but I was actually.
You said, is there any wrestling? Yeah. So this is the
yeah.
game.
We're 2 weeks away. We're 2 weeks away from WrestleMania.
Oh, of course we are. Yeah.
So this right here is the game. This is it. You got a roster. They got stats.
What platform is this on?
PC. Playing this on PC. You
From
book
what
matches.
Extreme Wrestling? Is it?
Literally. like I said, you go to the so you go through the game, you go through the day, right? And you go, okay, you got to fucking
You know
book the
what's
match.
weird?
You got to book the stadium. You got to fucking book the matches. And I will play this shit for hours on end, just fucking making matches, right? And that's it. That's the whole game.
That's wild.
Looks good.
It looks
Yeah,
like shit, right?
it's
Like
similar.
there's literally no like. Look, you just go add match. Wait, oh shit! I got an incident. Something happened.
It's a simulation. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a
If you-
simulation.
Yeah.
But there's literally
That's why you wanted to make that other game, the Amico game.
Yeah.
Remember?
But like, so fucking okay. I'm a book Art Anderson versus Alex Wright. Boom. That's it. That's literally all of the fucking gameplay. I can add notes and be like, okay, fucking, I want Alex Wright to win. Boom. Alex Wright wins the match. Fucking book it. Anderson's pissed. He's like, why? Fuck you, Anderson. Boom. That's the match. That's it. That's the whole game. And then I just
You know what?
you
Kevin
fucking-
Nash should have used this to help him book Nitro. He wouldn't have needed that whiteboard, remember?
Is this is this what Bischoff used at WCW?
Probably, but it is. If you like numbers and you like fucking management sims, like they got the like Football Manager and all that. If you like those kind of games, it's fucking fantastic. If
Yeah.
you love wrestling, you could book all the angles, and it's all in your brain, right? Because your brain's got to do all the shit, right? Because the matches don't happen, the little fucking segments don't happen. So your brain's got to like, oh, The Rock's gonna come out and say this, and oh shit, I'm gonna fucking put John Cena.
It's a text-based
in.
game.
Yeah,
Are the-
there's not even text for like half of the shit I'm saying. Like
Right.
It's in your mind.
it's in my mind, and I fucking love it. And I play this thing like endlessly. Like that, like I said, the 2020 version is the latest, but I've been playing the game since fucking 2005 version. And it's like $35. I love the game so much that I bought a version, and then when my fucking laptop died, then I had to buy another version for the
Oh
fucking
my
computer.
god.
What's the name of it again?
Total Extreme Wrestling.
Okay, thank you.
You gotta get Aaron hooked now, man.
Yeah,
Boy.
but you got to get the mods because like that was a WCW mod because obviously they can't sell the game with like wrestlers licenses and stuff. So it has fake wrestlers and stuff in the base game, and then you just go to the mods and then you mod all the real people in. It's ridiculous. It's borderline boring.
Borderline boring.
It is. I know. It's like, how could I say I like? That's what I'm saying. Like, I like this game. I'll sit there and mindlessly play it, but I realize the faults that are in the game. So, Total Extreme Wrestling is my number 2, and my number 3 it's got to be Super Mario World. Again, the SNES was the first console that was mine. This was bought for me, and they said, "Here you go, Merry Christmas, SNES." And it came with Super Mario World, and I played that game fucking endlessly because not only did it come free, but it's actually a really fucking good game. It had all kind of secrets.
Yeah,
Once I figured out, like, oh, you can. There's a secret in this, the ghost house, like it connects here, and oh shit, there's the Star Road, and there's extra things, and how do I get to this, and how do I where's the secret? And dude, just playing that shit endlessly. Fucking loved it.
I gotta be honest though, I think I like Yoshi's Island more.
I've never actually played Yoshi's Island.
I love that game.
I thought it was fun, but I thought Super Mario World was better.
I recently went all and beat all of them, and I enjoyed that one more. Even though I liked, because I played it on the Game Boy Advance, because they had the ports, Super Mario World. But yeah,
But
I
I
didn't
think-
like the aiming mechanic thing. I thought it was too much of a departure because it was marketed as Super Mario World too.
Yeah, that was weird. I don't really understand that part, but yeah.
But Super Mario World, I think it was such a leap, right? It didn't go like when you went to Mario 64 and this like new 3D direction, right? It was still side scrolling, so it was still the core mechanic of Mario, right? But the graphics were so much crisper, and it was so much more colorful, and fucking Yoshi and all this stuff. It was Mario expanded. It was Mario. We were talking Atari remixed earlier, but this was like a true like evolution of the series that kept the core, but also moved it into a newer
Moved
direction.
it forward.
Yeah, Aaron's leaving. He's got to
Oh,
go.
okay.
His
See,
chicken nuggies were ready. He's gonna get
Oh
them.
man.
It was funny. He left like where the show's gonna end right now. How the fuck can we go 4.5 hours?
We were talking about John Campia.
Yeah, you can't see him, John Campia.
Not that long though, right? We didn't spend long on him.
I think we did spend quite a lot of time on
We
that.
spent a little bit on Campia, but I think this was a good show. 4.5 hours. I enjoyed myself. I always enjoy myself on these. They might not get the most views, but they get the best views because all you people who watch us are the best viewers on YouTube. Until we get a bigger audience, then fuck you guys.
Oh, 5.
No.
Oh,
Would that be
5?
us?
Yeah, we wish it's 5. It's like Streamelements, myself, Finbar,
Blinded.
Aaron, Blinded, and then 56K is like our only viewer. But it's fine. It's fine. Not every week is going to be a hit. We know that. We don't care. We're going to do it anyway because we love it. And I love the conversation with my co-host, and I love being here and talking video games, movies, wrestling. It's just the things I enjoy, right? One of these days, I'm going to be dead, and then you guys are going to have to like use the AI chatbot thing.
Version. Oh my god.
You know,
Now,
put
Blinded
my-
will be doing that. I'll be dead along with you, and
I-
I'm sure so will most of
I give Blinded
What the
permission
fuck?
because he does own the channel. So Blinded, I give you
Oh my
permission
god.
to run all of our shows through the AI thing so they can get my voice, and then just make new episodes with you like typing in like the things that I gotta say.
No man. Well,
To be fair,
I'm gonna
he's-
say some crazy shit then.
He's the only one that's proved himself competent enough to run a channel.
Yeah,
Oh man. Oh my god. It's gonna be wild.
I'll be dead. So
I'm gonna be waiting for that day now. We gotta clip this. I'm gonna save it.
Save it.
I'm
I've
gonna do
already
that.
let Sidekick Max know. I've also said,
What the hell?
yeah, I let him know. I let him know all my plans. I've also I told Sidekick Max this. I said,
Hilarious.
when I die, right? Because obviously I'm not famous. I'm not
Yet.
super wealthy. I'm not
Yet.
yet, right? I'm not big time yet, right? And if I die before I hit the big time, I want to be remembered. We all want to be remembered, right?
Right.
And so I'm spoiling this for you guys. So this is going to be cut out of the stream.
You're going to plant a series of bombs around the USA.
Whoa. Not going there. No, but when I told Sidekick Max, right? 'cause we used to always watch those like conspiracy videos and weird stuff like, oh my God, this guy
Right.
disappeared and like no one knows. Like he just walked out into the snow and he fucking vanished, right? And they found like a paper clip and like 3 pennies on the floor, right? So I always told Sidekick Max that I'm going to write a bunch of weird stuff on papers and put them in my wallet and then like hold like 2 buttons and like a screw in my back pocket. That way, when they find my dead body, it would be like, what the hell's all this shit? What does this mean? Why did he write Finbar on a piece of paper upside down with an S? Right? And, like,
Oh my god.
and then they just like put coordinates to like locations, like just
Mhm.
random like north and south and stuff. Like, so that way, when I die, I'll at least live on in conspiracy channels. Like, what happened to Tony TGG? They found him in the snow
Yeah.
with a newspaper and 3 coordinates.
Oh
Nobody
my
knows.
god.
Some say Blinded Braille killed him to
Yeah.
get control of the
And ever since then, he's run an AI chatbot using his voice.
Oh my
And
god.
anytime someone brings up Tony's name, he bans them.
Oh. Oh my god. I
50
mean,
fucking deep.
it can't even work now because you just spoiled it.
That's why I
Someone
said
is
Well,
someone
that
is
puts you
sitting.
up-
we're gonna
That
cut
puts
this
you
out.
above suspicion.
Oh man.
Don't worry, we'll
Yeah.
cut this out to keep you in suspicion.
So,
So
the
that-
5
that's my
people are
plan.
watching, they know.
And, yeah, but that's part of the conspiracy. That's what's great about conspiracies, right? Because 5 of you know, and when you go to when this happens, and you're like, no, I remember being on a live stream.
Yeah.
They'll be like, you're fucking crazy. No, you didn't. Like, where's the proof? And then like the video's gone, and they're like.
The video's going on and
And then
all that
since
shit.
Blinded uses AI chatbot, whenever you do produce the video, then like, oh, that's the Blinded AI chatbot because he's trying to throw him off the trail. And then
Oh
like,
my god.
it'll be weird. And I'm gonna have like a picture of myself with my eyes xed out, So people like that means blinded. He was trying to tell us something. I got it all planned.
Oh my god.
So
This is
hopefully,
wild.
hopefully when I die, you guys will be reading about me in newspapers and watching those videos on conspiracies. So it'll be good times. I'll be up in heaven laughing as I pull the ultimate troll.
Looking forward to it. Your death.
Hey,
Oh man.
if you can't live a remarkable life or a memorable life, at least have a memorable death. And that's what I plan on doing. With
That
that
sounds
said,
like some shit in Cyberpunk.
you never know.
That's what the character wants to do, just fucking die as a legend.
As
Oh,
a
man.
legend. You should see all the files that are on my computer. I just have empty folders that say like government secrets, but it's empty. So when they look into
That's
my
crazy.
when they look at my computer, right, they'll be like, "Why does he have files that say government secrets?" And they'll click on it, like it's empty. Where did they go? What's going on? Does the
Oh my
government get here
God.
first?
He's turning into Neil Breen.
Yeah, this is some Neil Breen shit right here.
I'm like 6 steps ahead of all.
You know what, Finbar? He probably just came up with this shit.
I'll
He was
go.
inspired by it last
I'll
night,
wake
yeah.
up Sidekick Max.
Yeah.
I'll go get him. I'll go next door to the family that lets me borrow Sidekick Max to make videos.
Oh my god.
And I'll be like, these guys don't believe me. I need your kid for a video. Fucking immigrants. Let's go.
Crazy.
When I say next door, I really mean in the pool house where the fucking servants live. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my god.
With that said, I think it's time to end this before I give it out too many more of my secrets. Don't forget to follow the trail. The X marks the spot where the hidden treasure is. With that, love, peace, booty grease. I'm out this bitch.